The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the Hokage mansion's balcony as Jiraiya and Minato shared tea, the village of Konoha sprawling beneath them. "So," Jiraiya said, setting down his cup with a knowing smile, "have you two finally decided on a name? The kid's going to be here before you know it." Minato's blue eyes sparkled as he gazed into his tea. "Actually, we have. We're going to call him Naruto." Jiraiya nearly choked on his drink. "Naruto? As in the main character from your first book," came Kushina's voice as she stepped onto the balcony, one hand resting on her swollen belly. Her red hair caught the dying sunlight, making it look like living flame. "You can't be serious," Jiraiya laughed, looking between his former student and Kushina. "That book barely sold any copies. I was half asleep when I wrote that name. I got it while eating ramen, for crying out loud." "It's a good name," Minato said firmly, standing to help Kushina to a seat. "The character in your book. He never gave up, no matter what challenged him. That's the kind of spirit I want our son to have." Kushina nodded, her face glowing with that special radiance unique to expecting mothers. "Besides, it just feels right, you know? Every time I say it, the little guy kicks like crazy." Bane. "Well, I'll be," Jiraiya shook his head, still grinning. "Using the name from my worst-selling book for the fourth Hokage's son. You two are something else." Minato placed his hand over Kushina's on her belly. "I know it in my heart, sensei. Naruto. He's going to be special. He'll be the kind of shinobi who changes the world." "The way you say that." Jiraiya studied his former student's face. "You really believe it, don't you?" "Of course he does," Kushina interjected, wincing slightly as the baby kicked again. "And so do I. Our son will have Minato's determination and my gutsy ninja way. He'll be unstoppable." Bane. "Then I suppose I should be honored," Jiraiya said, raising his teacup in a toast. "To Naruto. May he live up to his namesake and surpass him in every way." "To Naruto," Minato and Kushina echoed, their voices filled with hope and love for their unborn child. The night of the attack. Minato's breath came in ragged gasps, his composure shaken to its core. The night sky above Konoha glowed an unnatural red, punctuated by distant explosions and the roars of the Nine Tails. "You're faster than I expected," the masked man's deep voice cut through the air. "Living up to your moniker. Yellow Flash," he added as he appeared before Minato from the strange whirlpool hole in the space itself. Minato's eyes narrowed. "Who are you? What you did? That technique. It's unlike anything I've ever seen." "Does it matter who I am?" The masked man tilted his head, his single visible eye gleaming through the mask. "Your village burns, your wife lies dying, and the Nine Tails dances to my tune. Yet here you stand, asking questions." "You separated Kushina from the Nine Tails mere moments after childbirth." Minato's voice was razor-sharp, his hands clenched into fists. "You knew exactly when she would be at her weakest. You knew our onward patrol patterns. You knew how to break through the barrier. This wasn't random." The masked man chuckled, a sound devoid of warmth. "Very observant, Lord Forth. Perhaps you're beginning to understand, this night was years in the planning." "When I tried to strike you," Minato continued, his analytical mind working despite the chaos, "my attack passed right through you. Like you weren't even there. Yet here I stand, solid as the earth itself." The masked man spread his arms. "A ghost who can touch, a shadow who can strike. What will you do, fourth Hokage? Every second we speak, your precious village crumbles." A kunai appeared in Minato's hand, one of his special three-pronged blades. "I'll do what any Hokage would do. I'll protect my village, my wife, and my son." "Your son?" The masked man's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Naruto, isn't it? Named after a character in Jiraiya's book. How sentimental. Will he live long enough to learn why you chose that name?" Minato's eyes flashed dangerously. "You know an awful lot about us." "I know everything about you, Minato Namikaze. The question is, do you know anything about me?" Minato could hear more explosions from the village, feel the malevolent chakra of the Nine Tails poisoning the air itself. "One thing I do know," Minato said, shifting into his battle stance, "is that you made a crucial mistake tonight." "Oh? And what might that be?" A ghost of a smile crossed Minato's face, reminiscent of his usual confident demeanor. "You threatened my family. That's something I cannot forgive." The masked man's eye narrowed behind his mask. Then let's see if the yellow flash is truly as fast as they say. Can you strike what you cannot touch? Can you save what you cannot reach? Time to find out. Fourth Hokage. Minato watched as the masked man put handcuffs on his wrists, and they were connected with a single chain. Minato couldn't understand what he was trying to do but had no time to waste. He quickly rushed toward him, and the man barely moved as Minato passed through his body as if the masked man was a ghost. Minato's body slowly moves beyond the man's body, and at that moment, he moves forward, the chain touching Minato's chest. But he quickly disappears in a yellow flash and appears far enough away from the masked man. The man laughs, mocking him. "Is this all you can do, playing cat and mouse with me?" But Minato remained focused, his expression controlled despite the chaos. He was sure he knew what he was doing now. Without wasting time, the masked man rushes towards him as Minato throws a kunai at him. The kunai sailed through the masked man's head, and in that precise moment, the man reached for Minato's throat. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact, Minato's lips curved into a slight smile. "The game is over," Minato said softly, "and you've shown me everything I needed to see." In a flash of yellow, Minato teleported to the kunai that had passed through the masked man's head, spinning in midair with his Rasengan blazing. The masked man's eye widened behind his mask as he realized his mistake. He had to materialize to touch Minato, and in that split second of solidity. "Too late," Minato declared, driving the Rasengan toward the man's back. "Your technique has a weakness." The masked man twisted, but not fast enough. "Impossible." The Rasengan slammed into his back, the spiraling chakra tearing through flesh and bone. The impact sent the masked man hurtling backward, his body spinning from the force of the attack. "You can only make yourself intangible for 5 seconds at most," Minato stated, landing with his feet. "And you have to become solid to attack. More importantly, you can't maintain your intangibility while using other techniques." The masked man staggered to his feet, clutching his wounded back. His laughter, however, was unsettling. "Very impressive, Lord Fourth. You lived up to your reputation. Figuring out the secret of my technique in mere minutes." "Who are you?" Minato demanded again. "Your space-time ninjutsu rivals my own. There are only a handful of shinobi in history capable of such techniques." The masked man straightened, his posture showing no sign of pain despite his grievous wound. "Would knowing my identity change anything? The Nine Tails is still under my control, your village still burns, and your precious family." "You talk too much," Minato cut him off, his voice carrying an edge rarely heard from the usually calm Hokage. "You're right, your identity doesn't matter right now. What matters is breaking your control over the Nine Tails." "You think you can break my control?" The masked man's eye glowed red behind his mask, the pattern of the Sharingan spinning lazily. "Even if you could, the beast's hatred has been unleashed. It will continue its rampage with or without my guidance." Minato's hands flashed through a series of seals. "Then I'll deal with both problems." "Your confidence is admirable," the masked man said, raising his uninjured arm. "But can you protect everything at once? Your village? Your wife? Your newborn son? The moment you turn your back on me." A flash of yellow light interrupted him as Minato vanished, only to reappear directly behind the masked man with another Rasengan formed. "You're right about one thing," Minato said, his voice cold. "I can't protect everything while fighting you. That's why I need to end this now." The masked man began to phase, but Minato had anticipated this. A kunai sliced through the air where the man's head would solidify, forcing him to remain intangible longer than he intended. The moment he had to materialize, Minato struck. "This is for threatening my son." The Rasengan exploded against the masked man's back, sending him crashing through several trees. The masked man rolled to his feet, his robe in tatters, revealing armor underneath. "Impressive. Most impressive. But you're running out of time, Fourth Hokage. Can you feel it? The Nine Tails chakra growing stronger?" Minato could indeed feel it. The malevolent chakra was increasing, and distant screams from the village told him the situation was deteriorating rapidly. But he couldn't let this man escape. "You know what fascinates me?" Minato said, forming another Rasengan. "You claim to know everything about me, yet you made a fundamental mistake in your calculations." "Oh?" The masked man's head tilted slightly. "And what would that be?" "You assumed that because I'm known for my speed, that's my greatest strength. Minato's eyes hardened. But you're wrong. My greatest strength isn't my jutsu or my speed, it's knowing exactly how long I need to keep an enemy occupied. The masked man's eye widened as he sensed multiple chakra signatures approaching. Did you really think I wouldn't have contingency plans? Minato smiled grimly. I activated emergency protocols. The third Hokage is already coordinating the village's defense, and my special kunai have been distributed throughout Konoha. I can be anywhere in seconds. You're bluffing, the masked man snarled. No one could have prepared for a surprise attack? An enemy who can phase through solid matter? A tailed beast rampaging through the village? Minato shook his head. I'm the Hokage. It's my job to prepare for the impossible. The masked man took a step back, his confidence visibly shaken for the first time. Even so, you can't save everyone. The Nine Tails will be dealt with, Minato cut him off. But first, I'm going to make sure you can never threaten my family or my village again. The masked man gasped loudly as Minato slammed his hand on his stomach, a seal spread on his clothes. Contract seal. Back on the battlefield, Kyuubi was finishing his tailed beast bomb when the Sharingan in his eye slowly disappeared. Before the bomb was launched at the village, he raised his head upwards in the last second, throwing the bomb in the air. After a few seconds, the bomb exploded, causing a bright light that illuminated the entire arena around the Hidden Leaf Village and beyond. Suddenly, a massive wind wave came through the village so strong that some small trees were ripped apart. To his surprise, the third Hokage opened his eyes again after the light was gone. But Kyuubi wasn't there anymore. The only thing was an enormous crater where Kyuubi had stood. Minato. Outside Konoha. Naruto's cries pierced the darkness. His blonde hair caught what little moonlight filtered through the clouds, his newborn face marked with 6 distinctive whisker marks, 3 on each cheek. Naruto, Minato whispered, gazing down at his son with a mixture of love and regret. Everything had spiraled out of control so quickly, the masked man with the Sharingan appearing like a nightmare. Kushina stood beside him, her vibrant red hair dulled by exhaustion, her body trembling from the trauma of having the Nine Tails forcibly extracted. Behind them, the Nine Tails himself, loomed in the darkness. I'm sorry, Kushina, Kyuubi's deep voice rumbled with genuine remorse. I couldn't break free from his control. Kushina turned to the fox with a weak but genuine smile, shaking her head. She knew it wasn't his fault, the masked man's Sharingan had been too powerful, forcing Kyuubi to rampage through the village until Minato had managed to break the control. Mina-kun, Kushina's voice quavered, are you certain about this? We both know. We know how villages treat their Jinchuriki. Her eyes filled with tears as she stroked Naruto's cheek. He'll be alone. No parents, no one to hold him when he cries, to celebrate his first steps, his first words. Minato's heart felt like it was being torn apart. I have to believe in Hiruzen and Jiraiya-sensei, he said. How can I ask another parent to make this sacrifice if I'm not willing to make it myself? Kyuubi's eyes were fixed on Naruto, an unexpected expression of wonder crossing his massive features. Take care of him, Kyuubi, Minato said firmly. I'm entrusting my son to you. The Nine Tails' eyes met Minato's. Even if the entire world turns its back on him, Kyuubi declared, I will always be there for him. Kushina knelt beside Naruto, her trembling fingers tracing his whisker marks. Thank you for being my friend, Kura, she whispered, tears falling freely now. As Minato performed the hand signs to summon the Shinigami, the air grew colder as the death god appeared. What do you want, mortal? The Shinigami's voice echoed like steel on bone. Minato stood straight, meeting the death god's gaze without flinching. Seal the Nine Tails into Naruto. The Shinigami's eyes narrowed before he nodded. They watched as Kyuubi's massive form was drawn into Naruto's tiny body, condensing into pure chakra that swirled like a crimson spiral before settling into the seal on the infant's stomach. You have a few minutes, the Shinigami announced dispassionately. Minato managed to smile slightly before slowly walking up to Naruto, who was in Kushi's arms. She was rocking him in his arms. Tears rolled down her cheek. His eyes turned to look at Naruto's palms and noticed a sun in his right palm, and he turned his eyes to his left palm to see a moon. Minato wondered what that symbol was, but he didn't have time for that now, not anymore. Lying close to his wife, he looked at what their love had brought to this world. A beautiful boy, he is perfect in every way possible. His hand slowly reached Kushi's red hair, his thumb touching her soft and beautiful red hair. Kushina kept looking at Naruto. She didn't want to believe that their time was limited. How much she wished that she and Mina-kun could stay like this forever. "Kushi-kun, we need to say our goodbye." She suddenly heard Minato's voice. She slowly nodded her head. She looked down at Naruto again. His eyes slowly opened to reveal ocean blue eyes like Minato. She smiled at her treasure, and Naruto smiled a little. "He recognizes us," Kushina thought. "Naruto, my baby boy, I know you will have a hard time without us, but you should know Mina-kun, and I love you more than life itself. You will eventually grow up and with the time will come naturally to like girls. Choose a girl who loves you, who's always there for your happiest times and your lowest points. And you will soon meet Jiraiya. Don't become like him, but he's still a good man who will take care of you. I love you. My Sochi," Kushina said, tears streaming down her cheek. Minato smiled at Naruto, and his son smiled back. "Naruto, I want you to become what you want. Do something that brings you happiness. Kakashi will be there for you as well, I know it. Please, if you become a shinobi, be strong and take care of your loved ones, and as your mother told you, chose a girl that loves you and is a bit hothead." Minato felt everything slowly darkening. The last thing he saw was his son crying in Kushi's arms before everything went dark and his head fell in the cold ground. Kushina's chest was barely rising. She could hear Naru crying in her arms, but her whole body started feeling numb, her legs first, and now her arms didn't feel anything anymore. Her eyes still at her treasure with her last strength, she smiled at him, and her chest stopped raising. Naruto started crying even more and not stopping. His blue eyes slowly changed, his pupils shrank, and his eyes began to change color from blue to metallic purple. The white area of his eyes completely disappeared and left the eyes completely purple. 3 rings appeared in a rippling pattern out from the center. His eyes stayed like that for a few moments before turning back to normal blue eyes. Hokage office. Sarutobi stood alone in his office, deep in thought. The only sound heard in the office was the sound of Naruto crying his heart out. He had been crying since the old Hokage found him. Despite him trying to cheer him up somehow, he didn't stop. He kept on crying and didn't stop. Because of the sudden attack from Kyuubi, the hospital of Konoha was full of injured people. The nurses and doctors left were doing everything they could to save people. To the old Hokage's surprise, a medical ninja checked on Naruto to see if he needed anything. Naruto was perfectly healthy and just needed milk. A nurse feeds Naruto, but the newborn starts crying again after that. Hokage didn't understand how things could have gone south so quickly, and the place was secured, so why did this happen? Minato was there to make sure Kyuubi would not escape, but it seems that wasn't enough. Earning a headache, he massaged his temples. How Kyuubi escaped and ended up attacking the village was a mystery, but the old Hokage had another question on his mind. The strange symbols in Naruto's palms, a sun, and a moon. After he had put Naruto in the crib, the old Hokage had started searching through books to find anything that might help his situation, but it seemed there was nothing there. Suddenly the door opened, inside came walking a pale-looking Jiraiya. His usual happy face was gone. Instead, a frown had conjured his face. The last time the old Hokage remembered his student to look like that was when Nawaki and Dan had died on the battlefield. Tsunade still hasn't been able to move on since Dan died. "Jiraiya, what happened?" Jiraiya interjected him. The old Sannin had been outside the village to do his spying duty when he received a toad informing him of the tragedy in Konoha. Originally he had wanted to wait until Naruto reached 1 month old to see him, but instead, he got information that his prize student wasn't anymore, his son in all but name. "I don't know how it happened. Kyuubi showed in the middle of the village out of nowhere. Minato took him a few miles outside Konoha to seal him inside Naruto. Kushina had not been able to survive the extraction, and Minato sealed Kyuubi using Reaper Death Seal," the third Hokage said with a grave tone, barely a whisper. Jiraiya closed his eyes and took it all in. His student was gone. How it could have gone so wrong. He felt tears in his eyes, but he didn't want to cry now. He shouldn't. He opened his eyes again, took a deep breath, and looked at the blonde bundle that had fallen silent in the room. It seemed to be tired of crying and had fallen asleep. Walking over to him, he noticed his sunny hair like Minato, whiskers in each side of his cheek. His cheeks were red and puffy and the same for his eyes. Looking at him now, Jiraiya could see the similarities, Looking closely at his face, for a moment, he felt like it was Minato. Moving his head away in fear and sadness, he couldn't look at him right now, and it reminded him so much of Minato. He felt his sadness rising all over again, like a violent river taking over all his body to the darkness of abysses. Jiraiya, his thoughts were broken when he heard the voice of his sensei in his ears. Pinching the bridge of his nose and wiping away unshed tears, he turned his head around, almost feeling heavier. "Jiraiya, I know how you feel." The Sannin wanted to say that he didn't, but remembered that his wife had been killed in the attack and kept his mouth shut. "But Minato chose you as the godfather of Naruto. You're his guardian, and I want to know, what will you do?" The third asked quietly, hoping he wasn't rushing, and Jiraiya wasn't felt pressured to make a decision so soon. He paused and turned around, not daring to look at his sensei right now. "I need to make sure that the other villages don't try to attack us. Kumo and Iwa will think of this as an open invitation to war, and my job is to protect him," he stated, pointing at the newborn. "And I will. From outside. To make sure no enemy village will attack Konoha," Jiraiya finished, as if trying to convince himself more than the Hokage. Sighing, he knew they needed what Jiraiya was implying. "Very well, but I hope you return soon," Hokage said, and Jiraiya nodded his head after a moment of hesitation. Leaving the office almost in a hurry, the old Hokage heard Naruto start crying again. Council room. The same night, Naruto was fed by the nurse again, checked again to make sure he was healthy after a lengthy check. The nurse said that the baby was as healthy as a baby can be, much to Sarutobi's surprise. She said she had never seen a baby more healthy than Naruto. A meeting was called to discuss what they had lost, the cost to rebuild the village, and the empty place left of the Hokage. The fox was gone, non-existent, like it had never been there. The Ondaime was gone as well, and his spirit departed for the belly of the Shinigami. He left behind a wife who followed him into the abyss and a son only a few hours old that he had entrusted to jail the most fearsome of beasts. Truly, it was a sad day in Konohagakure. Old Sarutobi, the Sundaime Hokage, stood with a tiny blonde baby in his arms. The babe slept soundly, unmindful of the gathering of elders that were assembled to decide his fate. Sarutobi did not know why the fools had even gathered. The boy's fate was already decided, and Sarutobi meant to keep his destiny unaltered. He listened as the council bickered back and forth, some for killing the baby, some for saving it, honoring the wishes of their dead Hokage. This was a trying time for the village, and patience ran thin. Even for one of infinite patience like Sarutobi. He'd never had to raise his voice before to get the point across. One does not attain the title God of Shinobi by being loud and spontaneous. Ninja is calm, collected, silent, and deadly. All these things encompassed what Sarutobi stood for. What set him apart from the pack was his high level of intelligence. And that intelligence would grant him a successor and save the village in this time and in future times. No one noticed as he rose from his seat, the babe still sleeping peacefully in his arms. "Enough. Be silent." The room quieted immediately, and even the tiny bundle in his arms woke and stared at him reverently. But no sound did it make. He smiled down at the blonde wonder and then turned his gaze back to the council. "I have sat and listened to your nonsense long enough. This child will not be slain. He will not be made into a mindless weapon. He will not be used. He is a child of Konoha, and he holds within him the most powerful of beasts. He deserves our respect above all." A nameless council member, one of the civilians, rose. "But Lord Hokage, the Kyuubi could break free at any moment. Knowledge of the seal says that its soul is bound to the boys and that upon the boy's death, it will die with him. Would it not be best to kill him now and avoid any future issues?" Sarutobi narrowed his eyes at the civilian and spoke in a level voice. "This child shall not be killed. His own life is a sacrifice. Even if the Kyuubi dies, he will be reborn again after 9 years in the same place he died. The Ondaime chose him to hold the Kyuubi, and he believed that his people would see this boy for what he is. That said, many of the civil council pale at the thought that Kyuubi would return." "And what is he?" someone asked. "A hero. A Jinchuriki. He is a living sacrifice and a living testament to a human's tenacious hold on life. I will ensure that this boy serves Konoha. I might love the people of this village, but if the leaders themselves can't tell the difference between a harmless child and the most murderous of all demons, then how can I trust the villagers to let him live a peaceful life?" He lifted the child and held it out for all to see. The blonde babe giggled and flapped its arms merrily. Sarutobi allowed a small smile to cross his face. "Now then. Look upon this child and tell me where the malice is. Where is the unbridled hatred and rage that the Kyuubi exuded? Where is the fear that should be present in all of you if you were the Kyuubi?" But it could be a trick of the Kyuubi to lure us into false hope. It could be pretending to be harmless. Sarutobi frowned and wrapped the baby back up in its swaddling clothes. "And how exactly is the child different from any other newborn? What newborn doesn't look upon the world with wondering eyes? This baby has been born into a cold, harsh world on the worst night of our village's history. He will be ostracized and hated if he mingles amongst the villagers, and I will not have that. I will ensure the boy grows to be a ninja of exceptional quality. I will ensure that he is pure of heart and loyal to the village." "And how do you mean to ensure all that?" "I will be busy in my job as the Hokage, but I will visit him every now and then, making sure he's happy," Hokage responded to Danzo, who glared at both the old Hokage and the newborn weapon. Hiruzen had decided to keep a secret about the weird symbol in Naruto's palms, and he didn't need more attention than he already had. A man from the clan had stood up. The man was known as Fugaku Uchiha. "Lord Hokage, let me raise Naruto." The Uchiha clan would welcome him with open arms. Fugaku spoke with a neutral tone. At first, he wanted to mention that Kushina was a good friend of his wife, therefore, she would be more than happy to raise Naruto. But he wasn't sure yet if the old Hokage would reveal to everyone who's Naruto's parent were. Danzo narrowed his eyes while Hiruzen's facial expression didn't change from the outside. "No. If I were to give Naruto to any clan, their power and influence would increase, therefore breaking the balance in the village. Naruto will be raised in an orphanage," Hiruzen stated, ignoring the glare of Danzo. Fugaku sighed, disappointed since he could be a good friend with Sasuke but decided to keep his mouth shut. Sitting back in the chair, Sarutobi decided to end the meeting. "This meeting is over," Sarutobi spoke and left the room with Naruto, who was sleeping. Walking outside, Shukaku Nara shook his head in disappointment. He turned to his friends and gestured for them to follow him out. Everyone left, and Danzo quickly reached his office. Closing the door, he snapped his fingers, and two weapons kneeled in front of him. "I want you to spy on Naruto Uzumaki, blonde hair, 3 whiskers in each cheek, newborn, the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. I want any valuable information," Danzo stated, and they both left as if they were never there. "To begin with, soon he will be mine." The sun blazed bright gold through the open windows of the Hokage's office. Summer warmth threaded its way even into the deep ravines of Sarutobi's wrinkled hands, easing the aches of worn joints and the onset of arthritis. Though he was faced with a mountain of paperwork 3 hours high, the Sundaime Hokage of Konohagakure spared a moment for the joy of a summer afternoon. He breathed in the scent of heated earth and leaves, a faint tinge of wood smoke, a whiff of compost. Even the sounds of his village floated upon the gentle breeze, a laugh here, the clatter of a cart there. A light rap on his office door. "Come in," he called out, straightening the official hat where it lay, abandoned, on his desk. A tall man slid into the room, moving as if neither gravity's decree nor the limitations of joints and bones applied to him. The handle of a sword protruded from behind one shoulder. "Hokage-sama is Naruto," the Anbu spoke, and the third flinched before immediately leaving through the window. Earlier, the streets of Konoha were crowded this morning as people returned from work and families went out for dinner. The murmurings of the crowd and its footfalls were loud as they were carried over the rooftops. In a small alley, a little nook of isolation, sat a young boy of 5 or 6 staring out at the crowd with a pair of sad-looking blue eyes. He had a home of sorts. A small apartment where he lived alone, but he didn't like it much there. Sitting on his bed alone and in silence was unbearable for him. For some reason, he preferred to sit as he was now. He was watching and listening to the crowd of people from a distance. Sometimes he would walk in the crowd pretending he was one of them. He would have switched places with any of them if he could. If he walked next to someone for a bit, he could almost imagine he wasn't alone. But the look in the eyes of the crowd when he was out in the open was just as bad as being alone in its own way. Those eyes made him feel cold, and the warmth people had just shown on their faces drained away when they noticed his presence. It felt as though he had done something wrong, but he could never guess as to what it was. Even now, as he sat watching, a few people passing by would notice him, and he could instantly feel the chilling effect of their impersonal eyes. He ducked his head into his arms to avoid them. It was his only defense. "What are you doing in there all by yourself?" The boy looked up quickly, surprised by the kindness in the man's voice. It was an older man with graying hair at the temples who had spoken. His face held a pleasant smile, the kind of which the boy had often seen but never actually received. Words escaped the blond child in this unfamiliar situation. He merely just looked on as the man took a few steps into the alley so he could get a better look at the child in the dim light. "Are you alone? What's your—" The man stopped in mid-step, recognizing the boy. The smile vanished from his face, and his jaw took a hard line as he struggled internally. The boy felt the chill crawl into his heart as he saw the kindness and warmth dissipate before him. Again he wondered why. The man took a step back, his eyes clouding. "It's you. I hope you feel every pain you brought to this village." He could only blink and watch as the scenario repeated itself. It was not completely uncommon for people to act like this towards him. The man was back at the alley entrance now. "My daughter." The man shook his head at the floor. "If only you had never come, she would still be." He was unable to finish the sentence as he covered his mouth and left. A few in the passing crowd noticed and watched the boy for a time before they continued to wherever they were going. The small blond boy just sat there unmoving even after the man had left. His body and mind were felt numb from the cold he felt in his heart. He would cry, but he couldn't. Something in the way people treated him made him feel as if it were his fault, that they should be the ones crying while he had no right. People ignored him, everyone ignored him. They didn't harm him physically, but they always gave him hateful looks. Naruto heard the whispers around him, calling him a monster. Some called him demon, but the little blonde never understood why. Despite no physical harm, the glares and the words and the loneliness he felt every day was worse than any harm he could receive. He was kicked from the orphanage when he reached 4 years old and forced to live in the streets until an Anbu with a dog mask found him. The following day, the Hokage gave him a place to live, a roof above his head to live alone. The Hokage was kind, but whenever he asked him, "Who were my parents?" he would answer him that they gave their lives for the village, but nothing else, just a vague answer with no real meaning behind it. Other times he would try to change the subject, but Naruto noticed all that. He could feel that the Hokage lied to him, but he was the Hokage and not him after all. Compared to him, he was just a child with no people to look after him, with no power to protect himself. Naruto was only a little kid with no one around. No one to call To-chan, no one to call Ka-chan, no one to call family, no one to love him. The word itself felt strange to Naruto. He knew what it meant, but at the same time, he didn't. He had tried a few times to talk to children of his age, but their parents would always pull them away, telling them that Naruto was nothing but trouble. Naruto had wanted to read books to pass the time, but the orphanage made sure to never allow his books until 3 months ago. Naruto didn't even know how to read or write. Learning how to read and write felt like the best day for Naruto. Hours passed, and he continued to sit there waiting for the sadness to go away so he could return to his empty home. The streets were empty at this late hour, and the city had quieted. It was in this deep silence that he thought he heard something. It was a faint sound, but it seemed to grow louder in his ears as he focused on it. It was rhythmic. Drip drip drip. He closed his eyes to focus harder. The sound grew louder still. It started to sound like it was right next to him when he opened his eyes and found himself somewhere unfamiliar. It was an enormous and very dark hall. The floor was only slightly flooded, but the water came up above his knees since he was so small. He pressed his lips together, feeling afraid. Only slightly, though. He began to walk, his curiosity growing as he did so. In truth, he did not want to leave this place. He did not want to go back to the alley or back home. While he was afraid, he also had an odd feeling about this place. Or maybe it was the lack of emotion. In any case, he recognized that he was not alone here. He walked till he came to an enormous gate that was locked tight. The type of which he thought was supposed to keep him out. Until he heard a raspy breath from within the darkness. Then it seemed more likely it was to keep something from getting out. The blonde peered into the darkness behind bars looking for the source of the breathing. Before Naruto could get closer to see who or what was behind the gate, he suddenly felt a gaze behind him. But he didn't feel malice coming from this one. No, this one felt calm, even calmer than the gaze of the Hokage. Felt like the feeling he got around in nature, a sense of peace and belonging. Slowly turning around, almost afraid that whoever looked at him with kindness would disappear, and Naruto would understand that it was just his imagination. Fully turned, he saw strange purple eyes looking at him directly in the eyes. Naruto didn't know why, but he felt he had seen the older man before. The man looked old, but the most surprising thing, he was floating above the floor, his legs in a cross position, and below him were 6 strange dark balls. From the naked eye, the balls looked usual, just dark color, but Naruto could feel something strange, a feeling. Naruto's focus turned to the older man again, and he had a long pointy beard and 2 fangs on his forehead. Slightly pale skin, his hair spiky and brown, and a strange small red circle on his forehead had smaller dark circles. Wearing a long white kimono that covered his entire body, across his chest were 6 painted tomoe. Despite being old, Naruto could feel the insane strength in him. His chakra was enormous. Compared to Hokage, he felt like a dragon compared to an ant. Naruto stayed silent, not knowing what to say. He still wasn't sure where he was. "It's good to see you, Ashura and Indra," the man called Naruto with melancholy on his tone, taking Naruto by surprise. Talking to him as if he knew him, but Naruto was sure that he had never seen the man before. "Indra? Ashura? Who are they? And why is he calling me like that?" Naruto asked himself, and for a moment, he thought the older man was mistaken. But the strange cold feeling he usually got when someone lied to him wasn't there this time. Naruto opened his mouth to respond but found no words leaving his mouth, closing it. He took the courage needed and asked, Who are you? And why are you calling me Indra and Ashura?" Naruto asked respectfully and not meeting the eyes of the older man. Despite feeling calm and his gaze was kind towards him, Naruto had understood the hard way not to look people you don't know in the eye. Some people in shops had started throwing things at him this one time. Another time, he had wanted to look at a mask, but the shopper had pushed him roughly to the ground. His back had ached the whole day, but the worst part, the shopper had thrown the mask to his head with enough force that his forehead had started bleeding. Naruto had looked around the crowd of people that had gathered to see if anyone wanted to help him, or maybe looking at the shopper with disapproval and anger. But instead, the crowd had looked at Naruto with anger, earning approval looks from them. A crowd had gathered around him, and for a moment, Naruto was afraid they would start beating him, but instead after a minute, the crowd had split up, some glaring daggers at him, piercing his little heart like knives. Naruto had cried himself to sleep that night, talking to himself, asking himself why no one was with him. Escaping his thoughts, the older man chuckled and smiled at Naruto that the blonde gladly returned. He smiled and spoke with a tone almost like an old friend. "My name is Hagoromo Otsutsuki. I'm what people know as the Sage of the 6 Paths," he introduced himself, still smiling warmly at the little kid in front of him. Hagoromo glanced at the moon and sun symbol on his palms. He had no doubts who the kid was, and he could swear he saw his son standing behind Naruto, like guards. Ashura with his usual happy face but almost looking wary, while Indra had a cold hard look on his eyes. His Mangekyo Sharingan shining like a dark and red star, his Mangekyo looking like the symbol of Uzumaki clan. Behind his back was tied the war fan, gun by. His face was as emotionless as the day he fought against Ashura. Naruto realized where the older man was looking, moving his palms behind his back, almost afraid. He knew about the strange symbols on his palms, even asked the Hokage what they meant, and to Naruto's surprise, the Hokage actually didn't know the answer. Naruto, of course, had tried to wash it away. He remembered one time, he wanted to wash it away for almost an hour straight without stopping, thinking they were the reason that people hated him after this one woman had called him a freak and that the symbol was there to show it, everyone, that he's a monster in human form. Hiding his hands away, he turned to look at the older man again with a confused look. "Sage of 6 Paths?" Naruto asked with a tiny voice, almost afraid to ask, his eyes still focusing on the floor. Hagoromo frowned, his displeasure visible. He didn't really understand why the cage would let the village treat Naruto like this. It is almost like he wants Naruto to betray the village. The Jinchuriki is supposed to be the most secret weapon of the village. Literally, everyone in the village knows his identity when it is supposed to be top secret so that the information wouldn't come out and no enemy shinobi would try to assassinate him, and therefore getting rid of the most powerful asset of the village. Not only that, but the Baiju would be revived in the place he died, and without the 4th Hokage this time, And without an Uzumaki to hold the insane strength of Kurama, the village would be destroyed. Knowing the kid didn't know who he was, Hagoromo smiled again, trying to ease the tension the kid was feeling. "You don't have to be afraid of me, Naruto. As for who I am, people around the world know me as the father of all shinobi. I walked this land almost 2 millennia ago." Naruto gasped at the information and immediately bowed his head respectfully, but decided to say nothing since he didn't know it would be appropriate to talk without being asked. "As I said, you don't need to be afraid. And we don't do that here. I'm sure you have questions, so feel free to ask away." Hagoromo spoke with a kind tone. Naruto said nothing but could feel that the old man truly meant it, so he took a step forward, his hands slowly moving in front and not hiding behind his back anymore. Slightly relaxing, he decided to ask a question. "Why are you here? And how are you, alive?" Naruto asked, but almost sure that the man in front of him couldn't be alive, at least not in the way humans are usually alive. Hagoromo chuckled at him. "I'm not really alive, and I won't be here for long. I'm here because of you." Hagoromo spoke and pointed towards his palms. Naruto, understanding, looked downwards at his palms almost in hesitation. "You know why I have the weird symbols?" Naruto asked, looking back at the older man again. "The moon and the sun shows that you're the reincarnation of my sons, Ashura Otsutsuki and Indra Otsutsuki," Hagoromo answered and saw the gears working on Naruto's head. After a second, Naruto raised his eyebrows. "Reincarnated? Why?" Naruto asked, but at the same time, he couldn't really believe it. He knew a shinobi could do many things, but reincarnation is something he had never heard of. Again, he didn't know that much since his sources of books and materials to read and earn knowledge were very limited. The old Hokage gave him enough to eat and drink and buy a few things, but sadly every store sold him at 3 times the price. Therefore leaves him almost no money to spend on books, much to his annoyance. Naruto had wanted for some time to ask the older man to give him more money probably, but figured he didn't have more. But at the same time, Naruto wondered if his parents had left him anything? If they were shinobi, just as Hokage stated, then the chances that they must have left something to him were high. "My son Ashura and Indra were brothers but at the same time, enemies. My son Ashura believed that people working together is where the true strength comes from, while Indra believed that only your own strength mattered. After I announced that Ashura would be my heir, my other son Indra betrayed us and started a war that never ended. My son Indra was reincarnated again in Madara Uchiha and my son Ashura was reincarnated in Hashirama Senju. They fought each other, continuing the war." He stopped with pain in his eyes and looked directly at Naruto's eyes. "Until you were born," he finished with a hint of relief and pride in his tone. Naruto understood what he meant but at the same time wondered why would that happen. He knew who Senju Hashirama was. The first Hokage was still known as the god of shinobi. He had never heard of Uchiha Madara, but he must have been strong from what Hagoromo told him. But this confused Naruto. He wasn't of the Uchiha clan. How Naruto was sure that he didn't belong to any clan as far as he knew. He had the name Uzumaki, but no clan in Konoha had that name, and no one said anything about an actual Uzumaki clan. And he was dead sure that he didn't belong to Senju clan, so why would they be reincarnated in him? As if he could read his mind, Hagoromo raised his hand and spoke. "The reason why is because you are a child of Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha clan. Just like me," Hagoromo stated with a smile. Naruto was shocked, and his eyes widened. He instinctively took a half step back from Hagoromo. What? That's impossible. If that's true, why hasn't the Uchiha clan raised me? And I have never heard of Uzumaki clan," Naruto stated with both happiness and anger in his tone. His teeth clenched, his eyes narrowed, and his knuckles turned white as milk. If what the older man said was true, then why didn't he have a family? His parents might be dead, but what about the others? Did the others of his clan not care for him to raise him, or did they see me as a monster? Naruto asked himself in the end, with a tear developing on his right eye. Did they abandon him? Did no one really love him? Did they call him demon behind his back like all the others? "I don't know why, Naruto." He was interrupted by a third voice in the big dark hall. "Perhaps I might answer that." Naruto looked around to see who talked when he saw a pair of giant red eyes looking at them from behind bars. The blonde didn't know why, but he didn't feel scared or threatened by the creature behind bars. He felt relaxed, and a feeling he usually got whenever he ate ramen to Ichiraku. Hagoromo chuckled and turned to look at Kurama with kindness. It's been a long time. Kurama. Otsutsuki Ashura was chosen as the successor of Ninchu because of his ideals of peace. However, this didn't agree with his elder brother, Otsutsuki Indra. Indra thought that since he was the eldest, he should lead the world in his father's place. Angered at his younger brother and father, he tried to fight his brother for the position. After the battle between them, Indra, feeling humiliated from the defeat by his brother, left promising to destroy Ashura and his brethren. Ashura took his role as successor to Ninchu very seriously, going so far as to travel the four corners of the world just like his father in hopes of teaching people about the special property that allowed one to be one with it. Not just nature, and be one with everyone as well. He even gained some followers during his travel. Just like his father, he too shared his chakra with his followers. His children started calling themselves Senju and Uzumaki. He had 2 sons and a daughter. On the other hand, when Indra heard the exploits of his younger brother, he too gained some followers who were against the ideals of peace through love and wanted to bring peace in the world through power alone. His children gained the power of the Sharingan. He had 4 sons and 2 daughters. His descendants started calling themselves Uchiha, ironically, who too held hate for Ashura's descendant. Time caught up to him, just as it did for every living thing, and it took his life away. Indra, who was a genius, also had a similar fate. Despite all of his natural genius, he was also someone that time removed. Everyone had to die at some stage. Their descendants fell very short of their ancestors' wishes. They forgot their burden and tasks they should have carried on through their blood. Naruto looked at the giant fox behind bars. The Kyuubi had orange, silky-looking fur, with black markings around his eyes connected to his, funnily enough, rabbit-like ears. The upper body was humanoid, including the hands. The lower body was just like a fox, barring the 9 long swaying tails in the back. The fire was the closest thing they looked like. The red, slitted eyes looked him closely with a hint of malice. Naruto spoke first. "You're the Kyuubi?" Naruto half shouted, and suddenly everything made sense to him. It clicked in his head as he had just found the last missing piece of the puzzle. The glares, the words, the hatred behind the eyes of everyone suddenly made sense. Kyuubi was sealed inside him. Naruto's face pales, and he finds himself looking downwards. He had many questions in his head, but many of them, why me? Why did the 4th sealed Kyuubi inside me? Why do people hate me then? I'm the reason Kyuubi is not out there killing people. Do they not understand how seals work? Naruto asked himself in confusion. Naruto stood silent and just kept his gaze at the floor, and he didn't understand it. Why did the 4th Hokage choose him? Did he choose him because he had no parents and therefore much more accessible to burden him rather than someone with parents? Kurama looked at him with concern written all over his face. While true, the citizens didn't try to harm him, except 3 times. However, still, he knew Naruto suffered from the number of insults, glares thrown at him every day, but most importantly, he longed for a love, for someone to call a friend, for someone to call family. While Naruto wondered why Kyuubi had attacked his village, sure everyone around him said that Kyuubi was a demon, but was it just that? Did he attack the village for no reason other than just being a demon? Go ahead and ask your questions. The Kyuubi snickered at seeing the boy face fault at having his mind read. I only have one question. Why did you attack Konoha? He asked firmly before gulping a little as he saw the giant fox narrow its eyes angrily. Its tail shifted some as it took a deep and calming breath. Apparently, it was a sore subject. A masked man with a Sharingan ripped me out of my previous container and put me under his control with that accursed Kake Genkai. I was then taken to your village and forced to rampage through it until your 4th Hokage came and sealed me into you, and that's how we got here. I should warn you that man apparently needed my power for something far beyond simply rampaging through some human village, at least before he was stopped and released his control over me just before I was resealed. He would likely return in the future to try and rip me out of you, and I don't need to tell you that, with this seal, would result in certain death for us. Boy. The Kyuubi spoke with an angry undertone. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the prospect of being hunted in the future for what he contained. He decided to move on and worry about that later. While Hagoromo wanted to talk with Naruto, his time was running out, and he needed to explain everything before he left. Coughing and earning the attention of both Kurama and Naruto, They turned their heads to him. "Kurama, you said you knew why the Uchiha clan didn't take care of Naruto, so can you shed some light in this matter?" Hagoromo asked calmly. Kurama glanced at Naruto for a second, and he wasn't sure how the little blonde would react, knowing that the whole reason why he was alone was that Hokage had refused for anyone to adopt him. The ponytail guy, like a cactus, had requested to raise Naruto. Still, the Hokage had refused, saying that Naruto would strengthen the influence of the said clan and bring unbalance. Kurama didn't fully remember, but Naruto had been in the same room when that happened. Kurama had listened to the conversation since Minato and Kushina had made sure that Kurama could help Naruto from the very beginning for anything and even talk to him even without Naruto being in his mindscape. Kurama, of course, understood why the Uchiha's clan request to raise Naruto was declined. They had suspicions about why Kyuubi had suddenly stopped and not thrown the Baijiu bomb in the middle of the village right before being teleported away by Minato. The Hokage declined any request of any clan to raise Naruto since it would bring unbalance amongst the village, and you can guess why families with no shinobi background didn't try to adopt Naruto. Kurama spoke with a hint of anger but sadness as well. Naruto's eyes almost fell from his eye sockets. "Why? Why did you do this? Does he not know that everyone else hates me? Does he not care about me?" Naruto asked himself, and feeling his chest hurting like never before, tears rolling down his cheek. It wasn't enough that he lied to him about his parents but denied him the right to be raised by a family that could have loved him. His chakra started rising, and a loud cry escaped his mouth. "Ah!" Naruto started slamming his fists on the floor cracked like glass, crying and sobbing, his eyes hurting as someone had just burned his eyes. His chest feeling like he wasn't breathing, and pain spreading around his body like a sickness. Kurama and Hagoromo were about to confront him when trees suddenly grew around Naruto, each with a pointy end and growing around without an actual course. Trees and branches started even growing around the walls and the roof. "Naruto, calm down. You're not alone. You might feel alone, but I'm your friend," Kurama said with a kind tone. That surprised even Hagoromo. The trees stopped growing, and slowly the trees that had grown around Naruto moved away, showing Naruto on his knees crying his eyes out. Slowly raising his head, both Hagoromo and Kurama gasped at the Rinnegan in both of his eyes. "Rinnegan?" Hagoromo thought, confused. He knew Naruto would eventually possess the Rinnegan because of Senju and Uchiha blood, but this was way sooner. Before he could actually say anything, the Rinnegan slowly disappeared, and his eyes turned blue again. The moment his eyes turned blue, Naruto felt dizzy, and everything started blacking out. Slowly his body fell in the water. Naruto gasped and opened his eyes to see that he was still in the corner where he was hiding, but he saw several trees had grown all around him. He saw that no one was walking around the street. The streets were empty, and the only thing he could see was the darkness surrounding the streets, the wind blowing around and hitting his face, his sun-kissed hair dancing with the wind. Naruto could hear the tiny sound of a cricket near him. Slowly getting up, he started walking and came out from the corner he was hiding, only to feel several Anbu coming his way. He turned around in time to see the old Hokage show up in front of him and hug him. Naruto was taken back. He thought to return the hug for a moment, but he didn't know what to feel. He felt his anger rising like an angry river. He didn't return the hug. Instead, he just had a blank look on his face and stared at one Anbu looking at them. The Anbu had a crow mask, and a sword tightened behind his back, dark hair and dark eyes. But what caught Naruto's attention was his chakra. He could feel that his chakra was slightly similar to his. Hiruzen Sarutobi received information that Naruto's wasn't in his apartment, and Anbu couldn't find him. After searching around the village, they all had felt the sudden surge of power. Arriving there, he was both relieved and worried about seeing Naruto all alone in the street. The old Hokage noticed the trees that had grown and wondered why. But one thing that bothered him the most was that Naruto didn't return the hug and didn't feel relaxed in his presence like he usually did, like every other time. This time, Sarutobi almost felt like Naruto wanted to pull away from him as fast as possible. Pulling away, he saw little Naruto trying to avoid his eyes. Instead, he looked downwards and had a blank look on his face. Sarutobi noticed Kakashi looked worried by it. He kneeled at his level and decided to talk to him in his apartment. Naruto didn't say anything and was silent throughout the whole road to his apartment. Usually, he would get excited whenever he spent time with him, but this time he looked like he wanted to do anything but that. Arriving in the apartment, Sarutobi first walked inside, followed by Naruto, who was still silent and refusing to say anything. He walked up to his couch and sat on it and still not looking at the Hokage. Deciding to break the growing silence between them, the old Hokage coughed and walked close to Naruto. "Naruto, what happened? Where were you? Did someone hurt you?" Hiruzen asked kindly, softly grabbing his hands resting on his lap. Naruto flinched slightly from his contact, which Hiruzen noticed. Nothing happened. I just fell asleep, and when I woke up, I saw the trees," Naruto answered, not looking at the Hokage, still keeping his head down. Sarutobi sighed, knowing he wasn't telling the whole truth but decided not to pressure Naruto. Moving his hands away, he stood up. "Do you need anything, Naruto?" the old Hokage asked, wanting to know if the blonde needed anything. Naruto wanted to scream, "I need a family," but kept that on his chest like a burden, and instead, he looked up at the old man. "I need books to read. The library doesn't really like the demon spoiling their books." Naruto spoke with venom and spat when he said demon. Hokage's eyes widened, not knowing that information. He hadn't thought that people might refuse to sell Naruto various essential things. Nodding his head. "Anything else?" Sarutobi asked, but Naruto just shook his head, and Sarutobi left the room. Naruto clenched his fists tightly in his lap, his pants almost being torn from the strength of his fingers, his teeth clenched, and anger rising inside him again. "Naruto, don't worry. If you need to talk to someone, talk with me," Kurama suddenly spoke inside his head. Naruto was surprised to hear Kurama's voice, and a small smile formed on his face. He closed his eyes. "Thank you, but I still didn't get your name," Naruto said gratefully. "My name is Kurama, brat," Kurama replied with a slight smile on his face. Naruto nodded his head in understanding and wondered why Kurama was kind to him. At the same time, he asked if he would ever meet Hagoromo again. He still had questions. From what he understood, Indra sought a single individual's strength, while Ashura thought that true power came from people working together. Naruto thought that both had a right and that the leader needs to be stronger than the others to protect them while accepting the help of others and not relying only on his own strength. "Sleep, Naruto. Tomorrow we will start training," Kurama said, and Naruto listened to him. Naruto soon reached an excellent training field with Kurama's help, and the Hokage had given him many books to study and even ninja weapons and tools to train. Naruto had woken up at 6 a.m., ate breakfast and left the apartment. Soon he reached the training field, and Kurama suggested to start by unlocking his chakra. "Good, now to unlock your chakra, and you need to meditate," he said, and saw Naruto raise an eyebrow wanting him to elaborate. "What then?" he asked, putting his hands behind his head. "Well, when you meditate, you will feel this feeling, and you need to pull it towards you," Kurama added, remembering what Kushina had gone through. Naruto nodded his head fast and quickly sat where he thought was alright in a mediating position, holding the fingers of his hands together. Naruto could feel the grass softly touching his legs whenever the wind came around. He closed his eyes and started focusing on finding the feeling that Kurama was talking about. After a few minutes, Naruto felt a very warm feeling on his chest, warmer than even fire. It felt like a fire on his chest. Soon the grass and the trees around Naruto started growing. The grass started moving violently around Naruto, almost like from a strong wind flying around. The ground started splitting slightly around Naruto. The grass on his right side caught ablaze, and on his left side got soaked wet. In front of him, the grass was split in half, almost like from a blade, and behind Naruto, the grass turned brown and crumbled like earth. Suddenly his chakra exploded. Naruto released his chakra, but the chakra risked being felt all around the village. Kurama made sure to close it before the whole village came here to see what was happening. Opening his eyes, Naruto saw the results of his chakra. A few small trees had grown around him, and the grass was a mess around him. While this happened, in a branch close sat a weasel-masked Anbu, Uchiha Itachi. The eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader was among the most trusted Anbu of the Sun Daime Hokage, along with Inu aka Hatake Kakashi. Graduating from the academy at the age of 7 and joining the ranks of elite Anbu at the age of 11, Itachi was considered the greatest prodigy from Konohagakure after Minato Namikaze and Hatake Kakashi, and his clansmen even said that he was the second coming of Uchiha Madara. As he sat atop the branch of a tall tree, He keenly observed young Naruto, who appeared to be meditating to unlock his chakra. It had been over an hour, and Itachi was immensely impressed by the boy's patience. Usually, children this age tend to be impatient and hyperactive. He was confident Naruto had reasonable control over his mind. The weasel-masked Anbu was one of the few people who knew that Naruto was the legacy of their late Yondaime Hokage and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Having known Minato and Kushina personally, and Yondaime was like a father figure to him, his mother had once said that she planned to threaten Hokage for not letting her adopt Naruto, but father was able to talk to her down and not do something reckless. As Kakashi had left the village for some urgent mission, he had asked Itachi if he could look over Naruto, and he had readily agreed to keep an eye on the young boy. He knew what the boy contained, and because of that, the kid had no friend growing up whatsoever, and it reminded him a little of his own childhood. Because those who held great power often find themselves standing alone even in a crowd full of people. Uchiha Itachi in no way was an arrogant person, but he knew he was a powerful and intelligent shinobi, and he was yet to reach his prime age. He was startled when the blonde unlocked his chakra and caused havoc in the training field. To say he was surprised would be an understatement. He wondered how could a kid have this much chakra, and he knew that wasn't because of the Kyuubi. "You can come out now, I know you're there," said Naruto. Opening his eyes, he came face to face with a boy wearing a mask around 11 or 12 years of age, waving down at him. "Hello, Naruto-kun," said the weasel-masked Anbu kindly, as he offered his hand to a slightly wary blonde. Naruto didn't move a muscle for a few seconds as he blankly stared at the masked shinobi in front of him. Due to his lack of positive interaction with people growing up, he was always wary of them. He smiled in return as he did not sense any negative feelings from the masked Anbu. "Who are you, and why is an Anbu spying on me?" He already knew the answer. "Cautious, huh? It's a good thing to be," stated the weasel-masked Anbu as he lowered his hand. "You still haven't answered my question," said Naruto, as he was still trying to sense any emotion from the masked Anbu. Staring at the young boy for a few more seconds, Itachi removed his mask, revealing his face. Naruto was mildly surprised by the shinobi's actions. Naruto always thought that Anbu weren't supposed to show their faces unless ordered by the Hokage or if they weren't working. "I'm not here to harm you, Naruto-kun. I simply wish to talk," Itachi replied. He remained rooted in his spot, to not raise any unnecessary suspicion in the young child's mind in front of him. Hearing everything from Izuna-senpai gave a vague idea about the blonde's personality. From what he heard, Naruto was far more mature, calm-headed, and smarter than kids his age. He could see his own reflection when he looked at the blonde. "Why would you wish to associate yourself with me?" asked Naruto, a bit skeptical, at the raven-haired Anbu. Itachi clearly noticed the awareness in the blonde's tone. He wasn't surprised or startled by Naruto's actions. In fact, he was impressed by the blonde wariness. Tensing of the biceps was a clear indication that the blonde still did not trust him. Growing up, Naruto never made any friends because the villagers feared what resided within him. The very village of Naruto's protecting tramples every day of his life. After all, it is human nature for people to fear for what they do not understand. Closing his eyes for a few seconds, he took a deep breath and made up his mind about what he had to do. He wasn't a very impulsive person, but this was something that he really felt like doing. Itachi calmly walked closer to Naruto and poked him on the forehead lightly. As Naruto looked up, his eyes widened as he saw the small smile that was present on the shinobi's face. At that moment, Naruto felt a wave of happiness wash over his mind. "You are not what people think you are, Naruto. The villagers are misguided and blinded by the hate that shadows their minds. Do not think so low of yourself. The shinobi world we live in is indeed a ruthless place. But we shinobi are those who endure for a reason and protect what is important to us," Itachi explained. His mother had told Itachi to look after Naruto whenever he could, and if he could, sometimes help him as a big brother would. Naruto gave him a smile in return as he himself witnessed the horrors of shinobi life from Kurama's perspective. "So are you going to give me your name?" asked Naruto. If Itachi was embarrassed at the moment, he did not show it on his face. "My name is Itachi Uchiha," introduced the raven-haired teen. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto." "Nice to meet you, Itachi-san," replied Naruto giving a slight bow of his head. Itachi was shocked by the manners of the boy. Kids this age introduced themselves like they were being chosen as the next chosen Hokage. "Would you mind if I train with you, Naruto-kun?" Itachi asked. Naruto smiled and nodded his head. "Very well," Naruto said and took 5 steps back and turned to look at Itachi. The young Uchiha knew Naruto had no real standing taijutsu but decided to fix it once after this spar. Soon they both rushed towards each other. He first threw a punch towards his face, but Itachi suddenly disappeared. Naruto immediately turned around, ready to kick him. The Uchiha grabbed his foot and threw him in the opposite direction. Itachi was caught off guard by Naruto. Knowing he was behind him, Naruto stood up immediately and grabbed a kunai from his pouch, rolling it in his direction finger. He rushed again, running towards him, but threw the kunai halfway through. Itachi saw the kunai heading towards his chest and moved away, but then Naruto grabbed another kunai and threw at the kunai in midair, causing it to change direction. Itachi was surprised, but the kunai didn't fly anywhere close to him despite changing the direction. Seeing that, Itachi suddenly moved much faster, showing up behind Naruto and softly kicking his foot, making him fall to the ground. Naruto kept a cool head and wanted to try and stand up again when he saw Itachi aiming his kunai at his face. The young blonde stopped dead on his track. For a moment, he feared that Itachi might try to harm him. Still, he smiled and pulled the kunai away before walking up to him and stretching out his hand. Naruto accepted the hand and stood up, waiting for Itachi to say that he was disappointed by him. "Very well done, Naruto-kun. The idea to use the kunai like that was a good one," Itachi said, smiling at him and rubbing his hair, much to the blonde's annoyance. Naruto beamed at the words, his face lightened up like a candle. "You mean it?" Naruto asked with a sense of insecurity in his voice. Itachi smiled again and nodded his head. He kneeled on his level and pecked his forehead with his fingers, and smiled. "Now then, let's begin a real training. Do what I say," Itachi said with a stern tone, and Naruto nodded his head in agreement. After 1 month. The following month Itachi taught Naruto whenever he could. Usually, he was in missions but sometimes had time to teach Naruto about chakra control and other various essential things. From sticking a leaf on his forehead to reading books about chakra, clans and other important things. Naruto had taken a liking to seals. After understanding that a seal could hold someone like Kurama on his stomach, the young blonde understood that there was a lot of potential hidden behind Fuinjutsu. Right now, Naruto was sticking leaves on his forehead and balancing kunai on his fingertips. Itachi told him that was an important lesson for chakra control. Kurama had taught him a few things as well but mostly helped him whenever he was tired, like giving him his chakra so he could train longer. Naruto spends at least 9 hours every day training Kenjutsu, Fuinjutsu, and Taijutsu. Kurama and Itachi told him that he could start learning ninjutsu once he had reasonable chakra control, and according to Kurama, it wouldn't take long. Naruto had asked Furball if he should tell Itachi anything about what he learned from Hagoromo, but Kurama was against it. He said that despite everything, Itachi was loyal to the village. And Naruto didn't say anything to the old Hokage about Hagoromo or him being a reincarnation of Indra and Ashura Otsutsuki because he still felt bitter that he had declined any clan the request to raise him. Why? Naruto didn't know why a family like everyone else couldn't raise him? Am I really a monster? Naruto quickly shook his head in denial. The leaves on his forehead and the kunai fell to the grass. The young blonde kept a stoic face but inside, he felt like someone had stabbed his heart. Standing up, he looked at the palms of his hands. The moon and sun symbols still made him confused. Walking through the training field, his hands behind his head, he thought of his parents. Before he could think of anything, he suddenly felt 2 chakras rushing towards him. Jumping up, a sword cut through the air. Naruto's eyes widened seeing the masked shinobi with a katana in his hand. "Who are you?" Naruto exclaimed, jumping away. Jumping up to a tree, he turned his head just in time to see another Anbu ready to slice him. Naruto saw the sword moving slower and slower towards his face. Naruto didn't have time to think about what was happening to him before he jumped away from the Chunin level speed attack. Usually, anyone else would be surprised by the kid, but they felt and looked as emotionless as a stone. Landing on his feet, Naruto grabbed a kunai from his pouch and was ready to defend himself. These were Anbu and much stronger than him, and not to mention there were 2 of them. The blonde knew he couldn't outrun them. He was a kid, and being able to outrun an Anbu would be impossible. "Naruto, You need my help, Kurama said in anger. Suddenly Naruto was engulfed in red chakra, and his eyes changed. Now he had a fully matured Sharingan in each eye and red slit. His nails grew on his hands, 2 times longer, his whiskers looking more and darker, his hair grew spiky, a red cloak of chakra surrounded him. It almost looked like made of bubbles. A tail slowly grew behind his back. He was standing on his 4, glaring at the Anbu in front of him. Before the Anbu could do anything, Naruto roared at the closest Anbu, sending a shock wave, throwing him against a tree. Naruto immediately rushed at the second one. He moved his right hand forward, and the chakra cloak surrounding his hand expanded and moved towards the Anbu. The hand made of chakra looked 5 times larger than expected. The Anbu avoided the attack, but Naruto was already behind him and sliced his back open. His blood flew like a waterfall around Naruto as well, but he didn't have time to think as the second Anbu was behind him ready to stab him. Then suddenly, a third hand made of chakra came out from his back and grabbed the sword before it could penetrate his back. Naruto moved his right hand immediately and cut open his stomach. His guts fell in the ground, the blood turned the grass red. The Anbu fell on his knees, but he didn't make a sound, not even moving his hands on his wound to try and hold his guts inside. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw what he had just done. The body started burning, and soon there was nothing left but ash. The chakra cloak around Naruto disappeared, and the blonde fell on his knees, tears running down his cheek. His eyes widened like a plate, his heart beating on his throat like a hammer. "I'm a monster." "No," Kurama interjected before he could finish what he wanted to say. "Don't even think for a minute that you're a monster. You're not a monster, and the monster is whoever sent these people to kill you. A monster is people who threaten to kill a baby in front of their parents. A monster is when someone kills a little boy for no reason other than for the rush of blood. Not you. A monster is when someone forces you to kill the only people that you could call friends. A monster is when forces you to kill numberless people for no reason," Kurama said with honesty in his voice. Just mentioning it, Kurama remembered when he attacked the village when Kushina left the world. Naruto stood silent and thought about what he said. The blonde wasn't stupid, and he knew what Itachi and every shinobi mostly did in their missions. After an hour of nothing but silence, his cheeks dry, he stood up. "Thank you, Kurama," Naruto spoke in a tone of relief and happiness, happy that he had someone like Kurama with him all the time. "Let's go back to your apartment," Kurama said. Kurama had made sure that his chakra wouldn't expand and be detected by everyone during the fight, but still, someone could have felt Naruto. Tomorrow. Yuga Otsutsuki was Konohagakure no Sato's premier swordsman. Her skill with the sword far exceeded the basic instruction that constituted the minimal training that was bestowed upon the Anbu within whose ranks she was assimilated into. As a member of the Black Ops division of her ninja village, Yuga had been exposed to missions most ninja within the ranks of the village couldn't even fathom. Considering this facet of her life, Yuga was understandably upset when the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, assigned her to watch over Konoha's resident troublemaker and pariah. At the same time, squad rotation policies were being implemented. The vast majority of Konoha's adult population was well aware of the fact that Naruto Uzumaki played host and jailer to the most powerful entity known to civilization as a result of some clever handiwork by the late fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. In a desperate attempt to save the village he was sworn to protect, Minato sacrificed his life to contain the Kyuubi no Yoko within Naruto. Regrettably, Naruto was seen as a physical representation of the suffering and carnage caused by Kyuubi attacking Konoha. As such, many of the villagers indulged in the therapeutic act of destroying the 9-year-old body and spirit to derive some sort of compensation for their losses. During one of these therapeutic sessions, Yuga was able to track Naruto being chased by a rotund and inebriated member of Konoha's civilian population. A few short moments earlier, the aforementioned civilian had spotted a Naruto walking by. Naruto turned around at the sound of a wooden crate being kicked aside. The man drunk had a large piece of metal in his hand, ready to harm Naruto. But much to the Anbu's surprise, Naruto dodged the attack and just walked away, not wanting to deal with drunken idiots. Yuga reported the night's events to the Hokage as soon as she was able to verify that Naruto had reached his apartment. A small smile graced her features as she watched the boy crash into his couch, falling asleep with a smile of his own plastered firmly onto his face. Upon reaching her commander's office, she relayed the events of the night with unerring detail. It was clear to the aged Hokage that the Anbu agent was particularly proud of how the young boy had stood up for himself. The unmistakable hint of pride is what led to the current topic of conversation between the pair. "Hokage-sama," Yugao spoke reverently, "if you allowed it, I would like to teach Naruto the basics of Kenjutsu so that he may be prepared for such situations, if and when the need arises." He was up against a drunken man who had no formal training in any form of combat. The Hokage turned around to face the massive window in his office as he pondered his charge's request. Hiruzen loved the boy dearly and was painfully aware of the mistreatment he was subject to daily. The idea proposed by Yugao greatly appealed to him until he realized that members of his council, both ninja and civilian, would be in an uproar if they learned that the village pariah was being tutored by one of their elite ninjas. The following actions would only cause Naruto more harm than good, as more populace members might be tempted to cause bodily harm to the child. As the Hokage turned back around to face Yugao, she identified the defeated slump of her commander's shoulder and correctly guessed that she would not be given the affirmative. "Yugao-chan," the Hokage began looking into her eyes, conveying his thoughts on the matter with a mere address. "I understand, Hokage-sama." Yugao picked up the signals quickly. She chose to continue, however. "I just wish there was some way to pass on instruction to the boy." The pain was clear in his eyes if only masked behind his determination. That statement sparked an idea in the Hokage's mind. The problem arose from private tutoring and the reallocation of a competent ninja's abilities towards a lost cause in the eyes of both councils, but not the passing on of instruction. "Yugao-chan, I want a critical assessment of Naruto's physical abilities and mental capacity to the best of your ability submitted within a week from today, along with a recommended training program for the boy to compensate for any lacking in either criterion. I cannot have you spend time tutoring the boy as this would be seen in a bad light by the wretched council, but maybe you can pass on your knowledge in written form." Yugao snapped her eyes to meet those of the Hokage. The idea was sound since instilling the fundamentals of combat need not require an active tutor. Naruto could learn from scrolls about adequate exercises, basic kenjutsu. If he took the matter seriously, he would instill discipline into his life, a value most important for a disciple of kenjutsu. Giving a sharp nod to her commander and a quick salute, Yugao snapped back her mask on and disappeared in a flurry of leaves. The Hokage sighed once again. Sure, a significant problem was on the verge of being solved, but why did his ninja insist on leaving his office using a leaf shunshine? They always left leaves behind in his office. He sighed, a headache ready to split open his head. Itachi had informed him that Naruto was perfectly healthy. While that brought happiness to his old heart, he couldn't help but remember the voice and face Naruto had the last time he saw him. He wondered when Jiraiya would return. Naruto desperately needed someone in his life, but the old Sannin mentioned in his last letter that he had decided to meet Naruto once he became a Jonin. At the same time, that sounded good on paper. Sarutobi knew that it was a long 7 years for the poor boy. Sighting on sadness, he returned to his paperwork. Naruto. Again on his mindscape, Naruto was in front of Kurama's cage, and his mindscape had changed slightly. Now instead of just a boring hall with water on the floor, now there were trees around. Kurama had said that he liked the new mindscape more. "Why do you call me Kurama?" Naruto asked, knowing there must be a reason that Furball called him. The giant fox, instead of answering, just turned his head to his right. Turning, Naruto saw Hagoromo standing there, but one thing Naruto noticed straight away, as he looked more transparent, almost like he was slowly disappearing. "Hagoromo-sama, why are you here?" Naruto asked respectfully, looking at the older man, giving the young blonde a small smile. "I need to tell you something before I disappear. It has something to do with your father," he stated. And Naruto had his full attention on him. Long ago, in a time forgotten by the people of the world, was an era of enduring rage and unending wars. Humankind had been cursed to fight each other in an eternal war. They fought over petty reasons, for performing horrific crimes against one another or for no reason at all other than violence and death. Different factions often tried to better themselves by weakening their enemies so their own military strength could be more significant, only for a greater force to overwhelm them later. Humanity had a curse, a distasteful and infectious curse that all beings were infected with. One, more powerful than any war. The curse of hatred. A potent force that can drive an innocent person to become a beast fueled by rage to hunt down those who wronged them. All the while inflicting more pain, brutality and spreading further hatred among people. Hatred was like a tree, and it only continued to grow as more and more people were festered by it. Those who were directly affected by it and those who bared witness to those horrific outbursts of fury, no one was ever safe from it. One may even say it was genetic and could be passed down the generations. But, what came after hatred? Most would say healing. They were healing from the pain of their lives and the pain they brought on others. Only an imbecile would believe that it would bring about a stop to hatred. What comes after hatred would be either of the following things: emptiness, where a person would lose everything that was ever close to them, their own self. The emptiness it brought forth was like an ever-spreading fire with nothing to quench it with, or even more hatred, where the anger would blind people to the truth and make them accept that the world itself was responsible for what happened to them. Among the humans and their inherited hatred was a tree. A tree of massive height and equally enormous power. A tree that was worshipped as a god. This tree had a consciousness of its own, but very few knew the full extent of its intellect. This tree watched as the humans around it fought and murdered each other and cheated on one another for their own gain while turning a blind eye to others. The tree knew that while humanity had the capacity for good and evil, they overwhelmingly chose the latter option. The tree would often look down upon the humans and be disgusted by what it would see. At times it took pity upon them for their short lives and weakness. The colossal tree didn't know whether it liked being praised as a god or feared like the Shinigami. But it did tolerate the level of respect the humans showed it. Even the tree, with all its foresight, knew that one day wisdom would be lost, hope would diminish, fate would be turned in different directions, and justice would fall. It was merely waiting for that to happen and for humanity to be entirely consumed by hatred. Every 1,000 years, the god tree bore the fruit of immeasurable power and destruction, a fruit that held its power within. The reasons why one could not lay their hands upon this fruit had been lost to ages. Thousands of years ago, a man named Tenji was the leader of the land of ancestors. He desired for peace and tried to avoid direct confrontation with his opponents to avoid wars being waged. He wished for a peaceful alliance and negotiations with them. One day he came across a lady who could be considered a goddess at first glance in terms of her beauty. She wore a white robe with 6 domos in the front and purple lining near her arms. She had beautiful silky and straight hair, the same color as that of snow. But what mesmerized him were her eyes. They were pupilless, giving off a silvery glow. He saw her gazing at the night sky with such patience. He had not seen this person before in his land, so he spoke to her. "May I know who you are?" asked Tenji curiously, looking at her. The lady, for her part, didn't reply for a while. A few seconds later, she turned to look at him. "I'm Kaguya Otsutsuki." He found her voice to be very melodic. "Where do you come from? What do you desire here?" And again, Kaguya didn't reply for a few seconds. She didn't know if she could confide to him what she wanted or where she came from. From what she felt of these vile creatures called humans, they were filled with anger and darkness. Yet from him, she couldn't feel much of it. "I desire peace. Peace among everyone. A place devoid of wars and hatred." She looked at him and saw the man nod his head. "I come not from another land in this world, but from the stars." Tenji, for his part, was surprised to hear this. Wanting to know more about her, he began to make small talks with her. After that fateful day, Tenji allowed Kaguya to stay within his palace. He was glad there was another who shared the same ideals as him. They began to meet each other more often and spend more time together each passing day. Soon enough, the two became lovers. His devotion to Kaguya's cause for peace made him threaten his own followers with death if they dared threaten peace with the land of that. After Sukazu, the minister of land of that, tried to kidnap Kaguya, Tenji was horrified of Kaguya's godlike powers when he witnessed her kill many of his soldiers in self-defense. Eventually, Tenji decided to betray his love to prevent a war from breaking out. However, as the two sides attempted to capture Kaguya, she ate the god tree fruit and gained unimaginable powers. With her new abilities, she cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. As Tenji fell victim to the genjutsu, he asked her what she was, unaware that she was carrying his children. Kaguya Otsutsuki, for her benevolence for ending the wars and stopping the spread of hatred, was named Rabbit Goddess because of her 2 horn-like protrusions, which resembled rabbit ears. Like the Shinju, Kaguya was also worshipped as a living god on earth. People bowed before her in respect and reverence for her power and divine will that many considered had no equal. However, Kaguya had not broken the chain of hatred, instead, it merely fractured it. She forced more people to submit to her iron will to stop the hate from spreading. Her power, which was once praised, soon came to be feared, and instead of being called the Usagi no Megami, she came to be known as the Oni, demon. At some point, Kaguya gave birth to two sons, Hagoromo and Homura. Both children were born with the same power as their mother. The ability to use chakra. These two boys gained legendary prowess of their own using their own innate ability. When Hagoromo and Homura found out about their mother's inhuman act of putting people under her control and using them as puppets, they wanted to confront her. But Hagoromo knew that he didn't have enough power to go against his mother yet. He soon came across a toad by the name of Gamamaru who could utilize natural energy. Intrigued by the power in Shinjutsu chakra, both Hagoromo and Homura went to Mount Myaboku and Gamamaru. There Hagoromo learned to utilize natural energy, Shinjutsu chakras. When he returned to confront his mother, he was further shocked. Hagoromo was horrified that his mother, who had given birth to him, could become one with the vile creature in front of him. During the confrontation, Hagoromo awakened the Rinnegan, God's eyes, due to the pain of harming his brother, Homura, who his mother was controlling. Hagoromo was fortunate that Gamamaru had given him a tag with the kanji for heal filled with sage chakra, which he used to heal his brother from the mortal wound Homura received. "Why, mother? Why would you commit such atrocious acts? Don't you care about the people of this land?" asked an enraged Hagoromo. "Chakra is everything. It's life, and it is soul. It needs to be whole again, you insolent child. You dare betray me?" spoke Kaguya with an emotionless face. The two brothers fought in a cataclysmic battle that scarred the very earth. With all their power, the two sons had fought to the near end of their will to defeat the beast, which was their mother. However, the Jubi was connected to the world, just as the world was connected to the Jubi. It was immortal. So, if they couldn't kill the beast, the creature had to be sealed inside a person's body not to bring about even more catastrophe. Thus, Hagoromo sealed the chakra and soul of the beast within himself, and the body of his mother sealed off inside the moon, which he created with one of his decisive moves 6 Paths Chibaku Tensei. The husk of the Ten-Tails was sealed inside the moon as well. So, Hagoromo became the world's first Jinchuriki, and like his mother before him, his own power soared to new heights. He, like his mother, became a god. One even more revered than his mother, wielding the greatest weapon in the world, chakra. Hagoromo, who later became a monk, came to be regarded as the Rikadu Sennin, sage of 6 paths, while his brother Homura went to live off his life on the moon where he could be close to their mother. Hagoromo created a religion, one which people would aspire to and believe in and give them hope. This religion was named Ninshu, later known as ninjutsu. He aspired to bring peace across the lands by teaching people about chakra and its uses in a peaceful manner. So, Hagoromo shared his chakra with different people who were willing to follow him in his quest to bring about a change in this world. He hoped people would connect the chakra with their spiritual energy, yin chakra, allowing others to understand each other. Hagoromo later in his life had two sons. The elder one was named Indra Otsutsuki, and the younger one was called Ashura Otsutsuki. Hagoromo knew that he could not live very long, even with his physical solid chakra, yang chakra. The reason is the extremely potent and vile chakra flowing through his chakra coils. Thus, he intended to teach his sons and his current followers, who he viewed as companions, to teach all he knew about chakra and ninshu before he could pass on the mantle to one of his sons. Indra and Ashura had a relatively peaceful childhood growing up. Ashura was extremely close to his big brother Indra, whom he idealized and hoped to become like him someday. Indra, well, you could say he was more secluded from the two young children, but he still cared for Ashura a lot. When the time came, both Indra and Ashura began to learn ninshu. It was pretty clear that Indra was more intellectual and more into his studies and practicing the practical aspects of ninshu compared to Ashura, who would mostly say, "It's boring. Why must I study this?" One could say Indra was a prodigy in the field of ninshu, while Ashura was the complete opposite. One day, Indra created more practical uses of ninshu by stating that, one can use various elements of the nature by changing the flow of chakra in their body and molding it differently by going through hand seals, saru, monkey, tatsu, dragon, ni, rat, tori, bird, me, snake, Ushi, ox; Inu, dog; Uma, horse; Tora, tiger; I, boar; Hitsuji, ram; Yu, hare. People were highly impressed by this discovery, and some even started whispering about Indra being the one who would carry on the way of Ninshu. Although Hagoromo was pleased that his son was progressing in Ninshu and extending its uses, somewhere, he had a nagging feeling that Indra would seclude himself more as his prowess increased. At the same time, Ashura would remain in his shadow. Still, he had high hopes from both his sons that they would do what he wouldn't be able to in his life, that is, bring about a revolutionary change in this world that will make people understand each other even better and create a world filled with love and harmony. It later became clear that Indra acquired his father's yin chakra and visual prowess, spiritual energy, while Ashura acquired his father's yang chakra and strong body and longevity, physical energy. As in the following years, Indra awakened his Sharingan, Kapiwili, while saving his brother from a rampaging bear. Ever since Indra awakened the Sharingan, he seemed to have become colder towards people. He started visualizing that one can conquer anything through the power and always stuck to what is correct and incorrect and abode by his rules. Compared to his brother, Ashura was not too advanced in the usage of Ninshu, and he could never keep up with his brother during training sessions. Although, people liked Ashura's more cheerful and easygoing attitude, which made him easier to talk to than Indra. One day a friend of Ashura came to him asking for his help. "Ashura, my mother seems to be very ill, and the cure which I'm looking for is across the forests, and getting there through the woods will take time. You practice Ninshu, yes? Could you help me out?" The man said pleadingly. Ashura was considered a friendly and helpful person, thus, people mostly came to him or Hagoromo when needed. "Yeah, I suppose I could do that. Just wait here and watch me," Ashura said with a smirk. He did specific hand seals, and a strong gust of wind was blowing from the palm of his hands which tore down a pathway to the end of the forest, making a quick way to the end. Later that day, Ashura was reprimanded by Indra for blindly helping someone without considering the matter because of the man who Ashura helped just wanted the forests cut down for his own selfish gains. Indra later locked the man in a dungeon and warned Ashura not to go near him. Ashura, being a forgiving person, went to get him out. However, when Ashura got the man out of the cave, the dungeon was inside the cave. They came across Indra waiting there. "What are you doing, Ashura? Did I not tell you not to go near the imbecile?" Indra asked in a monotone voice. His face showed no emotion whatsoever. "Nisan, we should give him another chance. Punishing someone for such futile acts is not the way. And he hasn't harmed anyone," said Ashura. "It doesn't matter. What he did was against the rules, and he must pay the price for it." It was said in such an uncaring manner that it made Ashura flinch. Ashura jumped in front of the man to protect him. Indra jumped towards Ashura and pushed him towards the tree. Ashura hit the tree before falling to the ground. He wouldn't admit it, but his Nisan hits hard. Indra, quicker than a flash, had his hand inside the man's chest sparkling with Ration chakra, lightning chakra. "Nisan, why did you do that?" Ashura was astonished that his Nisan could kill someone just like that. When Indra turned to glare at his brother, Ashura saw the three tomos in his eyes spinning in a threatening way. That moment he saw the hatred in his brother's eyes. This world needs order. It needs change. And it is only through power, and one can hope to bring about such a revolution. "That's all," Indra said darkly before vanishing from the spot. Ashura, for his part, could not comprehend why his brother started acting maliciously ever since he awakened the Sharingan. He often felt intimidated by those eyes but shrugged it off, thinking it was nothing. After a while, he made a grave for the man and just stood in front of it in the stillness of the night. When he turned to his right, he saw his Tosan father standing beside him. "Indra has changed Ashura. His eyes are like my mother's. Those eyes give him unimaginable power. He desires order in this world and wants to do it in his way. The way he goes about Ninshu is not how I intended it to be spread," Hagoromo said with a tired sigh. After a few seconds of silence, Ashura walked away from the spot. As years passed by, it became more noticeable why Indra was hailed as a genius. He could accomplish anything with little to no effort and started living a solitary life. He primarily believed other people would merely inhibit his growth and potential. Ashura, on the other hand, could do nothing on his own. But through his determination and will, along with the ideals of relying on others, his friends, did Ashura's talents bloom like a flower in spring. While, unlike Indra, who led a solitary life believing that others would only hinder him, Ashura became a capable leader, amassing many loyal followers, most of whom were his childhood friends. He, like his father, wished to begin to spread ninja to the world through the help of his friends. In the end, Hagoromo, seeing both Indra's and Ashura's accomplishments, did the sage choose between the two of them, the heir of Ninshu, the prodigious son Indra, or the no-good, untalented Ashura. Knowing of his younger son's exploits and the quality of never giving up on the good inside people gave Hagoromo hope that cooperation and love would bring about true peace. At the same time, lust for power and dominance would only bring about temporary peace. Thus, Ashura was chosen as the heir to Ninshu. Hearing this, Indra walked out of the room angered at his father's choice while Ashura was shocked. "Father, why me? Nisan would do a better job compared to me," said Ashura. "While I do believe Indra is ahead of you in certain aspects, but Ninshu should be spread to teach love, compassion, and be used to bring peace. One must be kind and filled with love and have great patience for that. Those are the qualities I see in you, my son." Later that night, when everyone was celebrating, Ashura went to meet his father again. A doubt somewhere in his mind that his father made a wrong choice still lingering in his mind. He came upon the door which led to the hall where his father sat and made a slow walk. He soon reached the place and saw his father sitting there with his eyes closed. "Was it the right choice to san?" Ashura asked in a low whisper. Hagoromo opened his eyes, which seemed to give an eerie purplish glow and had several concentric circles and a small black dot as a pupil. He stared at his younger son for a while and answered, "Ashura, the world has always been in constant fighting and wars and has started on some of the most unthinkable things. Human life is a precious thing that should not be wasted in fighting wars. I believe that one day, the world shall know true peace. Love and compassion are an essential part of that. Indra is turning more and more like my mother each passing day. Bringing peace to the world via power and dominance is only temporary, and with time people come to fear the power dominating them as they cannot comprehend it. Come here, my son, I shall now pass on to you what is now yours." Ashura approached his father, whereupon Hagoromo touched Ashura's forehead with his 2 fingers and passed on his yang chakra, also included 6 paths seen jutsu powers. In another part of the village, Indra had just killed his 2 most loyal followers. With a tear-stained face, have a single thought in his mind: whenever someone close to me dies, my Sharingan evolves. Soon, his Sharingan evolved to the Mangekyou Sharingan, 3 tomos converging in together to take the shape of a whirlpool. Furious over his father's choice and being denied what he felt was his, Indra challenged his father's decision. Overcome with anger, jealousy, and hate, Indra attacked Ashura, claiming what he felt was his birthright. However, with the help of others' chakra converging with his and his Rikadu, 6 paths, powers, Ashura awakened the ability to use Muden and defeat his older brother. Indra, not taking his loss lightly, left the area before stating he would never follow his way of Ninshu and spend his life trying to destroy him. A few weeks after Indra had left, Hagoromo was counting his final few months on his bed. He knew he didn't have very long to live. He also knew once he died, the Jubi would be free again. To prevent that, he separated the chakra of the 10 tails into 9 separate parts and, using Omnioton, Banbtso Sozo, creation of all things, made bodies for the 9 chakras ranging from a chibi, 1 tail, to Kyubi, 9 tails. He later breathed life into his 9 children, Hagoromo called the Baijuis his children, and put the chakra in the respective bodies, each Baiju having a different ability. A few months later, Hagoromo went to his mindscape to have a few last words with his 9 children. He looked at Kurama, Kyubi, with a somber look on his face. Kurama had a few tears rolling down his face, although he was trying hard to keep up the tough act. He was his eldest child and knew how much it would hurt him. A few seconds later, he looked at all of them with a serene smile on his face and said, "I will not live much longer. Shukaku, 1 tail, Mutatabi, 2 tails, Isabu, 3 tails, Son Goku, 4 tails, Kokuo, 5 tails, Seiken, 6 tails, Chomei, 7 tails, Gyuki, 8 tails, and Kurama, 9 tails. Even if you are far apart, you will always be together. You will be in different sizes from how you are now and have different names. But there will come a time when you will be led down the right path. I hope you learn what true strength is." Hagoromo looks at Kurama and smiles slightly, and says, Before that time, that day Hagoromo knew there would come a time when someone would be born to bring peace or destruction. Soon after his death, Ashura had 3 children. Roku Otsutsuki, that was later known as Roku Uzumaki, was the founder of the Uzumaki clan. Ashura entrusted him with the sword Dark Blood before he left the world. He lived longer than all his siblings, dying in his sleep at the age of 249. Ahana Otsutsuki was the one who created the most powerful kenjutsu moves. She was known around the world as the Red Silence. She later married Roku and gave birth to 7 kids, 4 boys and 3 girls. Ashura gave her the most powerful scroll, the Silent Secret, but Ahana could never understand what the scroll could do. The scroll was blank, and no one could write anything on it, and could not even be destroyed by fire or any kind of ninshu, therefore was soon forgotten after a few centuries. Seiketsu Otsutsuki was given the Staff of Elements by Ashura and was passed down to children and grandchildren. He later was known as Seiketsu Senju, the founder of the Senju clan, which would start a long rivalry with the Uchiha clan. Indra Otsutsuki had taken the war fan of his father before he left, passing it down to his future generations. Indra soon founded the Uchiha clan and had 5 kids, 2 boys and 3 girls. Iteso Uchiha, Deminaku Uchiha, Adara Uchiha, Sanada Uchiha, and Ilka Uchiha. Each one was born with the ability to use Sharingan, later Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto listened to Hagoromo throughout the whole story, and he knew that wars had been going on for a long time, but to see that it has been almost 2 millennia since Hagoromo left this world and the humans were still on the cycle of hatred. Would it ever end? Naruto asked himself, not knowing the answer yet. "You said you wanted to tell me about my father," Naruto stated. Hagoromo nodded his head. He didn't have that much longer in this world but wanted to know what Naruto wanted to do with his life. He believed Naruto to be the one to either bring peace or destruction, but with how Naruto was being raised, and he was worried about what he could do. Usually, he would want to wait until Naruto reached at least 10 years old to approach him, but he had no time left. "I will, but before I talk about that," he suddenly clapped his hands, and 2 figures came out behind Hagoromo. Naruto eyed both of them. He couldn't help but have a feeling that he had met them before. The first had a weird friendly face and was smiling, but the second one was eyeing Naruto almost like he expected to fight the kid. The second one had long dark hair that reached his middle back, a strange war fan tied behind his back and wearing red armor. Naruto looked at the 2 men who walked closer. They stood just behind Hagoromo. Naruto recognized the first one as Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, and the god of shinobi, but he couldn't recognize the second one despite feeling that he had seen him before. But his power was enormous. While Hashirama wasn't trying to scare little Naruto, the second one was purposely releasing his killer intent at the young boy. Naruto suddenly felt pressure all over his body, and everything felt cold. His knees suddenly felt weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground, his skin feeling like little blades stabbing him and piercing his flesh and bones. His nails felt like they would fall off from his fingers, his nose started burning along with his ears, but despite all that, he refused to fall unconscious or collapse. Seeing Naruto losing all color and his breath quickening, Hashirama immediately understood what was happening, turning to his friend. "Stop it now, Madara," he yelled at him, and Kurama had started countering his ki with his own. But it wasn't enough against the mighty Uchiha Madara. During all this, Hagoromo stood silent and analyzed the blonde. To say he was surprised that Naruto hadn't lost his consciousness would be the understatement of a century. Instead, Naruto was still standing on his feet firmly, refusing to even fall on his knees, let alone lose consciousness. Madara kept quiet and narrowed his eyes at the little brat. While he wasn't exactly using his full ki but instead only 10% of it, he was still surprised by the kid's stubbornness. After a few seconds, Madara stopped his ki, and the brat was still standing on his foot, breathing heavily, his head down, looking at the floor. Hashirama sighed in relief that his friend had stopped his attack on the kid but couldn't help but be impressed by the kid. He was sure anyone else would lose their consciousness by now, and Naruto was still standing. Slowly raising his head, Naruto looked at them with Rinnegan in both of his eyes. Hashirama gasped. But Madara, for the first time, had a slight smile on the edge of his lips. Seeing the brat, Madara was reminded of his little brother. The evening was late when the almighty leader of the Uchiha clan, Madara, was called away urgently from a meeting to come to his brother's side. 3 days went by since the younger man was injured gravely in battle with Senju Tobirama, his condition on arriving back at the compound critical. Much hadn't changed over the days, his condition fluctuating from steady to life and death in a matter of hours. For the last day, though, he was getting weaker and weaker, having internal bleeding that even the best healers couldn't stop. Madara was not yet informed of this. Now, being rushed in, he prayed it was good news of his brother's condition, that Izuna had made some miraculous feat of recovery. Alas, it was far from that. Madara entered the hallway leading down to his younger brother's room, which was at the very end of the long stretch of space. A mask of indifference held its ground on the outside, though on the inside, anxieties were riding high. His only footsteps echoed on the hardwood floor, slowly creeping closer into earshot of the man who stood in the doorway of the room. As he finally entered, walking past the clan's best medic, a solemn glance was spared alongside a single pat on the shoulder. The elder stared down at his brother lying motionlessly on the futon bed. It was lucky the doctor had decency enough to slide shut the bamboo-framed door behind himself. Madara traipsed gingerly forward, kneeling at his sibling's bedside. Izuna stirred in his sleep, blinking his naturally dark eyes open to meet the gaze of his beloved older brother. He gave a soft, weak smile. The clan leader's brother knew he wasn't going to make it, not this time. He informed the doctor to get Madara so that he could relay his final thoughts and wishes. There was something he needed to give him. "Big brother," he croaked, voice quiet from barely having the strength to speak anymore. "Do not speak, little brother, you need your rest." Madara interrupted, concerned for the younger's well-being. Izuna just shook his head softly. "I'm dying, Madara, there is nothing the doctors can do for me at this point," he replied bluntly, needing only to get the facts into his older brother's head. Said brother had a look of shock, of pain, on his face. It couldn't be. He'd known the injuries inflicted upon him were grave, but not that they would prove to be fatal in the end. Izuna sighed gently, seeing from the expression given that this came as pain and a shock. Did he want to leave his only brother? Of course not. Izuna's wish had only been to make him happy and proud. But most importantly, he didn't want to leave Ari alone. She needed him, he needed her. "There is no escaping it, and it's my time. I'm sorry to be leaving you, big brother, but there is one thing I want you to do for me and one thing I wish to bestow upon you to aid in this final request." The younger held authority in his tone, seeming wisdom beyond his years. The elder masked his sorrows, for now, listening intently to the younger's request. "I want you to protect our clan, do it no injustices. Do not trust any who spill the blood of our clansmen." The life in the onyx eyes of the speaker was slowly fading. "To help you. Take my eyes. I know your light has slowly been fading, you need to remain strong as a leader." "Izuna. I will protect the Uchiha with all my might, but I cannot take your eyes." Madara was shocked at what his brother told him to do as aid. Take his eyes? He couldn't possibly do that. As for protecting the clan, that was a given. The younger stretched over, grabbing one of his brother's gloved hands in both of his own. Their gazes met, the dimming onyx of the dying sibling almost pleading. "Please, big brother." Though his voice was soft, the wanting for this to be done was ever so clear. Being unable to refuse this request, Madara slowly reached over and completed the task. Once his hand was released, blood ran down Izuna's cheeks, seeming to take the form of red tears from closed eyelids. However, there was a faint smile on his lips. "I love you, big brother." He relayed his last words, last breath lost, last sign of life gone. Uchiha Izuna was dead. Madara's face distorted with pain, sadness, and grief, bloodied hands shakily grabbing his brother's cooling body, drawing him into his arms, the gifted eyes set aside safely for the time being. He cradled the body so closely, so protectively, placing his forehead against Izuna's. His eyes were squeezed shut, teeth gritted together as he tried to stop the tears pricking at his eyes. "I'm sorry, Izuna, I couldn't protect you, I couldn't keep the promise I made to myself in boyhood. I have failed you." He clenched the fabric of the younger's clothing, silent tears escaping and hitting the pale, cold cheek of the recently deceased man. He continues, This time I will fulfill wishes. This time, I will not fail you." The Uchiha's head rose slowly, eyes opening to reveal the Mangekyou Sharingan, casting its scarlet glow as the last light of the day faded into the blackness of the night. Izuna's body was placed back on the futon, a small piece of cloth covering his face. Madara remained there for hours, allowed no one to enter the room. Death threats quickly spilt. There was one thing physically different of his appearance now, the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, blazing from eyes underlaid by fresh tear stains, the glowing windows burning with the flames of pure hatred. On this day, Madara lost all hope. Though he had been blessed with a newfound light, never before was he surrounded by such overpowering darkness. "This one is a brave one," Madara whispered to himself. He then focused on Kyuubi behind bars. "This is how I always wanted to see you." Behind bars, Madara taunted Kyuubi, who smirked. "At least I'm not dead," Kurama replied, earning a laugh from Hashirama. They all focused back on Naruto. Naruto, still breathing heavily, felt the pressure all around him suddenly disappear, his hands on his knees but still standing. He refused to give up, and he couldn't, he never will. Slowly raising his head, his eyes focused on the man with red armor. He saw a glimpse of surprise on his face for a second but disappeared as soon as it appeared. Meanwhile, the first Hokage wasn't trying to hide that he was surprised to see the kid still standing and not mentioning the Rinnegan. Hashirama had never personally seen a Rinnegan before, but he knew how it looked like. When he was alive, Senju clan still had scrolls from the time of the Sage of the Six Paths, and in one of the scrolls was a drawing of the Rinnegan. The first Hokage never knew how someone could achieve that kind of power but didn't care to know that power like that could destroy the world or save it. While Hagoromo couldn't help but see both Ashura and Indra in Naruto, his eyes just like Indra, but kinder and softer and with Ashura's face and attitude. Kurama smirked seeing Naruto standing up to the damn Uchiha, especially his Rinnegan showing the Uchiha that he had achieved something that Madara could never succeed in his life. "Well done, Naruto." Naruto suddenly felt a massive pressure on his head, feeling like his head would split open, his Rinnegan slowly disappeared, and his eyes turned back to blue. Naruto felt himself falling on the floor, but he didn't want to fail. Clenching his teeth and gathering every bit of power he had left, he moved his right leg forward before he could collapse, still standing. Naruto stood up again, breathing heavily but still there, sweat rolling down his face. Hagoromo and Hashirama smiled at him while the strange moody guy was giving him a nod of acknowledgement. A smile slowly spread on his face, and Hagoromo decided to continue with what he wanted to do. None of them had that much time left until they returned back. Clearing his throat, the sage glanced at them. Understanding what he wanted, both Hashirama and Madara took a step forward. "Naruto, is good to meet you. In case you don't know who I am, my name is Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village." Hashirama introduced himself, smiling at the little kid. Naruto smiled back and turned to look at the other one, who looked hesitant for a second before sighing in annoyance. "My name is Uchiha Madara, the rival of Hashirama and the greatest Uchiha of all time." Madara introduced himself with a slightly colder tone than Hashirama. Naruto just looked at both of them in silence before deciding to ask a question that had been bugging his head since he saw them. "Not that I don't like your company, but why are you here, and how are you even here?" Naruto asked, looking at them before turning to look at Hagoromo, who stood silent. "They're here to tell you the story of their time," Hagoromo explained, and Hashirama sat in a cross position. "Now, this will take a while, so hear me carefully," Hashirama stated, knowing that due to his explanation, what the child would do when he grows up depended on it. He wanted Naruto not to be another Madara or even worse. After listening to his story for a few hours, Naruto stood silent. No one said anything, even Madara raised an eyebrow at the kid for not talking. After a few minutes of silence, "You were able to stop the war by uniting the clans with Madara and creating a village that everyone could call home." Naruto started smiling. Still, he wondered why they didn't try to untie all the other villages. If a single person ruled the 5 villages, united, there would be no wars. At least that's what Naruto thought. Hashirama nodded his head while Madara kept quiet. "Why did you not try to unite the other villages as well?" Naruto asked, looking at the first Hokage. At this question, Hashirama lowered his head slightly, almost in shame, while Madara snorted. "I did try, but the other villages didn't want any alliance with us," he replied, with a sad smile. The first Hokage didn't want to admit that the cages had refused any peace treatment. He had captured and given each village a biju or two in hopes for peace. But all that stopped nothing as a result of their arrogance and greed. The second and third wars followed the first ninja war. It was never stopping. Madara wanted to say that he had suggested just forcing them into submission. He and Hashirama were more than enough to deal with anyone foolish enough to oppose them. While Naruto thought that if they had done that back then, if they had united all 5 big villages, he would still have his parents with him. And maybe none of the great shinobi wars would have happened. Naruto thought but decided to keep quiet at his thoughts for now. Turning to look at Hagoromo, "You said you knew about my father, who's he?" he asked. Very well. The blonde felt a chill on his body when he heard him. For a long time, he had wanted to know who his parents were. Of course, Naruto always had his doubts about the identity of his father being the 4th Hokage since he looked very similar to him. Blue eyes and spiky blonde hair just like Naruto. But that raised the question of why he was left living in a small apartment. Deciding to listen to Hagoromo, the blonde turned his attention to the older man. "Your father is Minato Namikaze Uchiha, and Kushina Uzumaki Senju," Hagoromo said. Naruto's eyes widened, he flinched slightly, and silence took over the room. He heard him, but Naruto still felt like he didn't listen to him. "My father is the 4th? Kushina? Who is she?" Naruto felt his breath stuck on his throat, and his first thought was how his mother looked like. Why did his father seal Kurama inside him? Naruto liked Kurama, but everyone hated him because of it. He didn't have a family. Naruto felt his eyes suddenly burning, and his vision was fuzzy. Am I crying? He now knew the truth, and his parents would never hug him. They would never tell him tales at night. They would never kiss his cheek. They would never scold him. They would never celebrate his birthday. They would never be happy and proud of him. Naruto fell on his knees sobbing, his hands on the floor. Hashirama rushed at Naruto, but Hagoromo raised his hand before he could reach him. Naruto felt more tears burning his cheeks, his eyes crying and not stopping. His eyes turned red and puffy. Shaking his head, why was life so unfair? He suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder, and he didn't bother to look at whoever was near him. He didn't care, and he wanted to be alone. "Leave me alone, and I want to stay alone. I'm really sorry, Naru-kun. I'm sorry for not being able to be with you." Naruto heard those words. He still kept his head down. He must have imagined that tone. He had never listened to that kind of tone before, full of love, and the tone was so kind, the kindest he had ever heard before. Slowly looking up, he saw blonde hair and a face looking at him. He had kneeled in front of Naruto and was looking at his blue eyes with his own. Naruto looked at the man but couldn't believe his own eyes, and he felt his heart beating on his chest, more tears on his face. He threw his hands around his neck. Was he really there? "To-chan?" Naruto screamed, hugging him, but he pulled his head away and looked at him again, making sure that he was actually there with him and wasn't a dream. "Yes, Naruto is me," his father said, and they both hugged again. Naruto hugged him tightly, afraid that he would disappear and leave him alone. "I missed you," Naruto said, crying. Minato felt his heart hurting from his words, and he didn't need to ask to know that his life wasn't a happy one. Her words suddenly returned back to his head. "You know how Jinchurikis are treated." Minato, of course, knew that, but he had hoped that someone would take care of his son, hoping that Leaf Village was different from the others. They owned him that much. He and Kushina lost their lives for the village. They owned to him. They all owned to Kushina. They owned to them to treat Naruto as he deserved, to have a loving family. Pulling away, he stared. He could see Kushina in him. His face was just like hers. His nose, his smile, and especially his jawline. "Naruto, you live with someone, right?" Minato asked, dreading the answer. Hashirama and Madara were interested as well. They both knew it mattered a lot how a child was raised, which would indicate how he will be when they're fully grown. Especially Hashirama, who dreaded that Naruto might decide to become an enemy of the village. "No. No one is with me. The Hokage visits me once a month to give me money, but that's all," he stated with a slightly colder tone, and Minato felt like he was directing the blame to him, not that he could blame him. "What about Jiraiya's senators?" Minato asked, almost pleading, hoping that at least his sensei was looking after Naruto. But the young blonde just gave him a confused look, not knowing who this Jiraiya was, and in the end, he just shook his head, confirming what they already knew. Minato felt his heart drop. He felt like going there and just screaming at everyone. How dare Sarutobi leave his child alone? Minato, your friend Shukaku tried to adopt Naruto, but the old Hokage refused anyone to adopt Naruto, Kurama suddenly said. Why? Hashirama asked. Minato was in shock to ask himself but was listening to the answer. He said, him being raised by a clan would create unbalance, and I don't need to tell you why the civil families refused to raise him, Kurama explained, much to the shock of Minato and the confusion of both Madara and Hashirama. What do you mean? Naruto being a Jinchuriki is a SS secret of a village. No one should know about it, and that knowledge is punished by death if you spread it, Hashirama stated. He had created that rule when Mito-chan had become the Jinchuriki. But looking at Naruto now, he knew that everyone in the village knew about his status as a Jinchuriki, which was beyond risky. It was simply a miracle that no enemy shinobi had killed or kidnapped Naruto. Yet Madara shook his head in disappointment. He knew peace made people weak and stupid, but this was beyond ridiculous. Minato bit his lower lip and, trying to calm down, what they had done, they have spit in his grave. He became a cage to protect the village, and they rewarded him by simply treating his son like garbage. Naruto, as much as I hate to say it, we don't have long, Hagoromo suddenly spoke. Naruto turned his attention to him, still standing close to his father. Hagoromo turned to Minato. Can you please show us your little secret, Minato Uchiha, Hagoromo stated, earning a surprised look from Minato, Hashirama, and Madara. Minato glanced at his son before his eyes changed to Mangekyo Sharingan. His Mangekyo looked like a whirlpool, and in the center was a black hole with 3 tomoe in the middle. No one looked surprised by it except Madara, who narrowed his eyes and took a step closer. Who were your parents? Madara asked with a cold tone that Hashirama knew very well. My father was Idari Uchiha, my mother was an Uchiha, and she told me that he died of illness before I was born, Minato answered. Madara studied the face of this fourth Hokage and couldn't help but notice a slight similarity between him and. He shook his head and decided to ignore it for now. But his gut feeling didn't go away. Naruto, you are the reincarnation of both of my sons. Just by looking at you now, I know you will be powerful, but I want to ask what it is that you want to do, Hagoromo asked, wanting to know what Naruto had decided to do with the power he had. Naruto understood why Hagoromo had told him the story about his mother. Looking straight at Hagoromo, his eyes turned a fully matured Sharingan. Hashirama looked impressed with him unlocking his Sharingan at such a young age. In some ways, Naruto reminded him of Madara. This world has suffered for a long time, but when Hashirama and Madara-sama united the clans of the Land of Fire, they stopped the wars between clans. I will unite the 5 great villages. Only together we can create peace, Naruto stated. Hagoromo smiled at him, and so did Minato, who patted his back, while Hashirama thought if such a thing was even possible in the long run, while Madara thought that might work, but a lot of blood will be spilled. Suddenly all 4 of them started shining and slowly disappearing. To-chan. Naruto screamed in panic and went to hug his father. Hugging back, Minato looked at his eyes, crying. Naruto, I want you to remember that whenever happens, your mother and I will always love you. No matter what you do, I will love you always, he said, looking directly at his eyes before disappearing. Hashirama gave him a reassuring smile. Madara kept quiet with his eyes at Minato. At the same time, Hagoromo hoped that what Naruto learned today would make him make the right decision in the future. Disappearing, soon they were gone, and the only thing left was Naruto standing alone again. Naruto fell silent when they disappeared, and he was alone again. Naruto, Kurama asked, concerned for him. Naruto kept quiet, and his mind had enough. Everything blackened, and Naruto welcomed the darkness like an old friend. His only thought was, why there's so much pain? Hey! What's a kid doing here? A smooth voice questioned. Naruto whipped around. He had been so lost in thought that he hadn't noticed the faint chakra signature of the new speaker. The new arrival appeared to be a freshly minted chunin with short black curly hair, long curly eyelashes, and cold dark eyes. They were also wearing the standard navy Uchiha shirt and tan shorts with the customary fan crest stitched on the back of the shirt. Nothing. Naruto squeaked, still slightly out of it. The stranger tilted his head to the side and smirked. Sure, kid. What are you doing here? Don't you know training grounds are off limits for civilians? I was just exploring. I'm going to be a shinobi too. Ho! A little sunshine like you wants to be a shinobi, too, huh? Don't you know that shinobi follow the rules? Ah, but even the best shinobi know that some rules are made to be broken, at times. Ha ha ha. I like you, kid. I'm Uchiha Shisui. What's your name? I'm Uzumaki Naruto. It's nice to meet you, Shisui-san. Oh ho, respectful little brat, aren't you? Since you're here, might as well make the most of it and spar with me. Spar? With you? Are you sure? Sure, sunshine, let's see what you've got. Alright. But you better take me seriously. Ha ha ha. We'll see. With those words, Shisui settled into the basic Uchiha interceptor stance. Naruto himself decided to settle on the basic academy stance even though he knew many other taijutsu styles. Taijutsu only? Naruto asked. Of course, sunshine. I'm going to make you take that name back, you know? Bring it, sunshine. And so Naruto brought it. Making the seal of confrontation, which Shisui returned, he quickly rushed Shisui in a burst of speed. Naruto threw a quick jab to Shisui's chest. The jab was simply sidestepped, and Shisui retaliated with a leg sweep. Naruto jumped over the sweep while Shisui capitalized that he couldn't dodge with a spinning backhand. Naruto narrowly blocked the blow but was sent flying towards a tree. Flipping around mid-air and pushing off the tree, Naruto rushed at Shisui with a flying kick. Shisui dodged again, letting Naruto pass by and taking the opportunity to aim a jab towards Naruto's ribs. Naruto took the hit intentionally, remaining cautious and showing what he could do. Both fighters had similar thoughts racing through their minds. He's fast. Really fast. Naruto sprung up again and snapped his right leg out in a high kick aimed at Shisui's face. Shisui caught Naruto's leg and threw him to the side using his superior strength. Strong. It seems I can take this a little seriously, Naruto thought. Picking himself off the ground, Naruto was determined to at least get rid of the annoying nickname. He set a flurry of blows towards Shisui, increasing his speed subtly as he went. Shisui narrowly dodged around each punch, sweat dropping as he went. Did this kid just get even faster? It looks like I have to up my game. He might just give me a workout. Shisui let himself be pressed backwards until his back hit a tree. Naruto saw this and struck out with his left leg in a roundhouse kick. Chance. Shisui ducked beneath Naruto's leg under his guard and lashed out at Naruto's supporting leg, sending Naruto tumbling to the ground again. You're not taking this seriously, are you? Shisui asked incredulously. What do you mean? I mean, you can obviously go much faster, right? Well, maybe. Gotcha. I'll just have to force you to show me then. For the first time in the spar, Shisui rushed at Naruto with a blazing fast punch. Naruto swiftly ducking into Shisui's guard with a sharp jab to his gut and darted away. Oof. Now that's what I'm talking about, sunshine. Naruto grinned. I'm gonna make you regret that. Oh? How so? Shisui shot forward with a wide sweep of his arm, only to yelp when Naruto darted to the side and punched him in the kidney. Naruto gave Shisui a bit of time to recover before going at him again with a high kick. Shisui saw the rush coming and blocked the kick, launching himself in a tackle at Naruto. The two wrestled on the ground for a bit before Shisui rolled over Naruto with his more excellent build and sat on top of him. Ha! Gotcha, sunshine. Damn it. That's not fair. Maybe you're just fat. Oi oi, that's kinda rude, don't you know? I'll have you know I'm not fat. Yeah, get off of me. You're heavy. Slowly crawling off of Naruto and dusting himself off, Shisui remarked, Say sunshine, that wasn't a bad spar. Where'd you learn the academy style? Someone teaching you? Naruto sat up and awkwardly rubbed the back of his head, laughing nervously. Nah, I watched some students practicing and copied them, he said truthfully. Whoa, really? You learned taijutsu by copying what you saw? No teachers? Shisui didn't bother to hide his gaping. Ha ha ha, yeah. Damn sunshine, imagine what you could do with a teacher. That's it. I've decided. I'll teach you. Hey. Is that really alright? Won't you be busy with missions? Don't worry about it, shorty. I've got this. Shisui confidently replied. Well, if you say so, Naruto said unsurely. And I'm not that short. Bio. Compared to me, you are? Ha ha ha. That's not a fair comparison, pouted Naruto, puffing his cheeks. "It is to me," came the cheeky response as Shisui jokingly poked Naruto's puffy cheeks. Batting Shisui's hands away, Naruto huffed and turned away in thought. Training with Shisui would be a good cover for any shinobi skills he might show off as Naruto, and it would give him an excuse to use the henge without suspicion, at the very least. Making up his mind, Naruto turned back to Shisui with a broad smile on his face. "You know what? Sure, I'll train with you. But you better be able to keep up." "Hey! I should be saying that to you," Shisui said indignantly. A childish impulse took over Naruto, making him stick out his tongue in retaliation. "You brat! What happened to the respect from earlier? Get over here!" Shisui laughed as he promptly leapt up, chasing after Naruto, who had yelped and scrambled away, laughing as he went. Naruto couldn't remember the last time he felt so lighthearted as the chase quickly devolved into a game of ninja tag. He cackled as he tripped Shisui, who had lunged for him, into a tumbling heap. "Oh, that's it. I'm going to get you now," Shisui declared, jumping to his feet with a determined gleam in his eyes. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Catch me if you can," he yelled, sticking out his tongue for the second time. And so the chase was on. The game encompassed the entire training grounds, Naruto leading Shisui on a wild goose chase all over the place. Several times Naruto had led Shisui into a few old and abandoned traps just for giggles. Simultaneously, Shisui dodged, and around projectiles and pitfalls. He cursed Naruto under his breath, leading to even more laughs from the child. When Shisui had finally had enough of entertaining the little blonde devil, he quickly used the most flawless Shunsen jutsu that Naruto had ever seen, placing himself in front of Naruto, who then promptly crashed into Shisui, sending both boys tumbling to the ground for the 9th time that day. "Hey! No fair, you cheated," Naruto shouted in jest. "Ninjas don't cheat. They win," Shisui smugly replied. "You're one slippery kid, you know that?" "Ha ha ha, I do my best." Naruto dusted himself off before he considered what he had seen. "Say, that was the Shunsen jutsu, right?" "Huh? Oh yeah. It's my specialty. They'll be calling me Sunshine no Shisui in no time." Shisui crowed. "Ha ha ha, I'd like to see that. Can you teach me that?" "Of course, little sunshine. You're my student, and it's my signature technique after all." "Wow, really?" "Yeah. I'll be as fast as the yellow flash one day. You'll see." "Cool." After making further plans with Shisui and waving their goodbyes, Naruto returned to his apartment under a sneaky henge to hide his whisker marks. He detachedly observed the stark difference in treatment he received from the civilians. It was like the whiskers painted a sign that said, "Please glare here." And now that they were gone, he was just another regular dirty kid returning home after playing too much. Except the problem was that Naruto didn't want to live life under a henge. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a tired man. He had served Konoha faithfully for many years, surviving the Second and Third Shinobi Wars. Just when he thought he could retire in peace, his successor had to pull the ultimate heroic act and sacrifice himself for Konoha. Hiruzen reminisced sadly. Minato was a brilliant young man whose time hadn't even really begun yet. It was a genuine pity that the Kyuubi incident had happened. Hiruzen regretted not taking care of Naruto more in place of Minato, but the boy seemed to be doing okay. He had survived on his own for a month, for heaven's sake. Talk about being resourceful. Hiruzen really should have kept a closer eye on that orphanage rather than just checking in on Naruto with his crystal ball every once in a while. Speaking of which, the whole orphanage debacle was giving him a headache, and he couldn't tell what Danzo's intentions were towards Naruto. Perhaps the old fool had thought to make Naruto desperate for help and then lend a helping hand, making Naruto indebted to him? Hiruzen was simply thankful that he had decided to ask the Anbu about the young boy that day. He needed to establish that his Anbu reported to him and only him now. So much work to do on top of all his ever-blasted paperwork. Hiruzen sighed. At the very least, Minato's son seemed to be happy. Hiruzen had visited the young boy at his apartment with an offer of dinner the other day. The boy had seemed cheerful enough despite the hatred that Hiruzen could see him encounter. It saddened Hiruzen that he could not make Naruto the hero his father had wanted him to be without endangering the boy. He'd done his best to keep rumors of the Jinchuriki quiet, but it was not to be. The information leaks still hadn't been discovered even after 2 years of investigations. He sighed again. Honestly, Naruto reminded him so much of both Kushina and Minato that it wasn't even funny. The first time that Hiruzen heard the word Databayo come out of Naruto's mouth, he felt a lump well up in his throat at the ghost of a red-headed woman that he saw superimpose itself over her son. Hiruzen was simply grateful the boy was so canny and that he hadn't died out on the streets before Hiruzen could do anything about him. Reconstruction efforts had taken up too much of his time and left no time to worry about Konoha's newest Jinchuriki. After 2 weeks, one day Shisui stumbled upon an interesting scene as he entered the training grounds. Naruto was balanced with one finger on the tip of a senbon upside down on top of the running creek that flowed through the middle of the training grounds with various leaves and miscellaneous objects stuck all over him. Hey, what you doing over there? I'm practicing my chakra control, Shisui-san. Okay. Don't hurt yourself there, buddy. I'm fine. You looking to become a medical nin, Naruto? Huh? No? Why would you think that? Well, it's just that the only shinobi I know who do such ridiculous chakra control exercises are medic nins. Why have you been so hooked on chakra control anyways? Shouldn't a kid your age be focused on stretching chakra coils for larger reserves? Naruto laughed. He laughed so hard he lost control and fell into the creek with a splash. Sputtering, he climbed out of the creek, leaves still stuck to his skin. Shisui-san, I probably will never need to worry about the chakra reserves. I can perform over 100 shadow clones and not be tired. Shisui's eyes bugged out. No way. You're a little sunshine. I can barely manage to. I just got lucky with genetics, I guess. I am an Uzumaki, after all. You're right. A real Uzumaki, huh? You don't exactly have the hair for it, though? Yeah, it comes from my father's side, I guess. Shisui tilted his head curiously. Speaking of which, who are your parents? And where are they? Shouldn't they be worried about their kid being out all the time? My parents are dead, I've never known who they were. Naruto replied, trying to sound truthful. He knew the likes of Shisui might be able to see through his words. Shisui squinted at Naruto for a minute. Say, when did you say your birthday was again? Naruto's sweat dropped. I never did say. It's October 10th. Shisui leaned back, closing his eyes. Huh. How interesting. Shisui stared intently at Naruto and nodded his head. I understand now. Naruto knew what Shisui meant and was just waiting for him to start glaring at him or maybe even beat him up. Huh? What do you understand? Naruto had an idea of what Shisui understood. Nothing, don't worry about it, sunshine. Okay if you say so, Shisui-san. Naruto was relieved to hear him not making a big deal out of it. Say Shisui-san, what do you think of getting some more training to become even faster? Huh? You know of better training? Sunshine? Shisui asked doubtfully. Yeah. If you use weights or even resistance seals while training, you can increase your speed by a lot. Huh? You might be onto something there. I've never thought of that. It looks like I need to get some weights or something. Shisui-san, I'm a Uzumaki. I can draw you resistance seals. You would do that for me? Damn, thank you, Sunshine. You have to stop calling me Sunshine, though. Naruto deadpanned. Shisui smiled sunnily. Is that it? That's easy. Thanks, Bean Sunlight. Naruto let out a frustrated whine and facepalmed while Shisui laughed, slapping Naruto on the back. The kid was scary smart, and it seemed that everything Shisui taught the kid already knew. It only took 1 or 2 tries for the kid to get everything down, and it was honestly quite intimidating. In fact, whenever Shisui tried teaching the kid something, he himself ended up learning a thing or two from the kid instead. Honestly, if Shisui didn't know Itachi, he would have been thoroughly unnerved by the child genius he had in front of him. It relieved Shisui that Naruto could still act like a kid sometimes. Sometimes he regretted asking Naruto to train with him simply because he was worried over the kid's lost childhood. But he didn't regret getting to know the blonde ball of sunshine. The kid always had a quip for him and had a smile that would put the sun to shame. So Shisui worried. He didn't know what pushed the kid so hard, and he'd heard of what the young boy contained from well-meaning clansmen who warned him away from the Jinchuriki. It seemed that no one cared about Naruto, and the few times they went into the village together, the glares and harsh treatment the child received made his stomach churn. Honestly, he would have been worried that Naruto would abandon Konoha with his treatment, but he knew the boy personally, and Naruto seemed to take it all in stride. Shisui watched Naruto train for a while. He'd had a question that had been on his mind for the past few days, and he finally found time to voice his thoughts. "Hey, Naruto." "Yeah? What's up, Shisui-san?" "Ma, enough with the san already, just Shisui is fine." "How many times have I told you that?" "Ha ha ha, sorry, it's just a habit." "What did you need, Shisui?" "Why do you train so hard, Naruto?" "Huh? What are you training for? Shouldn't you be enjoying being a kid? You aren't a clan child, so you have time to be a kid for a while longer." "Actually, even clan children don't train as hard as you, you know? Itachi doesn't count. Shouldn't you be playing with friends?" Naruto laughed awkwardly and rubbed the back of his neck. "Shisui, I don't really have any friends aside from you." "What?" Shisui exclaimed. That was ridiculous. The kid was remarkably talented and sunny as all hell. People should be tumbling over themselves to make friends with him. "Oh. Except. There was that. That's not good, kid. You need to make some friends, get connections, otherwise what do you even fight for? I need to introduce you to Itachi, and I think you would like him." Shisui mused. Naruto himself had a hard time answering the question. After all, he originally trained himself into the ground to gain some form of acknowledgement and praise, and perhaps love. But now, he wasn't precisely sure anymore, and sure he told Hagoromo that he would bring the villages together. But what did that even mean? He was a child, still. Naruto wanted to have that feeling again more than anything else, the same feeling he had when his father had hugged him when he told him that he would always love him. Naruto carved for that feeling, and he wasn't sure where he would even find it. He felt tears in his eyes just by thinking about his father, his smile. Naruto quickly took a deep breath and didn't let the tears fall. "That's it. I'll bring Itachi to our training sessions. You'll see, kid. He's a lot like you in a way. Scary smart, oddly mature, and skilled as all hell. You two will get along like peas in a pod, I promise." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Wait, what? Wait, you know Itachi?" Naruto asked out loud, and he wondered why he hadn't told him about Shisui yet. This time Shisui raised his eyebrows and stopped talking, and leaned closer to Naruto. Almost like he was seeing his face for the first time. "Wait for a second. You must be Itachi's secret awesome student." Shisui half-shouted with his fists in the air. "Awesome student? Seriously?" "He must be talking about someone else," Naruto replied, sure of that. But Shisui just shook his finger in front of his face. "Nah, Itachi has talked about only one student. I have to be honest, and he told me you were young but never thought you would be a child," Shisui said with a finger on his forehead and acting as he was thinking about something big. "Well, he didn't tell me anything about you," Naruto replied, and Shisui lowered his head in despair. Suddenly there were big clouds above his head and raining only on him. This caused Naruto to question where the clouds even came from, his hand behind his neck. He chuckled nervously. "He must have his reasons," Naruto replied, not knowing what else to say. "I knew Uchihas were a bunch of pussies, but this is ridiculous," Kurama suddenly said in his head with a massive grin on his face. "Hey, don't forget 1/3 of my blood is Uchiha blood, therefore, you're insulting me as well," Naruto replied with a half-joking tone. "You're the exceptions, all the others Uchiha except maybe Itachi are pussies," Kurama replied with a massive smirk on his face. Naruto escaped his thoughts when he saw that Shisui had escaped his weird despair mode. "Now, today we're done with, perhaps we..." He stopped talking when Itachi jumped in the training yard. "Naruto-kun, what are you doing here?" Itachi asked, smiling at Naruto. Naruto opened his mouth to respond when Shisui opened his mouth. "Itachi, why you haven't told me that your awesome student is the same as mine?" Shisui stated and pointed the finger at Naruto. Naruto rolled his eyes while Itachi looked slightly confused. He had been on a mission for some time now and wondered how Naruto was, knowing he lived alone. He arrived in the house to see the house empty and then checked the training grounds one by one until he found him training with Shisui. "What do you mean? Since when Naruto is your student?" Itachi asked, walking closer to them. "I have been training with him for a week, Itachi. He just showed me the ropes for Shunsen," Naruto explained. "Yup, and he was about to tell me how much a better teacher I am, compared to you," Shisui stated, giving Naruto a wink. Naruto just shook his head in denial, much to his disappointment, and Itachi chuckled slightly. "Naruto, since it is already late, Why don't you come with me? My home will make dinner very soon, Itachi suggested, thinking that would be a good way for Naruto to make a friend with Sasuke. Naruto lowered his eyes and put his hands behind his back, not sure of what to say. Sure, he wanted to say yes and not eating alone for once would be good, but he didn't want to see them glaring at him, but, most importantly, bring Itachi trouble for inviting the demon to eat. Are you sure? I don't want to cause trouble, Naruto finally replied. Itachi felt terrible for the little boy and immediately nodded his head, and he was sure his mother would be delighted to see him. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, my family is not like the others, Itachi replied and put a hand on his shoulder to reassure him that he really did mean it. Naruto looked up at him and just nodded his head. See you tomorrow, Naruto-kun, Itachi. And don't forget, I want a rematch, Shisui said with a cheeky smile at both of them. Naruto laughed, and they soon made their way towards the Uchiha compound. They soon reached the compound's gates, and Naruto saw the entrance being guarded by two, who Naruto thought were Uchiha shinobis. They noticed Itachi and gave him a nod of acknowledgement, but they soon noticed his sun hair and whiskers on his face. Their gaze turned to glares immediately. One of them gripped the sword he was holding harder, and for a moment, Naruto thought he would attack, but Itachi put his hand on his shoulder and made him walk behind him and release his ki. The guards were silenced immediately and lowered their weapons. Naruto walked inside and had to admit that it looked beautiful. He could see houses everywhere, and each house had a flag or anything that showed the Uchiha symbol. Walking inside the compound, he received fewer glares. There was barely anyone glaring at him, much to his relief, but Naruto knew this was just the beginning. They soon reached the house. Naruto looked at its size, and it definitely looked like the most prominent house in the compound. Itachi gestured to Naruto that he should walk in first, opening the door. Kachan. I have returned, Itachi announced. Soon Naruto heard footsteps coming from a room near the door. Another door opened, revealing a woman around her late 30s with long dark hair. Itachi-kun, you returned. How was the... She immediately stopped when she saw Naruto standing behind Itachi. His eyes immediately lowered, and he took a step back instinctively. For a moment, Mikado said Minato. She knew Naruto looked like his father, but now he looked like a perfect copy of him. Understanding what was happening, she immediately brought a smile to her face. Itachi, who's the little sunshine? She asked, walking closer. Naruto smiled back when he felt the happy feelings coming from the woman, but at the same time wondered what was up with them calling him sunshine. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, miss. You can call me Mikado. She introduced herself and walked closer. Come inside, no need to stay outside, she said kindly. Naruto felt happy and walked inside. His eyes were exploring the house inside, a smile not leaving his face, feeling like a child again. Itachi smiled and told him to sit on the couch. He nodded his head and sat down while Itachi walked over to his mom. Where's Sasuke and Tosan? Itachi asked, wondering if Sasuke was training perhaps. His mother gave Naruto another glance before walking to the kitchen. Sasuke is upstairs sleeping, he said he was tired, and your father should return soon, his mother said and started making an extra dish. Itachi nodded his head and walked upstairs, reaching Sasuke's room. He knocked but did not respond. Waiting a few seconds, he walked inside, seeing his brother reading a scroll on his bed, the scroll on his lap. Sasuke-kun, what are you doing? Itachi asked, seeing as he looked focused. Turning his head to his right, he saw Itachi, and a big smile invaded his face. Itachi, is good that you returned, and I'm preparing myself to become stronger. I will show everyone that the Uchiha clan is the strongest clan. Sasuke started with a puff of his chest at the end. Itachi's smile lowered slightly. There's no need for that, Sasuke, but we are eating dinner right now, and I want you to meet someone, he stated and walked downstairs. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at who he might mean and wondered if he meant Shisui. Reaching the living room, he saw Naruto wasn't there. He turned around and went to the kitchen. Kachan, do you not? He stopped mid-sentence when he saw Naruto helping her to prepare the dish. Be careful with that, Naruto-kun. You might burn your hands, his mother warned as he was using a spoon to mix something in a large saucepan. Itachi smiled at what he saw and heard footsteps coming downstairs. He turned in time to see Sasuke. Brother, can you train me? Sasuke asked, looking at him. Not now, Sasuke, we can train tomorrow, Itachi suggested. Sasuke punted, but he then noticed Naruto, who was still helping Kachan prepare dinner. Who are you? Sasuke asked, noticing his blonde hair, reminding him. Naruto put the saucepan back and turned his head around, and saw Sasuke. "Hi, my name is Naruto Uzumaki," he said, smiling, walking closer and pulling out his hand for Sasuke to shake. "You're the one they call demon. What are you doing here?" Sasuke asked with a slightly demanding tone at the end. Naruto's smile disappeared immediately. He felt his throat dry, his heart beating on his throat like a hammer, his eyes suddenly burning, his hand and head lowered. A dry chuckle escaped his mouth. Of course, it was too good to be true. Naruto immediately turned around and was about to run outside when he felt a hand on his shoulder stopping him and the sound of a slap. Turning around, he saw the woman had slapped who he knew was Itachi's brother, and Itachi had his hand on his shoulder. "Why did you say that, Sasuke? I raised you to be better," the woman screamed at the dark hair who was touching his cheek with his hand. Naruto saw Sasuke glared at him with the same eyes like everyone else, and he then turned his attention back to his mother. Everyone outside said that he was not good," Sasuke responded. Naruto could feel the anger directed at him. He walked away towards the door. "Mikado-sama. You have a wonderful house, thank you for letting me stay, and thank you, Itachi-san," Naruto said smiling, and before anyone could do or say anything, he shunts away. Itachi sighed, looking at the leaves left behind by Naruto. From the corner of his eyes, his mother looked ready to cry while his brother was looking at the place where Naruto stood with jealousy. Naruto stood alone on his bed, hugging his legs and crying his heart out. "Why there's so much pain?" Naruto stood on his bed motionless, his forehead resting on his forearm, his eyes puffy and red, his eyes hurting from the tears, and yet Naruto felt nothing but his heartbeat. Nothing made any sound, and the silence had taken over the whole apartment. Naruto couldn't make himself utter a word. There wasn't a mother, father, or sibling to talk to him and tell him that he wasn't alone. The only thing he could hear was his own heartbeat, hurting like a stab, hurting more than anything else before. Kurama watched with sadness. He tried to talk with him, but Naruto did not once respond to him, almost like he couldn't hear him. He hoped for the best, and inside he cursed the damn Uchiha child for calling Naruto a monster. The kid didn't know what a monster is. A monster are the likes of Juubi. Kurama felt a shiver of fear on his body, just the thought of that monster. Naruto kept his eyes on the floor. He kept asking himself the same question in his mind. What is life? Why do we exist? Is there any point in all this? Naruto didn't know the answer to any of these questions. "To-chan, Ka-chan, why am I here? What can't I just be with you? I don't want to feel so alone," Naruto murmured impassively, no tears rolling down his cheek. "Naruto, you're not alone," Kurama spoke, trying to ease his pain. Naruto was grateful for his friend, but he wanted someone. He wanted to see that look again, the look only his father could give him. Naruto closed his eyes and felt everything change around him. Opening his eyes again, his eyes saw the trees that had grown in his mindscape. He had hoped that Kurama would like it more with trees rather than just a sewer. "Kurama," Naruto said, thinking his friend had brought him, but from behind a tree in front of him came out a man Naruto knew he had never seen before, but he recognized him, but he was sure he had never seen him before. The man had long dark hair, a long white kimono around his body, 2 fangs of hair in front of his ear, a blue paint just below his eyes, but his Mangekyo Sharingan was as clear as day. "Indra," Naruto whispered. He didn't know how he knew he was Indra. The man stood in front of Naruto with a friendly smile on his face, and a war fan tightened behind his back. "You're right, young Uchiha. My name is Indra Otsutsuki," Indra introduced himself. Naruto felt no malice coming from him and wondered how he was here. "Why are you here? And how are you here?" Naruto asked calmly, his body still a bit tense from the new person, something that Indra noticed. "When you became my reincarnation, a bit of my chakra was sealed inside you, as did Ashura's chakra. This allows me and my brother to talk with you whenever you might need our advice," Indra explained. Naruto noticed there was no ill feeling coming from him whenever he mentioned Ashura. Naruto had assumed that Indra hated him for taking his place as heir. "Now, I felt the feelings coming from you. The Uchiha brat insulted you. You asked yourself what the point of life was," Indra said, kneeling in front of Naruto and pulling out his left hand, showing his moon symbol to Naruto. "Life has no point until you give it one. My advice to you, Naruto, is to find your point in life. What you truly want, is it revenge, Is it nothing, or is peace? Indra said. Naruto didn't want any revenge, despite the village hating him. He didn't want harm caused to any of them. I want peace, Naruto replied. At this, Indra nodded his head in acceptance. We will talk again, young Uchiha, Indra said, and his figure disappeared. Suddenly Naruto was back in the apartment again. Slowly standing up, he wondered if peace would bring him happiness. What even is happiness? Naruto took a deep breath and left the apartment. Soon Naruto reached the training yard and noticed both Itachi and Shisui talking to each other, and a small smile appeared on the blonde's face. He jumped and landed near them. Shisui noticed him and immediately smiled. Ooh, Naruto, you're back, Shisui said, clearly surprised. From what Itachi told him, he had suspected that his student would spend the whole day sulking in his apartment. Itachi turned his head with an uncertain look on his face. Naruto-kun, is good to see you again, he said, walking closer. Can we train Itachi-san? I want to continue what we left yesterday, Naruto said almost in a hurry. The last thing he wanted was to remember what happened yesterday. Both Shisui and Itachi gave each other a glance in understanding and decided to talk with him later. Shisui groaned and dragged a hand down his face. He stared at the two others from between his fingers. Then he remembered his original goal. Hey, you two, he yelled, popping back to his cheery attitude. Yes, Shisui-san. Itachi, 5 enough already. Naruto just stopped with the san, not Yuto. Shisui moaned, then he bounced up into a fighting stance. We should have a three-way spar. Naruto's eyes narrowed, honing in on Itachi and Shisui, sending shivers down their backs. It was like his eyes had suddenly turned into chips of ice. They could tell that Naruto was ready for anything. Any rules, Shisui? Naruto asked innocently. Yeah. No maiming and first to surrender loses, I guess. The three boys took up fighting stances, 2 textbook Uchiha interceptor stances, and 1 academy stance. All three eyed a leaf that was gently floating downward. As soon as the leaf touched the ground, they all disappeared in a burst of speed. Naruto sat on the branch of a large tree, eyes darting in every direction for a possible attack. A brace of shuriken came flying towards Naruto, sending him jumping away to the right into Shisui, who twisted and kicked out at him. Naruto blocked the kick and was sent flying to the ground. He hit the ground with a roll as Shisui chased after him. Naruto threw 3 kunai directly at Shisui as he lunged towards Naruto. Shisui pulled out his own kunai and deflected the 3 kunai into Itachi, who had been silently sneaking up to Shisui. Itachi dodged the kunai, throwing his shuriken towards Naruto and leaping up to engage Shisui in a furious taijutsu bout. Naruto was a bit peeved, having been written off so quickly. He flashed through hand signs, futon, great breakthrough. Naruto sent a great burst of wind towards the fighting duo. The two boys turned toward the wind bullet simultaneously and leapt apart, narrowly dodging the bullet which drilled into the ground, sending great chunks of dirt everywhere. Itachi retaliated, his hand seal speed so fast that Naruto could barely make them out. Kaden, great fireball. A giant fireball flew at Naruto, who Kawarimi'd out of the way, leaving a scorched log behind him. Hey! Don't leave me out of this, yelled Shisui, who flipped through signs until a Kaden, Phoenix Flower Jutsu flew at both Itachi and Naruto. Naruto used another great breakthrough to block the fire, but hidden inside the flames were shuriken that he had to Kawarimi for. Itachi had simply avoided the fire and shuriken combo and rushed at Naruto as he dodged Shisui's attacks. Naruto threw 4 kunai at Itachi, using his newly learned technique to bounce a kunai into Itachi's blind spot. Itachi ducked his head, letting the kunai sail by harmlessly, and threw a flurry of blows at Naruto. Dodging around the impacts, Naruto thought, this kid's good too. As expected of someone who trains with Shisui. He flipped backwards for space, throwing out more shuriken to discourage Itachi from approaching. Shisui used this opportunity to throw wire-wrapped shuriken at Itachi. Itachi leapt to the left, eyes widening as Shisui pulled the wires, curving the shuriken trajectory towards Itachi. Smirking, Itachi ran through the hand seals for Kawarimi at lightning-fast speed, swapping places with the wide-eyed Naruto. Aww! I'll get you for this, you know. Naruto screamed as he wildly ducked the shuriken and wires by bending over backwards. He flipped up and created 2 shadow clones, one ran off to fight Shisui, and the other ran towards Itachi. Shisui baited his clone into a wire trap and swiftly dispelled it. only encountering a new clone that surprised him by kicking him towards a tree. Shisui rebounded off the tree and shunsen straight at the clone, throwing a brace of shuriken at the clone as he went. Shuriken and Shisui crashing into the clone simultaneously caused the clone to pop in a cloud of smoke, blocking Shisui's vision for a precious second. Itachi meanwhile engaged his Naruto clone in a bout of taijutsu, assessing his skills with Sharingan rapidly spinning in his eyes. Blocking a high kick from Naruto, he swept his left foot out to catch Naruto's pivoting foot, but Naruto leapt into the air to aim another kick at Itachi. This caused Itachi to block with his arm, taking the heavy impact with a grunt. Naruto watched as Itachi dispatched his clone from where he was sitting on top of a tied-up Shisui. He hopped off the struggling Chunin and dashed towards Itachi. Itachi then performed a brutal takedown on Naruto, flipping over him, grabbing his shoulder, and throwing Naruto to the ground. The results of the spar revealed a few exciting things. First of all, Shisui and Naruto were faster than Itachi, but Itachi had better taijutsu than them. Between Shisui and Naruto, Naruto was the faster one, but Shisui was much more adept at Shunshin. They were all equally matched in ninjutsu, but none of the fighters had revealed their full repertoires. Itachi stared at Naruto in contemplation for a while after the spar. Opening and closing his mouth a few times, he finally managed to ask the question that had been on his mind. "Naruto-san, I don't mean to be rude, but why haven't you become a Jonin yet? You are obviously skilled enough to pass the exams, despite being only 5 years old." Naruto tilted his head and considered the question. Why hadn't he decided to graduate just yet? He stood in silence for a worryingly long time before he answered Itachi. "Itachi-san, perhaps it is because I have the luxury of not needing to graduate early. I wanted to enjoy my childhood despite having filled it with continuous training." Itachi nodded. He understood this very well, and he had been forced to graduate early from the pressures of his father and the demands of the clan elders. If clan duties had not demanded it of him, he might not have chosen to graduate either. "Well, it's late enough, I guess. That was a good spar. You really caught me off guard with that clone there, Sunshine," Shisui said. "I'll walk you home, Naruto. Itachi, you go on ahead of me, I'll catch up." "Of course, it was very nice sparring with you today, Naruto-san. I hope we continue to have good relations in the future," said Itachi, dusting himself off. "Yeah, for sure." And so the three boys set off on their ways. Shisui spent the majority of his walk with Naruto in content silence. He would often ward off some of the more malicious glares that the villagers sent towards Naruto with his Sharingan-enhanced stare. "Thank you, Shisui, for being such a good friend," Naruto said earnestly. He was honestly thankful that Shisui had taken the time out of his day to search for him and effectively pull him out of his depression, and now he was worried for Naruto's well-being in the village. "Ah, Sunlight doesn't say that I'll get embarrassed," said Shisui, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. "I really mean it, you know? I'm really grateful to have met you. I just want you to know that." Naruto smiled sunnily at Shisui, who squinted his eyes at the brightness radiating off of Naruto. Shisui pulled Naruto into a gentle hug. "Thanks, I guess. I'm glad that I know you as well, Sunlight." Naruto simply hugged Shisui back and nodded into his chest. "Good night, Shisui, see you tomorrow." "Yeah. Night, Sunlight." Naruto just palmed his face at the name and sighed as Shisui gave a cheeky smile and wave and then disappeared in his signature Sunshine. After 4 months, Naruto had decided to spend his day in the apartment today, and it had been 6 years since Kyuubi was defeated, therefore, the whole village was celebrating. Naruto knew today was his birthday, but he didn't really expect gifts from anyone. He had decided to stay home because of the festival. People weren't really violent to him, but Naruto could tell their hatred towards him would double on his birthday, therefore, he always stayed inside to avoid any problems. As he was preparing to sleep again to pass the time, the door rang. He felt no malice but wondered who could be there. Getting up, he walked over to the door, opening it. His eyes widened to see the mother of Itachi in the front door. "Mikado-sama. What are you doing here?" Naruto asked, just now noticing the bag she was holding. A frown showed on her face because of how he called her. "Can I come inside?" she asked warmly and smiled at the young blonde. Naruto smiled back and left her to walk inside. He thanked the gods that he wasn't the kind to have a messed up house. Everything was clean, and nothing was in the middle of the carpet. His bed was clean, and sheets were in place instead of being everywhere. Mikado saw the state of the apartment. At least his house was decent. Turning around, he saw Naruto still standing as if waiting for her to sit. Sitting down, she patted the place near her for Naruto to sit. The young blonde couldn't help but wonder why she wanted the likes of him to sit anywhere near her. Deciding not to object, he sat near, and the Lady Mikado opened the bag and pulled out a small box decorated with sprinkles and other beautiful things. "Open it, Naruto-kun," she said softly. Naruto liked her tone and slowly opened the box to see a cake. On top of the cake were the words, "Happy Birthday Naruto," with 6 candles near. The cake was made of chocolate and strawberries. Naruto felt tears in his eyes again. But this time there was no sadness. "Do you like it?" Mikado asked, hoping he liked it. She saw his eyes filling with tears, and for a moment, she thought he didn't want her gift. But then he lunged at her, hugging her. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," Naruto said over and over again and just couldn't stop. He felt her hands caressing his hair. She hugged him back and felt bad for him, and she still hated the old Hokage for not letting her adopt Naruto. He deserved a family like everyone else. After pulling away, Naruto with tears around his face. "Thank you for the gift, Mikado-san," Naruto said, still smiling brightly. She giggled and whipped his tears with her hand. "You can call me Mikado-chan whenever you want," she said, smiling warmly at him. Naruto happily nodded his head. Mikado then pulled out a few shirts and a jacket from her bag, and Naruto noticed that each one of them looked his size. "I hope you like them. I didn't know your favorite color, so I chose many," she said. Naruto smiled again, and he wondered if this is what it's like to have a mother? "Did they give you gifts like this for your birthday?" "Thank you. They're very beautiful, Mikado-chan," Naruto replied immediately. Mikado smiled, happy that Naruto liked them. Mikado stayed with Naruto for an hour. Naruto learned that Itachi and Shisui were away on a mission, much to Naruto's surprise since this day was usually free and not a day for missions, decided to not think much about it. "Naruto-kun, I know we didn't start the best way, but if you ever want, you can come and spend the night with my family," Mikado suggested, hoping that could work, and he wouldn't need to sleep alone in an empty apartment. Naruto swallowed his tears and nodded his head, his face shining like a star from happiness. "See you later, Naruto-kun," Mikado said, giving a kiss to his forehead. Naruto touched the place on his forehead and followed her outside. Mikado walked away, giving him another hug. Naruto kept waving at her until she was out of his sight. Night. Naruto had just finished cooking when he felt people gathering in large numbers around his home. Dismissing it as part of the new Kyuubi festival, he started to eat. Until someone started to bang violently on his door. Naruto jumped to his feet and ran to his window. His senses were going haywire, detecting a large group of people standing in front of his door. Whoever was pounding so hard on his door had absolutely no positive intent towards Naruto at all. In fact, it was all negative, so negative that Naruto was reminded of a stormy night with a young crying girl and a pillow. He ran to the window and looked out, and then he quickly hopped out and ran off, shouts following him as he went. "There he is." He went out the window. "Catch him. Make him pay. Demon brat, get back here." Naruto shot a quick glance behind him. What he saw made him pick up the pace and run faster. A mob had shown up at his apartment to hunt the fox brat. Naruto was honestly shocked at the amount of hate and people that had gathered. He had done his best to live unobtrusively in the village of Konoha, and people rarely saw him on the streets since he shopped under a hedge. He never played with children as he was too busy training, and he never wandered the streets looking for food since he kept himself in good condition by budgeting. He didn't understand the sheer amount of hate that was pouring off of the mob pursuing him. Naruto ducked and weaved around various stalls, barely taking in his surroundings' bright colors and cheer as he ran for his life. He ran towards an alleyway hoping to throw the pursuers off his trail. It was not to be, unfortunately. There appeared to be some chunin in the drunken crowd who could accurately track him through the throngs of people that Naruto had run through. Naruto giggled hysterically under his breath as he ran, tears building at the corners of his eyes. He thought of all the ways this encounter could possibly end. None of the endings were particularly good. He hoped to lose the crowd, but it was difficult when bystanders would point in his direction as he lost the mob. Naruto turned his head towards the mob who were closing on him. His eyes turned to Sharingan, the symbols on his palms started shining. "You're done. We will kill you." "We didn't even need to get paid," We should have done this before. Naruto's face around his eyes turned dark as he did hand sings that he himself didn't recognize. Finishing it. Fire style. Great fire annihilation. At that moment, Naruto breathed out the largest fire he had ever seen. The fire was enough and engulfed the whole mob as they all started running away. Their screams filled the night as their corpses were the only thing left. Naruto saw everything covered in a thin dark thing that covered the ground, and their bodies were as black as coal. Nothing to recognize them was left in their scorched bodies. Everything in their bodies was burned, their skin, their eyes, and everything. Snow started falling from the clouds. Much to Naruto's surprise, he pulled out his hand and saw that it wasn't snowing. It was ash. Seeing what he had done, Naruto fell to his knees and let out the loudest scream. Later, Naruto popped up in front of the secretary, handling the desk in front of the cage office. She started and gave him a nasty look. "Please, miss, I need to see the Hokage right now," he implored. The secretary sniffed and went back to her work. The Hokage is busy with essential matters, and he doesn't have time for children. But Naruto persisted. He was determined to talk to Sarutobi about the treatment he received at the hands of the villagers. "Please miss, it important, and he needs to know." "Look, he doesn't have time for children, so you can wait over there and see if you're lucky," she snappily replied. Naruto huffed in impatience. He stubbornly sat himself down on one of the seats in the lobby. He would wait as long as he needed. This couldn't be let go anymore. He didn't have to wait long since the day was ending, and the Sandaime soon left the office to go home. Mildly startled by the blonde boy sitting in his lobby, the Sandaime asked, "Now, what's wrong, young Naruto? You've never sought me out like this before?" "Old man, a mob formed and chased me around Konoha." "What?" The Sandaime's face instantly became grave. He opened the door to the office and waved Naruto in. Naruto took a seat in front of the Sandaime's desk as the older man took his spot at the desk. "Old man, this can't continue. The people hate me, and I don't know why." The older man rubbed his temples tiredly. "I'm sorry, Naruto. They hate what they don't understand and fear." Naruto's eyes narrowed. Was the older man going to tell him about his role as Jinchuriki finally? "What do you mean by fear?" The Sandaime shook his head. "I'm sorry, Naruto, I can't tell you just yet. There's too much you don't understand yet." Naruto was filled with a crushing disappointment in the Sandaime. "That's not very encouraging, you know. And can't you just explain what it is that I don't know? I can keep a secret," he coolly responded. "I'm sorry, but you're too young." Naruto stood from his chair, calmly walking up to Sandaime to stare him in the face. "I'm too young to know why the village hates me? I'm too young to know why they stare at me like that as I walk the streets? I'm too young to know why the prices are doubled when I try to buy anything? I'm too young to know why I don't have parents? I'm too young to know why mothers pull their children away as I walk by? I'm too young to understand why a mob formed with the intention of lynching me." The Sandaime stared at Naruto with wide eyes. He honestly did not know of the extent of the village's animosity towards the child. "What about my parents? Did they not leave anything to me? You said they were shinobi, that means they must have left something for me to inherit?" Naruto asked with a stern look that even Sandaime was surprised. Hiruzen knew Minato and Kushina had left Naruto many things, but if he told him now, Naruto would understand who they were, and that would put him in danger from forces outside Konoha. With a wounded heart, he was not even daring to look at his eyes. "I'm sorry, but you're too young," he said with a heavy heart. That was the final nail in the coffin for Naruto. "I'm too young to know about my parents, and yet I'm old enough to be hated and be chased by mobs," Naruto said with a dry look. His eyes had instinctively turned red like blood. His whiskers slightly grew. This put the Hokage and Anbu on edge. Naruto glared at the older man with fury. Without saying anything, Naruto shunts away. Naruto, after 6 months. In the following months Naruto had taken upon himself to train as much as possible. He used shadow clones every day to fight with him, train taijutsu, learn different ninjutsu, and master his chakra control. Naruto had taken his training much more seriously, something that was noticed immediately by Shisui and Itachi. Naruto still felt anger. The Hokage had to deny him his heritage, to let him live alone, without anyone, not to allow him to see and know what his parents had left for him. A group of shadow clones rushed towards him, and Naruto jumped high in the air doing hand signs. Fire style. Fireball Jutsu. A massive ball of fire evaporated every clone in the ground, and the fire kept burning for a few more minutes. Instead of yellow flames, Naruto's flames were crimson red like blood. He didn't know why, not even Kurama knew why. Itachi had shown him how to do shadow clones since it was hard for Naruto to do the other versions. And not to mention that Itachi stated that being a Jinchuriki could be beneficial to use the secret of shadow clones to its fullest. Naruto leapt away from a thrown kunai. Jumping from tree to tree as he dodged various projectiles sent his direction by an incensed Itachi. Naruto had finally paid Itachi back for his cheeky kawarimi during their first free-for-all battle by dyeing Itachi's bright pink hair with a cleverly thrown water balloon. "Come on, Itachi, calm down. It's not waterproof." Naruto cackled as he leapt from branch to branch. "Just dunk your head in the creek and cool off." Ahaha. It had been nearly 1 year since the three boys had met each other, and they were as thick as thieves. They had agreed to form a partnership in the near future so that they could take the same missions together. During the 1 year that had passed, Shisui and Itachi joined the Anbu to further support their clan's standing. Though this meant less time for Naruto with the duo, they still made an effort to train regularly with the whiskered blonde. Naruto had met Sasuke while Itachi taught him. Sasuke seemed to dislike Naruto on principle. He viewed Naruto as someone trying to steal his brother's time, even though Itachi obviously preferred to cater to his younger brother's whims most of the time. Mikado appeared to be highly pleased that Itachi spent time with Naruto since he had no one, while his father just kept quiet and didn't care much. Or at least it didn't show that he did. Unfortunately, tensions between the Uchiha and the rest of Konoha had worsened. People now openly expressed discontent with the Uchiha military police. There were whispers of a possible rebellion in the works. Even Naruto had somehow become involved in the whole mess. Certain people accused the Uchiha of consorting with the Kyuubi due to Naruto's interactions with Shisui and Itachi. They eventually had to move their training to Training Grounds 44 just for privacy. A few times, unsavory individuals who had been encouraged by the mob incident had tried following Naruto to give him a beating. Naruto always detected them from far away and remembered his lessons from the chase. He would henge away or send a shadow clone in a random direction. He also took the time to explore Konoha during his prank spree for the best hiding places and noted all the dead ends he encountered. Finally giving up on catching Naruto, Itachi panted as he slumped on the ground, pink hair dangling in front of his face limply. Naruto saw that Itachi had given up and cheekily bounced over to pat Itachi on the head. Itachi glared weakly at Naruto from between strands of neon hair. "Hey, Naru, ha 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 ha." Shisui had just arrived at the clearing that Itachi stopped in and caught sight of his bright hair. Shisui high-fived Naruto. "You really got him good this time. Nice one." "Yeah. You should have seen his face when I hit him." Itachi humphed and turned away from the two to wash his hair in the nearby creek. "So?" he asked as he rinsed his hair out. "What did you call us out here for, Shisui?" "Oh, nothing in particular. I thought we needed a day off from missions, and we could just hang out with Naruto," Shisui chirped, plopping down on the ground and crossing his legs. Naruto copied Shisui, getting comfortable on the ground in front of Shisui. "So what should we do today then?" Shisui shrugged blithely. "I don't know. Anbu has been rough lately, and Itachi could use a break." Itachi walked over to the two, wringing his hair out and shaking his head, sending drops of water flying at Naruto and Shisui, earning indignant shouts of reproach. He then sat down, completing their little triangle. "I had been meaning to ask you too. What do you think the meaning of a shinobi is?" Naruto and Shisui both blinked at Itachi, not expecting the philosophical question at this time of day. Typically Itachi waited until later in the evening to start asking thought-provoking questions. "Well," Naruto started, "I think a shinobi is someone who endures the pains of the world for the sake of others. A shinobi is also someone who does the right thing when others might be less inclined to do." "Indeed," said Shisui, "a shinobi is someone who acts in darkness to protect his village." Itachi nodded his head, deep in thought. Naruto examined Shisui and Itachi closely. Recently, it felt as if they were distancing themselves from him. He chalked it up to the pressures of Anbu, but Itachi was acting strange. "Itachi, what's on your mind?" "Nothing you need to worry about, Naruto." Shisui looked at Itachi knowingly. He, too, was worried about his friend. Itachi was the clan heir and thus knew more details about the coup than Shisui, who who was an Uchiha orphan, did. Itachi was lost in thought. Unaware of his companion's thoughts, Naruto simply scrutinized them closely. He could feel that they both were troubled and conflicted, Itachi more so than Shisui. He didn't know what could upset them, so, perhaps it was an Anbu mission gone wrong? "Itachi, do you know any clone jutsu I could work with?" Naruto asked them, hoping to break from their silence. Itachi turned to Naruto and looked at him as if he didn't understand him. "What did you say?" "I said if you can help me with any clone jutsu. I tried normal ones, but they just don't work with me," Naruto stated, hoping he could do something. "Naruto, why are you training so much? It has been 3 months since you have started training harsher," Shisui asked, concerned that Naruto was training more than he should. At this question, Naruto stood up from where they were sitting and took a few steps away, his head facing his direction. For a moment, both Itachi and Shisui thought that he would walk away, but instead, he turned his head towards them. Naruto then went on and explained everything that happened on the night of his birthday. He left out that he used a much stronger fire jutsu instead of fireball, but everything else was how it happened. Both Shisui and Itachi were shocked to hear that. Itachi felt disappointed with his gauge. He had assumed someone like him would try to help Naruto, but instead, he was denying him something that he didn't have the right to refuse. Shisui immediately stood up and put his hand on his shoulder and making him look up at him. "Do you want to talk about it?" Shisui asked with a move of his eyes, indicating if he wanted to talk about the people he killed with the fire jutsu. Naruto shook his head. "No, I didn't have any other choice. Naruto stopped talking and just kept staring at the ground below his feet. After that day, Naruto started learning using his shadow clones. Itachi showed him how to do shadow clones and told him about the secret of shadow clones. It had taken less than an hour for Naruto to learn the jutsu. Both Shisui and Itachi were stunned by what he accomplished, something that a normal jonin would take days or even months of training. Right now, Naruto was resting after training for 6 hours straight. His clones were in his apartment reading useful things he needed to know. Naruto knew the academy would start after 3 months. He didn't care much about the academy of the village. He didn't care much about the village overall. The only attachment he could think of he had with the village was his attachment with Shisui, Itachi and his family, except Sasuke. Naruto had visited the house of Itachi once more since his birthday. Naruto walked inside the house behind Itachi, and he saw Sasuke standing in front of a lake doing hand signs. "Kachan, I am home," Itachi announced. Mikoto walked from the kitchen. "Itachi-kun is good. Oh, Naruto-kun is good to have you here." Mikoto spoke warmly and kissed Naruto's cheek, much to his annoyance. But he secretly smiled, liking the feeling of mother love. Itachi smiled and turned his attention towards his mother. "Where's Tosan?" he asked with a hint of hesitation in his tone, something that Naruto noticed immediately. "He's working," she simply said with a slightly forced smile. Naruto could feel the air around him, and that made him uncomfortable. "Mikoto-san, I see you're preparing dinner. Can I help?" Naruto asked, hoping to lighten up the mood. "Of course, Naruto-chan," she agreed, and Naruto followed her to the kitchen. Naruto soon started preparing the dinner with her, mixing different things, and hoping that he was doing an excellent job at it. Itachi had walked upstairs for something, and Naruto felt a glare behind him. He glanced behind him to see Sasuke standing in the middle of the living room. His eyes narrowed at him. Naruto just ignored the emo and kept making the dinner. Soon who Naruto assumed was Itachi's Tosan came. The man stood taller than Itachi, with dark hair and the eyes of a shinobi, something that Naruto had seen only in a few people. "I am home," his voice echoed throughout the house. Mikoto stopped whatever she was doing and went to him in the living room. Naruto didn't hear what they said since she had closed the kitchen door but didn't feel any malice, so that was a good sign. Soon the dinner was prepared, and Naruto walked inside the living room to see a low-level table in the middle of the room. Mikoto was bringing plates to the table, helped by Itachi while they told Naruto to relax since he had already done enough. The young blonde saw Sasuke whispering something to his father, but Naruto didn't try to lean closer and hear whatever they were talking about. Sitting at the table caused Sasuke to glare at him, while the man looked surprised to see Naruto. "You must be Naruto that Itachi keeps talking about. My name is Fugaku Uchiha." Fugaku introduced himself and pulled out his hand towards Naruto. The young blonde smiled and shook his hand. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." Soon Itachi and Mikoto sat at the table. Not much was talked about. Fugaku asked Naruto a few questions about his training, how he liked this part of the village. Naruto answered that he wanted it more than his house and that his movement was going well. "Ni-san, can you train me tomorrow?" Sasuke asked, looking at Itachi. "Of course, tomorrow is free, and Naruto can come as well," Itachi replied. The mention of the blonde caused Sasuke to pout, but he decided not to say anything. "This dinner is very delicious, Mikoto-chan," Fugaku praised his wife, smiling. This caused Mikoto to giggle and point the finger at Naruto, making him blush. "Naruto prepared it," she replied, much to Fugaku's shock. "Well, Naruto, it seems you have a knack for preparing food," he said with a kind tone. After dinner, Sasuke had walked to the lake again. After helping Mikoto-san with the plates, Naruto walked up to Sasuke, hoping they could be friends perhaps. He saw him making hand signs and recognized them as hand signs for fireball jutsu. The blonde walked close to him and stood just 3 feet away. After another failed attempt to do the fireball jutsu, Sasuke started getting irritated. "You're not focusing enough on your breath," he heard behind him and turned to see the blonde. This caused him to clench his teeth in anger. "What could you know?" Sasuke asked with a mocking tone. Naruto didn't care but just took 3 steps forward and started doing the hand signs. He breathed a huge amount of air as he finished the last hand sign, and with that, he breathed out an enormous fireball that Sasuke had seen before. "See, you need to breathe a huge amount of air before you finish the hand signs, just doing them won't. Nobody asked you parentless," Sasuke screamed at him and ran inside his house. Naruto felt the air stuck in his throat again. His throat felt dry, and his chest started hurting. His breath quickened as his chest tightened. "No," Naruto breathed out as he felt no place to run. He fell on his knees trying to breathe, but he just couldn't, his vision dizzy as the darkness surrounded him. The last thing he felt was a pair of hands around his legs and back carrying him and a voice. "Naruto-kun." Naruto had woken up in the hospital. The doctors were glaring at him as much as possible, some of them probably wishing he had never woken up. Mikoto-chan had been on his bed when he woke up and had hugged him almost to death and yelled at him never to do something like that again. It seems that he had a panic attack. The same day he woke up, he left the hospital. Mikoto had asked him if he remembered anything. Still, Naruto just said he didn't remember what happened, but surprisingly Itachi didn't ask what had happened. Mikoto-chan, of course, told him to visit again, but Naruto just said that he would but didn't. Right now, he was still resting from training when he felt Itachi walking close, and he turned his head just in time to see him jump from a branch. "Naruto-kun, what is it?" Itachi asked since Naruto had asked him if he could meet him. It was 7 p.m, and the sun had already set behind the horizon. "I need to tell you something, Itachi. Promise to not tell anyone, except maybe Shisui," Naruto said with a serious tone. Itachi immediately nodded his head without hesitation. "I promise." Naruto said nothing but walked close to him and closed his eyes much to his confusion but opened them, revealing his fully matured Sharingan. This caused Itachi to stiffen, and his eyes widened, but his eyes immediately turned to Sharingan. "How do you have the Sharingan?" Itachi asked with a much more serious tone, and he hoped this wasn't someone acting like Naruto despite him not detecting anything amiss. Naruto went on and told him about his Sharingan, how his father was Minato Namikaze and that he had been half Uchiha. Naruto, of course, left out the part that he was the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra, but just told him that he had met his father in his mindscape thanks to the seal. He also told him that he and Kyuubi were friends and that his real name was Kurama. Itachi wasn't sure about trusting Kyuubi, but he believed Naruto. But he immediately noticed that he was hiding something but decided that Naruto would tell him when he felt comfortable. "You truly are one of a kind," Itachi stated, smiling and patting his back. This made Naruto smile. "Thank you, Itachi. You can call me Ni-san." Naruto. Secret place. Danzo slammed his hand on the table, enraged. The rude agent standing in front of him stoically did not flinch. "You mean to tell me that a crowd of adults and fully trained chunin lost a child in our village?" "Yes, sir." After the boy turned a corner on 56th Street, the crowd was unable to locate the boy again. Danzo leaned back in his chair and sighed, "Such incompetent ninja in Konoha's forces nowadays." This is precisely why his route was necessary for the well-being of the village. He was furious. His plot to attack the Jinchuriki with a mob and then save him, thus making the Jinchuriki indebted to him, had failed spectacularly. Now years of planning had potentially gone down the drain. Hiruzen was suspicious of him now. Root was on the verge of being disbanded. No matter. The Jinchuriki was always a long-term goal. There are other ways to secure his loyalty. Continue to monitor the boy as usual. The Foundation agent nodded and disappeared. Even the reports he received regarding the Jinchuriki were unsatisfactory. At times the boy would disappear from his agent's view, and they would not be able to locate him again for hours. It bothered him a lot that even the best of his spies couldn't read the boy. Somehow a 6-year-old boy would know he was being followed and would never train openly or would lose the spies before disappearing to do who knows what. Danzo resolved himself. For the good of Konoha, the Jinchuriki must be under his thumb. Hiruzen was simply too soft to make use of the Jinchuriki's full potential. Naruto. It had been a week since he told Itachi about his Sharingan. He then had told Shisui, but only when Naruto was present as well. To say Shisui was surprised would be like saying that Minato had been the slowest shinobi. Shisui immediately had asked for a spar with him, both of them using Sharingan. According to him, Itachi's Sharingan had gotten rusty and not a challenge to him. Naruto had left while Itachi had playfully rolled his eyes. Having them as friends felt the best thing. Naruto hoped this would never change. They were his only friends, and Itachi was his big brother. Shisui had started calling him his little Uchiha brother as well, and to him, Naruto was family as much as a little brother. Right now, Naruto was walking through the village and couldn't help but notice the ways the citizens were acting, for the first time since forever, and their attention seemed to be somewhere else and not at the little blonde. Listening closely to what they were saying, he heard that Kumo shinobi were here to discuss peace. Naruto fought the urge to roll his eyes. Peace was a delicate thing, even easier to break than glass. One wrong move, and it will shatter and will be very hard ever to put the pieces back together. Night. The Hyuga compound stretched before the intruder in the darkness. He eyed its stern white walls, standing forbiddingly tall, with growing weariness. Inside them, rows of houses lined up in neat patterns. He pressed on, slithering stealthily near the ground, his hands locked so tightly into a hand seal they trembled. A precarious camouflage genjutsu was his only lifeline and the reason he'd been chosen for this mission. It was a clever thing, a technique of suggestion. Slowly, he weaved his chakra into subtle signals that crept gently into the guards' minds. And though they scoured the compound, all-seeing, they overlooked him as though part of the scenery, a meaningless object blending into the background so neatly. They'd glance around and over and behind him, their brains not even registering the threat. Without hiding him, it made reality around him more pronounced, more eye-catching, infinitely more vivid, and interesting to look at. It diverted the attention of drowsy, bored sentinels who had not dealt with a serious threat in months, mainly because no one dared. The jutsu had one clear, fatal limitation: focus. If a single eye looked at him, truly, directly at him, he was dead. And worse, disgraced, a failure. Silently, he sent a prayer up to the thunder god. Then he scuttled between two little houses, past a deserted courtyard, towards the heart of the compound. His destination. Walls within walls, he thought, steeling himself for the climb. The outer level had been all branch member houses, dozens of them modest and neat, singularly nondescript. It had been easy enough to navigate. All roads led to the center, where the mansions of the main house stood stately behind their proud white walls. From there on, security more than doubled. Within lay the living treasures of the Hyuga clan. The unsealed. The enslavers of their own kin, he thought, his lip curling in distaste. His task was to abduct an unsealed Hyuga child, securing the famed bloodline for the glory of his village. The main house consisted of less than 20 individuals, the head, his council, and their heirs. There only existed a single unsealed Hyuga younger than 5, and she was zealously guarded at all times. Hyuga Hinata. His mission objective. He jumped off the wall softly, crouching low on the ground. For a moment, he held still and searched. Chakra signatures of small children were such soft things. In the gardens? He thought with some surprise. Though it saved him the trouble of having to penetrate the mansion, he wondered warily if it wasn't some kind of trap. What could such a small child be doing out of bed in the middle of the night? Had his plan been found out? Narrowing his eyes, he sharpened his chakra sense, stepping without a sound between rows of flowering plants. The little girl sat gingerly by a rose bush. She cradled its petals gently, thoughtfully, as she spoke in a hushed tone. "I think Father is angry with me again. I still can't, my eyes haven't." She gave a small unhappy sigh. "Mama says I might have a little brother soon. Or a little sister." His hand closed around her mouth, smothering a scream. Slowly, carefully, he spun an illusion that fell over her mind like a blanket. The child swayed, sagging limply into his arms. Heaving her small weight over his shoulder, the shinobi fled into the night. As he passed a door, he now stood outside of Hyuga compound, but a child with cold purple eyes stood in front of him. He felt his whole body freeze, and he couldn't move as his body started shaking like a leaf. He saw the child who had blonde hair raise his right hand, Banshuten, and the last thing he felt was his body being pulled. Naruto. The blonde had noticed the Kumo shinobi lurking around the Hyuga clan during the day. Naruto kept his eyes on the Kumo shinobi. He was only a kid, but even he knew Konoha and Kuno didn't have the best of friendships. The night came, and Naruto felt the shinobi within the Hyuga clan. Unknown to Naruto, the symbol of the moon on his left palm started shining in a dark color. Naruto followed behind and stood just outside the clan compound, his face shadowed by the shadow of the houses, but his purple eyes shined through the darkness. Naruto saw the kidnapper carrying a bag over his shoulder, and the Uchiha could feel the small child in the bag. His blood boiled at the man daring to kidnap a little girl and use her for their own needs and use her like a cow. Naruto released his ki, and his left hand raised slowly at the ninja who had frozen in place from his superior ki. Banshuten and Naruto spoke with a dark tone. The shinobi suddenly started getting pushed towards him. As he got closer, Naruto raised his right hand, a dark rod came out of his palm, but no blood, and Naruto pierced his stomach, causing the shinobi to feel the full chakra of the kid. The shinobi screamed in pure agony as he gripped his head with his palms, almost trying to pull something out of his head. Naruto's face didn't even twitch from his agony, his face as cold as ice. His eyes went to the child inside the bag, his eyes turned to the shinobi moving in the grass like an injured animal, his hands trying to take out the rod. Because of that, Naruto put his hand on the rod and with a single move, he pulled out the rod, causing the blood around his wound spill out faster. His blood started spreading around the grass like rain. His purple eyes suddenly turned to blue again, and the moon on his left palm stopped shining. Naruto felt dizzy all of a sudden, his young body fell on his knees, his hands on the grass. Naruto tried to catch his breath. He wasn't sure what exactly happened when his senses felt the chakra coming closer. His eyes glanced at the bag moving, and he slowly stood up, his chest rising up and down repeatedly. He still tried to catch his breath. He walked over to the bag and opened it, seeing hair sticking out, her wide eyes looking up at Naruto. The blonde was about to ask if she was okay when his senses went wild. He jumped high in the air, barely dodging a dangerous strike from a man. Landing on the ground, his eyes found the man who attacked. His Byakugan activated, his palms up and ready to strike again. "Stay away from my daughter, demon," the man screamed with anger through his clenched teeth. Before Naruto could say anything, "Brother, stop, look in the ground." Naruto turned his head to see another person walking over to them, followed by several guards who glared at Naruto at the moment notice. The blonde saw the new guy was very similar to the one who attacked him. Hiyashi looked down to see the man lying on the ground motionless. His eyes widened that someone tried to kidnap his daughter, and he perhaps almost killed her savior. "Tosan, he saved me." The voice of Hinata was heard like a whimper, her eyes looking up at her father. Naruto decided to leave and let them deal with their situation when at that moment, the glorious Hokage showed up at the compound. "Son of a bitch," Naruto cursed his luck. The Hokage couldn't choose any other time to show up but now. Hiruzen saw Naruto standing there, avoiding his direction, but the Hokage's eyes found Hiyashi Hyuga, who kneeled and slowly pulled away the mask covering the man lying on the grass. Almost everyone gasped to see it was the Kumo ambassador. "Hiyashi, how did this happen?" Hiruzen demanded an explanation. Unknown to him, both Itachi and Kakashi, who were wearing Anbu masks, looked at Naruto with concern. Hiyashi went on and explained that a scream was heard in the middle of the night. He first checked Hinata's room to see her missing. He then told them that he found the blonde opening the bag and that the shinobi was dead in the ground. Hiruzen exhaled at the thought that Kumo had betrayed them and had tried to kidnap a child of Konoha, but what stuck to him even more was Naruto's involvement in all of this. He knew Itachi trained Naruto, but he shouldn't be able to kill a Jonin. Itachi paid close attention to the Hokage's reaction towards Naruto. While Kakashi was surprised and saddened that Naruto was forced to kill someone at such a young age but otherwise happy that Naruto could protect himself and a member of Konoha. Everyone's eyes turned to Naruto when Hiashi explained what had happened. "Naruto, I would like you to come with me," Hokage stated with no place to decline. The blonde just followed behind. "Hiashi, you as well," Sarutobi ordered. The Hyuga nodded his head. Hinata was escorted inside, soon rejoined with her mother. Hokage Tower. The Hokage sat at his seat as every clan head was here. In this meeting, he didn't invite the civil council since they weren't necessary. Almost every head clan was surprised by the sudden meeting of the council in the middle of the night. It was 3 a.m., but all of them were double surprised to see Naruto standing in the room, his hands behind his neck not caring much. Itachi, Kakashi, Yamato and Yugao stood hidden in the shadow, their eyes looking at the blonde, three of them surprised to see a lack of reaction from Naruto after killing someone. Kakashi made a mental note to ask later Naruto about it. Maybe the blonde was even more shocked than they thought, and he was hiding it behind an emotionless mask. On the other hand, Itachi looked weary of the whole situation. He hoped they wouldn't try to punish Naruto. He was his little brother, and he would protect him. Danzo looked at the demon weapon with a suspicious eye. He wondered what was happening. He hated that right now he had no information on the situation. Perhaps Sarutobi had finally decided to hand him the weapon. Fukagyu looked surprised to see the little blonde here, and he could say that they were lucky that Mikoto didn't know about this yet. Sarutobi cleared his throat. "I know it is very late, but a betrayal has happened, causing everyone to hold breath. The ambassador of Kuma this night went inside and tried to kidnap Hinata Hyuga. Luckily Naruto was able to stop him and save the Hyuga heiress. This caused anger to fill everyone except Danzo, who looked interested to know how could a 6-year-old child stop a Jonin. Everyone had different thoughts on this. Shikaku felt a headache slowly driving him mad. "This is troublesome," he thought and cleared his throat. "Lord Hokage, I think we should let know Kuma what their shinobi tried to do. We don't know yet if he acted out of selfish reasons or if someone ordered him," Shikaku stated, knowing full well the chances of the latter were much higher. Hiruzen nodded his head and called dog. Within a second, Kakashi stood kneeling in front of the Hokage, close to where Naruto was standing. "Send this scroll to Jiraiya." "I'm afraid he should cut his research short," Hokage stated and threw a scroll at Kakashi, who grabbed it and disappeared as soon as it appeared. Naruto's ears perked up at the mention of the Sannin and wondered if he would decide to visit him, and maybe perhaps try to make up for his complete absence in Naruto's life. Now that Kakashi had left, Sarutobi knew Kakashi's dogs would find him in no time and know the situation's seriousness, and he would come to back up the village. With that thought done, now the only thing left was Naruto. Turning his eyes at the blonde, he cleared his throat, getting everyone's attention. "Naruto, I would like to know how you were able to defeat the Jonin?" Sarutobi asked warmly, and he knew right now that he wasn't on the best of terms with Naruto, but he hoped to make up for it somehow soon. "During the day, I noticed the shinobi lurking around the Hyuga compound. When night came, I waited for a few blocks away to see if he would try anything. When he suddenly jumped over from the wall, right in front of me. At first, he told me to leave and forget I saw anything. But I stood my ground, and since I'm a child, he underestimated me. I used Shunten to show up in front of him. He was caught off guard by my speed, and I stabbed him in the liver," Naruto explained. Hiruzen was impressed that he used the shinobi's ego against him, while Shikaku thought Naruto could be an impressive strategist if only he could spend some time with him. Fugaku smiled warmly at the kid for saving the girl. While the Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan didn't exactly see eye to eye, even Fugaku would never wish that kind of fate to any of the Hyuga residents. Hiashi made a mental note to thank Naruto later and to apologize for attacking him. While Danzo thought that the demon right now had even more value than before, he needed to speed up his plan a bit. "Can I leave now?" Naruto asked indifferently. Hiruzen thankfully nodded his head, and Itachi escorted him outside. Leaving the Hokage tower, Itachi immediately turned to Naruto and put his hand on his shoulder. "You sure you alright?" Itachi asked, concerned. and his eyes were checking for any wound. Naruto smiled happily to have a big brother like Itachi, and he nodded his head. "I'm fine, Nii-san, but thanks for asking." Itachi accepted the answer and led him to his house. Naruto was lying on his bed, already asleep. Itachi checked around the house for anything, and his eyes turned at Naruto again, who was peacefully sleeping. "What would you do in my situation, Naruto?" Itachi whispered with evident sorrow in his tone. "Tomorrow, Kumo." The following day, a shout was heard inside the Raikage Tower. The table in the room was thrown across the room, getting destroyed when it hit the wall. While this was happening, a certain Jinchuriki stood silent, waiting to hear what was the problem now. "Big bro, what it has go you?" So Angry asked while rapping and moving his hands around and doing weird poses in front of his brother. The Raikage glared at his little brother for taking this as some kind of joke. A had been against the plan but couldn't help but agree that Kumo needed a bloodline. "Our shinobi was killed trying to kidnap the girl," A stated with evident anger, but not towards the act but towards his own shinobi for getting caught. B stopped rapping, and a visible frown erupted on his face. He told his brother not to try it, but he just couldn't help himself, stating that Kumo barely had any bloodline. B hated how the hidden villages still acted towards each other. Why couldn't they just let go of these petty things and live? B hated that with this done, he wondered what the difference between Kumo and the likes of Orochimaru was. Just the thought of his country being no different made him want to vomit. "So, what now? Are they declaring war against us?" B asked, knowing there was a high chance of them declaring war for trying to kidnap a member of their village. Not mentioning a child, war had been started in the past for far less. "No, they had sent me a letter to explain why a shinobi tried to kidnap a member of their village. Therefore I will go there. Perhaps we still haven't lost yet," A replied, looking outside the window and thinking of a plan. B frowned dependent. He chewed his lower lip and held his tongue. He wanted to remind his brother not to poke a sleeping tiger. He thought perhaps reminding him that they had Kyuubi might work. Still, they knew Kyuubi was sealed in a child, and therefore the chances of him being able to use Kyuubi were slim. "Should I tag along?" B asked, knowing his brother would like to bring his strongest shinobi to show strength. A nodded his head immediately, still looking through the window. "Daru is coming along as well," he replied, and thought bringing Yugito might or might not be a good idea. She was still only 8 years old but quite good for a young kunoichi. B thought to leave when his brother turned to look at him. "Be prepared for anything." "Itachi, where's Naruto-kun? He could be scared alone," his mother shouted at him. To say Mikado Uchiha was angry would be like saying that Orochimaru is a good guy. Itachi had come home with his father and explained to his mother what had happened. When she heard that the Hokage sent Naruto into his home alone after killing a foreign shinobi, she got furious. What is that old man even thinking? Naruto-kun needs someone to tell him that what he did was not wrong and not feel alone. Mikado half shouted at both him and his father. "Miko-chan, you know we can't have Naruto sleeping in this house. Our reputation with the Hokage is already falling down the hill, and him getting suspicious that we are using something on Naruto when he isn't looking can worsen our situation," Fugaku explained, knowing full well how his wife was whenever Naruto was mentioned. Mikado bit her lower lip, tears developing in her eyes. She could feel the disappointing look of Kushina-chan. She should have raised her son. Screw the Hokage, Naruto needed someone not to be alone. Did the Hokage not understand how much trauma that could bring, or he simply didn't care? "Ka-chan, tomorrow after my workday is over, I will bring Naruto here again if he wishes," Itachi suggested. Mikado looked at Itachi and nodded in agreement. "Konoha, Naruto." He stood motionless, just staring at the ceiling. As he stood on his bed, he thought of the Anbu that visited him this morning. Naruto recognized his chakra. He knew that Anbu had watched over him many times. Naruto opened his eyes at the sound of the birds singing near his window. His head slowly raised and sat on a sitting position in the middle of the bed. His blue eyes watched the birds playing around with each other. He saw another flying to a branch in a tree. There was a small hole in the tree, and 3 tiny beaks coming out and demanding food. Naruto smiled at the mother giving her children food through the peak. His eyes then turned to his empty apartment, and his heart fell into the darkest abyss. "Good morning, Naruto," Kurama suddenly said, smiling at the little blonde. Naruto's face brightened up like the sun, his smile from ear to ear. "Good morning, Kurama," he said, and jumped from the bed to the wooden floor. Naruto's eyes went to the moon symbol on his palm, and he couldn't help but think of last night. "Kurama, did you feel anything different last night?" Naruto asked, thinking that his friend might know anything. "Feel what?" "I didn't feel anything unusual," not knowing where the blonde was going with this. "Last night I saved the girl, but I don't remember much. It almost feels like a clouded memory. It feels almost like I wasn't the one who did that," Naruto replied, still looking at the moon symbol on his palm. Now that Naruto mentioned, Kurama did find it odd the lack of reaction from Naruto. At the same time, he knew his little friend had killed people before intentionally and unintentionally. Still, his complete lack of response, almost as killing people, had been something he had done for years now and didn't scare him anymore. "I don't know, Naruto, but perhaps you should ask Indra. After all, the Uchiha did say you can have his advice whenever you want." Kurama advised and hated that he couldn't help him in this situation. Naruto mentally nodded and started preparing breakfast, boiled eggs with bread and onions. Both Itachi-ni-san and Mikito-chan told him to eat vegetables and fruits. After preparing it, he started eating the boiled egg with bread. After he was done, he took a bite from onion and had to admit it wasn't as bad as he thought. Knock knock. Naruto stopped eating and walked over to the door. Opening it, he saw the Anbu with dog mask that he saw last night. The blonde wondered what he wanted so early, or maybe the Hokage had requested his presence. "Can I come in?" the Anbu asked respectfully. Naruto opened the door wider and stepped aside as the Anbu walked inside. Closing the door, he turned to the Anbu. "What can I do for you, Anbu-san?" Naruto asked, still thinking he was here because the Hokage sent him. "I wanted to check if you were okay. You killed someone last night. Many people find it hard to deal with the first time," Kakashi replied, knowing his first time was when he was only 5 years old. Naruto was only 6, not that age made that much of a difference. No matter how old you are, the first time killing someone will always be hard. Naruto found his concern surprising. "Is not the first time I killed someone before. People of this village sometimes tend to get drunk and sometimes they leave you no choice," Naruto replied, knowing the Anbu route he killed and the mob that had gathered to give him a birthday surprise. Kakashi's eyes widened at what he heard. He never thought that anyone actually attacked Naruto. He wondered if Hokage knew of it, and if he did, why did he not tell him? "When did that happen?" Anbu asked with a much more serious tone. Naruto explained what happened on his birthday, except he told him that only a few people had gathered at his house that night. Kakashi remembered that he had been on a mission during the celebration for the defeat of the Kyuubi, which Kakashi couldn't help but find odd. Usually, that day was free of work. "I see, if you need to talk with anyone, you can talk to me," Kakashi stated. Naruto nodded his head, and the Anbu left. Naruto stood up and left the apartment, and he needed to train and get stronger to protect his Uchiha family. Reaching the training yard, he did the shadow clone jutsu, and 1,000 clones suddenly appeared. "Alright, 100 start reading, 700 start training on elemental manipulation, and the other 200 will beat me up." Soon the clones left to do their jobs. Naruto's eyes stayed blue as he prepared for training. After 5 hours, once a training ground stood, now filled with craters everywhere, Naruto was lying on the biggest crater, his body spread, sweat rolling down his face, his shirt was wet with sweat, and his back ached badly. In the following hours Naruto trained, using taijutsu and ninja weapons, like kunai, shuriken, and swords, but not once did he use the Sharingan. He wanted to train without Sharingan. He used it only against Itachi or Shisui or if he had no other choice against someone else. As he kept breathing, a thought occurred to Naruto. He slowly put his hands on the ground and stood up, still breathing heavily. "Kurama, Indra said I could talk with him and Ashura, but can I also talk with Hashirama and Madara?" Naruto mentally asked, thinking of what Indra said to him. Kurama thought of it, and if he was sincere, he wasn't entirely sure. Indra mentioned that when Naruto became their reincarnation, a bit of their chakra was sealed inside Naruto, but he mentioned nothing of Hashirama and Madara's chakra. "Is worth a try, but don't get your hopes up," Kurama stated. "I have never my hopes up anymore," Naruto replied and sat with his legs crossed and closed his eyes. For a few minutes, nothing happened when he suddenly felt the air itself change. It felt calmer, and he felt sleepy. Opening his blue eyes, he was back in the forest of his mindscape. But surprisingly, the ground everywhere was covered by red leaves. Naruto heard footsteps coming towards him, and slowly ahead of the trees came out a person with white kimono covering his whole body. Naruto knew he had never seen him before but knew his name, and he knew him somehow. Ashura. Ashura stood in front of him, his eyes looking at him warmly, a splendid smile on his face. Ashura kneeled in front of Naruto. "What can I do for you, young Senju?" Ashura asked kindly. "Ashura, I wanted to ask what is your advice on what to do with how hidden villages are with each other? Hashirama told me that he and Madara united the clans and created Hidden Leaf Village, but there's no peace. This is just a temporary peace, a war hidden in the shadows waiting to explode. What should I do?" Naruto asked, feeling anger. The shinobi had been ordered by the Raikage to kidnap a Hyuga if he could be a Hyuga child. Naruto knew this, but he wasn't sure how. The whole memory of them saving Hinata was almost clouded, but not the memories of the dead Jonin, and Naruto wasn't sure why. The blonde had thought to tell the Hokage, but right now, he wasn't sure if the old man was trustworthy anymore. Telling him about the memories of the dead Jonin would force him to ask how he knew. Therefore Naruto had thought that saying nothing would be better rather than just opening new problems. "I'm not sure, young Uzumaki. My father told me to spread the knowledge of chakra. I followed my father's footsteps, sure that was the way towards peace. The conflicts between each other started soon after the birth of my third child. My children took responsibility for my actions. People did not come together when the knowledge of chakra was spread. Wars didn't end. They stayed the same," Ashura said with a heavy heart. He could remember when he was first forced to execute a member of their group. He had been caught using chakra to kill people for fun. He had been caught red-handed in his basement, body parts everywhere hanging around the wall. In his personal room, he had found him there smiling eagerly. Jars filled with blood in the table behind him, bodies of men, women and children hanging around the walls like decorations, their guts hanging from their sliced open stomachs. A corpse hanging behind him had 4 arms attached around his back. Psycho Hime had started laughing in front of him, saying that he would find every little secret that chakra was hiding from him. The experiments were needed to find just how strong can a person get. Ashura had killed him on the spot. The bodies were buried, but the body of Psycho was thrown into the wilderness and let him rot, without a place where people could remember him. The second time had been after many years in Juyi Town. His children had discovered people forcing the town to give them money, in return for healing them, but the worst part was they were the ones causing the sickness. "I don't have any easy answers, young Senju. Even my father didn't know how to bring peace. My grandmother tried to enslave the whole world, and my father believed spreading the chakra would bring people together. My advice to you, young Senju, is to unite the people of this world, under one symbol, under one village. Like how Hashirama and Madara created the Hidden Leaf Village, I believe you can create a new one that belongs to everyone," Ashura advised. Naruto said nothing as the figure of Ashura started disappearing until it was gone. The young blonde found himself in the apartment again, his hands rubbing his back. Naruto understood what he meant, at least he hoped he did. His thoughts were on his Uchiha family. Would it be safer for them? What would they think? Naruto looked down at his palms, at the moon and sun symbol. Why did he have so much responsibility? It wasn't enough that he was an orphan, but the people of his home hated his guts. "Kurama, what do you think is the difference between right and wrong? Is there any difference, or is the line between right and wrong just as an illusion we create for ourselves?" Naruto asked quietly, as his eyes kept looking at his palms. Kurama stayed quiet for some time. He wasn't sure of the answer. "I'm not sure, Naruto. In my life those people that tried to capture me and use my chakra for their own gain were wrong, but what if those people were desperate people that needed to protect their loved ones?" At that point in life, the line between right and wrong slowly gets thinner when it comes to helping the ones we love, because without them, we are nothing, Kurama said. Naruto listened to his words and his mind went back to his Nisan. His mind remembered Shisui, Mikoto-chan, and Kurama, his best friend. Naruto said nothing as his body lied on the floor, his hands together in front of his face, his head feeling the carpet below his head, a red carpet. What is the cost of peace? After 1 week. The following week, Naruto kept practicing. His clones had him surrendered, they had formed a circle around him. Itachi and Shisui were looking closely at Naruto since he told them he wanted to show something to them. Each clone grabbed a kunai from their pouches, and immediately throw them at Naruto. The blonde activated his Sharingan and saw the kunai moving slower and slower. He grabbed a single kunai and threw at one closest to him, causing it to change the direction that hit another kunai and another one. Itachi and Shisui gasped that every single kunai had fallen in the ground and hadn't reached Naruto. A proud smile erupted on both of their faces, seeing him, but next thing surprised them and put them on guard immediately. Each clone suddenly showed right in front of Naruto. Each one had Sharingans on their eyes. Shisui was about to intervene when Naruto threw himself up in the air doing hand signs. Fire style. Dragon form jutsu. A Hug's dragon came out of his mouth and obliterated every clone in the ground. Itachi and Shisui jumped away from the unbearable heat coming from the red flames that burned down the whole grass in the entire training field. Itachi noticed that leaves around the trees had turned dark from the heat. He hadn't known about the existence of red fire. He had known of Amaterasu, the dark flames that never extinguished. The Uchiha duo moved over to Naruto, who was lying in the middle of the field breathing heavily. The whole field had turned dark and smoke around the ground, his chest rising up and down like that would be his last breath, and he was trying to breathe as much as possible. "That was awesome, Naruto. You sure have many secrets," Shisui stated, helping him up and slapping his back. "That was indeed incredible, Naruto-kun. Didn't know there was red fire," Itachi commented, as his eyes noticed that the moon symbol on Naruto's palm looked slightly darker, or maybe that was just him. "I didn't know about crimson red flames myself, though indeed does look awesome, and they are way stronger than normal flames," Naruto replied. Itachi had already figured out the last part and wondered that if he should teach him his explosive clone jutsu, and fire style, Star Fire. Itachi decided to teach him that as a birthday gift for his 7th birthday. It had been a week since Hinata Hyuga had been saved from Naruto. The word had spread like wildfire. The clans were happy to hear that Naruto had saved Hyuga's heiress, but the civil part was more skeptical. Some stayed neutral while some would say that the demon was getting strong or some dumb shit like that. Itachi had invited Naruto to his house 6 days ago to eat dinner with them, but Naruto had respectfully declined his offer. Itachi of course knew about how his last visit ended. He still remembered his little brother calling Naruto parentless. The Uchiha prodigy hasn't told anyone, but he was half convinced to tell his Kachan. She would know what to say to Sasuke. "Hello, Itachi, you there?" Itachi escaped his thoughts when he saw Shisui knocking on his forehead almost like he was knocking on a door and waiting to open it. "What?" Itachi asked, not knowing what the problem was. "Raikage will come today. Hokage told me 2 days ago to be prepared if my help is needed." Only now has Itachi noticed that Naruto wasn't here anymore. His eyes roamed around the field but couldn't see him anywhere. Naruto went to his house. He said he wanted to deal with something. Shisui informed him and they soon both left towards the Uchiha compound. Apartment. Naruto was sitting in a cross position, a blank letter in front of him lying on a table, a brush and black paint. The clones had started reading Fuinjutsu, but Naruto soon realized that reading Fuinjutsu would almost be pointless without practicing it. Therefore Naruto took it upon himself to train his Fuinjutsu. If a seal could hold the likes of Kurama inside his tummy, his mind wondered what could he do by advancing it even more. As he was writing a level I seal, his senses detected a huge chakra level suddenly showing up in the village. Hiyashi Hyuga. "Oh." He heard his daughter squeak when he entered the room. "Hinata." Hiyashi smiled. Though it was technically not proper behavior, he could understand the child's tears. She did go through quite an ordeal. "Are you alright, Hinata?" The girl nodded and quickly tried to wipe away her tears, knowing her father disapproved of such lack of composure. Not that she had much success, as new tears appeared just as fast. "Naruto-kun saved us. But, Naruto-kun is fine," a female voice spoke from behind Hiyashi. Not that he was very surprised, as his wife at times seemed to be aware of everything. Hiyashi knew very well that if he was to be regarded as the best Juken practitioner of the clan, Hyuga Hitomi would be the one with the best eyesight. "Hitomi." "Hiyashi," the woman smiled. "Hinata is uninjured, despite the kidnapper's crude methods." "Okay, can I?" Hinata looked up to her mother. Can I see him?" "Where is he?" "He is in his home," she said gently. Hinata's face turned down, her disappointment obvious to her parents. "But the clan knows Naruto-kun if he had not stopped the kidnapper," Hitomi added. "Can we help him?" Hinata begged. Hiyashi looked at his wife, who was busy correcting a deviant strand of her daughter's dark blue hair. His wife took a strange pride in that their eldest daughter had the same color of hair as she had. "We will. And should," Hitomi assured her daughter, looking up at her husband's frown. "If it wasn't for Naruto, we wouldn't have our daughter here. Is only appropriate we reward him, perhaps giving him shelter." "Naruto can stay with us?" Hinata said hopefully. Hiashi nodded. "That would be proper. For now. I will ask Hokage-sama for formal approval." He emphasized on the last word, making clear to his wife that the case of Uzumaki Naruto was a special one. Not that he needed to tell her. Hitomi often paid more attention to affairs outside of the clan than he did. She knew very well who and what Uzumaki Naruto was. "Hokage Tower." "Hokage-sama." "Hiashi." The Hokage answered with a tired voice. Meeting the elders of the council had been a very bothersome half-hour. "Any developments regarding the kidnapper? Did Kumagakure respond?" The Hokage sighed. "We can't tell, but Shukaku suspects he was sent here with a mission to kidnap a suitable female Hyuga so that Kumo could gain access to the Byakugan." Hiruzen saw Hiyashi's eyes narrow, as he considered the implication of what was said. No father would like to hear his daughter was targeted for the children she could bear. It wasn't like Hiruzen wasn't angered by this, but he lived too long to know that he couldn't make decisions based on emotions. But he was not in control of the Hyuga clan. And if the Hyuga would demand retribution, with the substantial influence they had within the village, this demand could lead to war. It all boils down to what Hiashi decided. Fortunately, things did not turn out that way, Hiruzen added with his weary voice. "Now that the peace treaty is formalized, and we have quickly spread that piece of news across the borders, Kumo knows that their position is unfavorable. They cannot make any demands without revealing that they breached the treaty themselves first. Kumo will not be able to try something like this again, not without damaging the diplomatic position it has with other nations as well. If this got out, no one would trust them again. I believe Kumagakure would choose an uneasy peace over an international scandal which could potentially lead to a war between them and a coalition of hidden villages." Hiashi nodded. Through alliances and treaties were not respected as much as many would like. There was a consensus between the nations that those who broke a treaty within the same year should be considered honorless and could therefore be attacked by any nation without consequences to international relations. Even though the military prowess of Kumagakure was great, perhaps even being the strongest nation in the world, it would not withstand a combined attack from the other nations. "Hokage-sama, the Hyuga will not officially blame Kumo, neither for the attempt to kidnap my daughter, nor the damage they have caused at our estate. We were fortunate that there were no grave injuries, and that Hinata is safe." Hiashi took a short breath before he made his request, knowing the sensitivity of the subject for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was rumored to have an attachment to the boy. And even beyond that attachment, the village's Jinchuriki was deemed to be a creature outside of the control of a single clan. Else, the Sarutobi would have adopted him the day he was orphaned. But the potential power which a Jinchuriki represented was a thing that every clan coveted. And as such, would not allow another clan to have. But if the voices of the most powerful clan, the Hyuga, and the most powerful person, the Hokage, aligned, even if it was done to repay a debt, Hiashi was shrewd enough to ensure that his clan would benefit. "Hokage Dono, though I will not blame anyone, I would like to acknowledge the debt our clan owes." "Your debt?" Sarutobi answered wonderingly. "Without Uzumaki Naruto, my daughter and heir would be on her way to Kumo. I would like to repay him, at least by sheltering him for a while." Hiruzen's eyes went wide with surprise at the request and dropped back into his chair. For a few moments, he stayed silent, considering the possibilities. "Hiashi, you know very well that this child cannot be attached to any clan." Hiashi was about to speak again when Hiruzen raised his hand. "I have already received multiple requests from Shukaku, Mikado Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha, Inoiki Yamanaka, Inuzuka clan. I would like to adopt Naruto, but can't. I'm afraid if you like to do something for him, you can perhaps help him in other ways," Hiruzen stated with a painful heart. Hiashi said nothing. His facial expression didn't change, not even in the slightest, but inside he couldn't help but feel that his daughter would be disappointed. Hiruzen. He stood close to his desk smoking his pipe, his mind on what Hiashi offered. "Did I do something wrong? What about the other clans?" Hiruzen asked himself, feeling a headache coming. He hoped Jiraiya this time would decide to come and stop wasting time. Just as he finished that thought, the window opened immediately. He didn't bother to check who it was. Door just was never an option. Hiruzen said as he heard his student laugh. Doors are just a waste of time, nothing else, Jiraiya stated before his face turned serious and the temperature around the room decreased by a few degrees. What has Kumo done? Jiraiya asked, wanting more details about what has happened. Kakashi had sent him a brief recap, but he needed more information. Hiruzen sighed and told him everything, even Naruto's involvement in all of this. When Jiraiya heard the part that Naruto defeated a Jonin, he froze as he thought one single thing. He's just like you, Minato, Jiraiya thought with sadness, his student. Jiraiya, Raikage will arrive today, I need you to be prepared for everything, and if possible summon Chief Dode here, Hiruzen suggested, knowing they needed to show strength. Jiraiya had been deep in thought that he heard barely anything his sensei told him. Jiraiya's Sanin escaped his thoughts when he heard his sensei shout his name. What? Hiruzen said nothing but just sighed before turning his head towards the open window. Naruto is in apartment 7 near Nara compound, if you want to visit him, Hiruzen suggested with a smile. Jiraiya remembered the blonde baby crying, his blue eyes. With a sigh he nodded his head and jumped outside the window. Jiraiya stood at the top of a building, using a camouflage jutsu, looking through Naruto's window. The blonde was drawing something in a paper. Jiraiya suspected must be something about Fuinjutsu. His back was turned at Jiraiya. The Sanin felt his heart almost stop at his blonde hair. He felt trapped. The vision of Minato was right in front of him. He felt shivers around his whole body. The vision of Minato still fresh in his mind. At that moment Naruto turned his head to look at the window. Jiraiya stiffened, almost thinking that Naruto had detected him, but saw his eyes weren't focused on him, instead of to a bluebird drinking water from a fountain. Jiraiya saw Minato all over again. His son was a mini version of him, almost uncanny. Jiraiya bit his lower lip tightly to move his body again. He didn't know why he felt he couldn't move. His eyes went to the window again and saw Naruto had returned to drawing in the scroll. Jiraiya felt hot tears in his eyes, a tear slowly rolled down his cheek. With that, he disappeared from the view. Naruto. He felt Jiraiya had left. He closed his eyes tightly, so tightly that it was hurting. His eyes started burning like fire. His chest tightened. He tried to fill his lungs with air, but he couldn't. His chest kept tightening like a trap. His heartbeat slowly getting slower, his hand holding his chest, as he felt everything getting covered in darkness and despair. Naruto heard Kurama calling to him, his head hit the floor, his whole body lying on the floor as hot tears were streaming down his cheek. Naruto had only one thought on his head as darkness greeted him like an old friend. If love is just a word, then why does it hurt so much when you understand that it isn't there? Killer Bee. His brother and Daru reached the Hidden Leaf Village. Beside them stood 25 members of the Lightning Team of Kumo. The team members were high Jonin level up to low S ranked level. They had just reached the gate and from there B saw the giant toad that was standing right beside Hokage Tower. B knew what that meant. Jiraiya of the Sanin was here and he had summoned his toad, a clear indication of power. B couldn't help but wonder if Tsunade Senju was in the village as well. His brother's eye narrowed at the sight of the giant toad. Jiraiya wasn't a Sanin for nothing. Not mentioning he knew how to use Sage Chakra, something only he is known to be able to use. The last person who used Sage Chakra was Hashirama Senju himself. Soon they reached the Hokage Tower. The big toad was smoking from his pipe, but at the sight of them, his hand went to the handle of his sword. Walking inside the Hokage office, B had to give credit for their artwork. It looked beautiful. Inside the room stood the Hokage. Beside him was a man glaring at them with white eyes. A Hyuga, B thought. His eyes found Jiraiya of the Sanin standing near a window, his body leaning against the wall, his arms crossed. At the left side of the Hokage stood who could only be Kakashi Hitake. His Sharingan was covered, and close to Hokage was seated a man with a scar and pineapple hair. Raikage-sama, I hope your journey was good, the Hokage said respectfully, much to B's surprise. It was good. Now let's not waste time with this. I want to know why my shinobi was killed without any provocation, Ace spat angrily. The Hyuga narrowed his eyes and B was sure he would attack. The old Kage didn't say anything or react to the accusations. Your shinobi sneak inside Hyuga compound during the night and tried to kidnap Hinata Hyuga, the old Kage retorted, still with a calm tone. Where's your proof? All I see here is accusations. You killed my shinobi and I want whoever did this in front of me, or the only answer is war, A shouted, raising on his feet looking down at the old Kage. The Hyuga tried to stand up but the Kage raised his hand. B only now noticed that the Sanin was standing behind them. When did he move? B asked himself as sweat rolled down his face. I have unmistakable proof, and the one who killed your shinobi is only a child, the Hokage stated, causing the Kumo team to freeze. While B was thinking, the children here are already strong enough to beat our jonins, and my brother wants to fight against grown-ass man. Good idea, brother. Impossible. Who did then? A screamed, looking at the Hokage. You can come inside. The door opened behind them and revealed a blonde kid with blue eyes that made B almost say Minato. His similarity to the fourth Hokage was like the difference between two drops of rain. But his Baijiu was thinking something else entirely. His focus was on the palm of the kid. The moon and sun symbols were unmistakable. Tosan. He's the one. Naruto. He stood in the Hokage office, and his eyes were on the Raikage and his group. His eyes saw the large man looking at him with a stunned expression, almost as if he had seen him before. Naruto figured that must have been his father. His resemblances were there. Even a blind man could see who his father was. But then his eyes saw the guy wearing weird dark glasses. Naruto, be careful. The one with multiple red swords tightened behind his back has Gyuki, the eight-tails octopus, Kurama warned him. Naruto mentally nodded but said nothing. He wondered why the Hokage had allowed a Jinchuriki of another country to walk inside the village. Still, knowing the Sannin standing behind them was a Fuinjutsu master, he knew the Sannin might be able to keep him in check if he tried to use Hachibi. Naruto could feel the sadness coming from the Sannin, same from a hidden Anbu to his right, and he figured he must be the Dagonbu. Still, his senses detected that Itachi and Shisui were inside the room as well, and both of them had activated their Sharingans. Naruto hoped this wouldn't turn into an all-out war, but he would need to reveal his Sharingan if it did. Raikage regained his composure. He didn't need to ask who the father was, but despite seeing his hair color and blue eyes, A could see the red death glaring at him. His face belonged to Kushina, there was no doubt whatsoever. Damn me and my stupid head, Raikage murmured under his breath and remembered the debt he had with both Minato and Kushina. Why didn't you finish me? You beat my speed. So why? A screamed at the yellow flash, his body barely standing. His sleeve was cut in several places, a deep cut across his shoulder but wasn't a lethal one. A hated this feeling. He hated to be seen as weak. If he died here, at least he would die against a worthy opponent. I'm not sure why, but even if I kill you, your brother will never stop. That will only fuel him. A stood quiet and let the words roam around his head. When he had told B about it, he first got a good punch in the face for worrying him and a second punch for telling the yellow flash to take his life. A knew B was probably thinking the same thing. B was about to greet the little Minato when B, the kitty is the one, he's Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, his friend suddenly said. B noticed a sudden stop and wondered if Gyuki wanted to say something else but didn't ask. For real? Damn, I never saw Minato sealing Kyuubi inside his own son, but that's still too much like him, B replied, mentally smiling, remembering the yellow flash. Who's the little fella? B asked, smiling, taking a step closer and pulling out his hand for Naruto to shake. This caused every Konoha shinobi in the room to tense, but Naruto could feel no malice or negative emotions whatsoever. On the contrary, he looked and felt happy to see him, which confused Naruto. My name is Naruto, Mr. 8, Naruto whispered the last part only for B to hear, who laughed loudly. You kid. B started rapping, bringing his fist towards Naruto, who bumped his fist in return. Suddenly they were both in a much different place, and Naruto saw himself standing at the top of Kurama. Naruto screamed, seeing Kurama. He was about to ask what was happening when an octopus with 8 tails and horns at the side of his head, almost like a bull, suddenly came out of a shadow. Naruto noticed there were 7 other places, but they were covered in shadows, but he noticed each place had a number in the floor. From 1 to 9, he was in front of number 9, and the center of the room was a symbol he had never seen before, yet he felt like he had seen it before. Naruto scratched his head, but no idea was showing up in his head. Ignoring his gut feeling, he turned to look at Gyuki. You must be Gyuki, Naruto exclaimed, not believing that he was seeing another Baijiu. He knew there were 8 others, but still seeing one was pretty astonishing. The guy with weird black glasses was standing on top of him. Indeed, I am young kid, Gyuki replied kindly, much to his surprise, but Naruto wondered why he stopped mid-sentence. You're standing at the top of Kurama, that means you go well with each other, Gyuki continued, earning a ha from the demon fox. My name is Killer B, Me and Hachibi. Stop it. B. Nobody cares. Gyuki immediately interjected. Naruto chuckled at their interaction. He had thought that Baijiu were supposed to be big and scary, but so far, this one was kind. Is good to meet you, Gyuki, and you. Killer B was it? Naruto questions, not understanding what the guy was saying. B was about to speak again when Gyuki said, his name is Killer B, and don't listen to him, he's still a child and hasn't learned how to talk yet, Gyuki said, earning a hey from B, who was insulted that his friend wasn't backing up his fantastic singing voice. Naruto laughed. Now, not that I don't enjoy having a conversation with you two, but weren't we talking about whenever or not we will start a war? Naruto said, looking at them curiously. You don't need to worry, Mr. 9. I will talk with my brother, he won't dare to start any war, B claimed and didn't try rapping like usual, something that Gyuki found surprising. Naruto raised his eyebrows in confusion, while he was happy to hear that his Uchiha family wouldn't have to go to war and risk their lives, which brought a question to his mind. Why? B grinned and crossed his legs. Let's just say it is a debt my brother and I have to the Yellow Flash and the Red Death. Naruto understood that he meant his father and mother but didn't say aloud. Despite promising not to start a war, he still didn't exactly know Killer B. Therefore he just nodded his head in appreciation. I appreciate it, Naruto said. While this was happening, both Gyuki and Kurama were having a conversation that neither Naruto nor B heard. The kid? I saw his palms. He's the one? Gyuki asked, still wanting to be 100% sure that he wasn't dreaming. Indeed he is. I have seen him being able to talk with Ashura and Indra. He has already awakened the Rinnegan, but he's not strong enough to hold it for long. I'm sure he will be able to use Rinnegan the moment he awakens his Mangekyo Sharingan, Kurama replied with a hint of pride in his voice. Gyuki frowned. While he hadn't spent time with the Uchiha clan, even he knew what needed to happen for Naruto to awaken it. Kurama knew it as well, but with what Itachi said when Naruto was sleeping and not mentioning subtle hints here and there, the Uchiha clan situation was not going well, but he wasn't sure what to do. He could tell Naruto, but that wouldn't help much. Naruto wasn't strong enough yet to do anything, and even if Naruto tried to use his power, that only would cause more chaos. Kurama wasn't sure what the future held, but he hoped for the best. You know how strong he can get? Gyuki asked. I know Gyuki, and Naruto has my full support, he needs my help, Kurama stated. Naruto suddenly returned to the Hokage Tower and saw many were looking at them strangely, their fists were still connected, moving his hand away. The Raikage looked at his brother with a knowing look. He had seen him do the same with Yugito, and Konoha had only one by Juo. You're the one who killed my shinobi, Raikage asked, but more like a statement. Naruto turned to look at the Raikage, and to his surprise, the Raikage held no malice. He wondered what was up with people of a foreign village being more friendly towards him than most people of his village. Naruto just nodded his head, and Raikage let out a huge breath. Inoiki Yamanaka had scanned Naruto. Your shinobi was found holding Hinata Hyuga in a bag over his shoulder, the third stated with a much more dangerous tone, his tone slightly higher, his pipe no longer on his mouth. While Inoiki didn't actually scan Naruto, the Raikage didn't need to know that part. The third wanted to show Naruto that he trusted his words, and forcing him to have his brain checked by Inoiki wouldn't help with that. Raikage said nothing but turned at the Hokage, and he took his seat. The Hokage gestures for Naruto to leave. The blonde left much to the disappointment of B. Training yard. After leaving the Hokage Tower, he reached the training yard, and Naruto created 1,000 clones all around him. Now, all of you will beat me up until I can't move, Naruto shouted with a fist up in the air. Yes, sir, the clones shouted back with fists in the air. Several clones rushed at him. Naruto activated his Sharingan and jumped away. His moon started shining in dark color. Immediately he did several hand seals that were nearly impossible to trace, and he intertwined his fingers as he took a deep breath, drawing upon the chakra within his chest. Fire style, great fire annihilation, he called out as he then unleashed a torrent of flame from his mouth. The blast of flame, so hot it was red in color, had a massive range and covered the entire training yard. The sea of flame towered everything. The very heat turned the ground into hot melted rock. The same air sizzled from the heat as the clones began a counterattack. Several clones jumped forward and synchronized their chakra. Suten, Suijin Heki, water release, water wall. In response to Naruto's sea of flame, A massive amount of water was expelled from the clones to meet his attack. Superheated flames met cold water, and the effect was explosive. The temperature change caused the air to suddenly expand and contract and unleash a shockwave that threw the nearby clones off their feet before a massive screen of steam obscured their view. Then Naruto himself rushed through the mist and was completely unaffected by the sheer heat, and he got right into the sea of clones. Startled, many of the clones rushed to attack him from all sides. His Sharingan seemed to glow as his eyes darted back and forth and read their movements. Predicting their entire method of attack, he sidestepped the slash from a clone with ease, grasped his wrist and kicked upward to break his elbow and force him to drop the sword he was carrying. He grabbed the sword before it hit the ground and spun and slashed the blade into the shoulder of another clone that tried to stab him from behind with a kunai, and then Naruto kicked him away. Who wants to dance? Several clones rushed forward and tossed several shurikens at the Uchiha, who effortlessly blocked with his stolen sword and ran at them before they could counterattack and beheaded them with a single slash of his stolen blade. Their bodies puffed immediately. Like a demented dance, Naruto cut a swath of death and destruction through the clone army without even taking a single scratch. Like a twisted dance, the Uchiha spun, dodged and sidestepped attacks while deftly landing devastating blows. Another clone, in desperation, then tossed a kunai with an explosive tag in it, and Naruto then caught the kunai in midair with a finger and slapped the paper bomb onto an unfortunate clone and kicked him into the crowd. He desperately tried to take it off, but the bomb exploded, destroying several clones while he jumped into the smoke and destroyed several others. Another clone jumped at him when Naruto jumped high in the air, his hand signs, his Sharingan shining. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A massive ball of fire collided with the ground causing a huge explosion that threw the clones everywhere. The shockwave ripped apart trees. Naruto calculated that less than half were left. He landed on the ground and waited as the clones rushed towards him. Later, the training ground was desolated to wasteland, smoke coming out of several places around the battlefield. Rocks and earth itself was red and glowing in several areas. Naruto was lying on the ground, his limbs spread, his chest rising up and down. After defeating his clones, he created 1,000 more clones and used only cold weapons, no jutsu and no Sharingan. Kurama was refueling him with chakra since Naruto had decided to train harsher than ever before. Kurama, that guy B, he can use Hachibi's chakra to the fullest, right? Naruto asked thoughtfully, and he noticed the chakra of B. Despite being a friend with Kurama from the very beginning, Gyuki's whole chakra was freely moving around B's chakra network. Indeed he can. I haven't seen him, but if I had to guess, he might be able to control all tails worth of chakra and even transform into Gyuki. Kurama replied, thinking that it might be about time to start training Naruto in how to use his chakra. Naruto figured that he might need to use Kurama's chakra, of course only with his permission. Kurama, would you allow me to train in controlling your chakra? Naruto requested. You can, brat, but we will start with only one tail. Having too many tails immediately might be an overdrive even for the likes of you, Kurama responded, not mentioning that Naruto needed to get rid of his dark side to fully be able to use his chakra and get access to KCM, Kurama Chakra Mode. Naruto mentally thanked his furball friend for allowing him. I can still hear your thoughts, brat. Who are you calling a furball? After 1 month, Naruto was looking outside the window. It had been 3 weeks since the Kumo team had left. Itachi told him that Reikage admitted the order and took full responsibility for it. In return, Hokage wouldn't spread the word, and Kumo wouldn't be shamed in the process. Reikage signed an agreement to be a neutral friendship, and it meant they weren't enemies but neither allies. Much to his surprise, Reikage had asked about Naruto and if it would be alright to develop their friendship in the near future. Sadly, in that part, Hiruzen had ordered all his Anbu except Shikako to leave. Whatever offer Reikage suggested, no one knew. Naruto didn't ask them. While he stayed in the village, B would spend every day with the little blonde, much to his happiness. I have another friend. Naruto thought happy. Much to young Uzumaki's surprise, B told him about a girl named Yugito. Apparently, she was the Jinchuriki of Two Tails Cat. When B mentioned her, Kurama had started grumbling. Naruto was walking around the Konoha streets with B, the blonde, of course, could feel at least 7 Anbu following them from the shadows, and he could tell one of them was Shisui, who was staying in guard all the time, especially when B sometimes would slap his back in a friendly manner. So, Naruto, do you know any place worth visiting? B asked with a carefree tone. Usually, he would try rapping, but Naruto was only a kid and probably wouldn't understand half of his words. B couldn't help but notice the glares coming from the civilians. Some were glaring at him. Most probably they had heard about what Kumo tried to do to the Hyuga heiress, but much to his surprise, almost everyone was glaring at the little ball of sunshine walking beside him. B felt terrible for him. It didn't take long to realize that Naruto wasn't living with anyone. And if people glared at him every single day like this, he wondered how this would affect him, or maybe it has already affected him. Ichiraku Ramen is a good restaurant. They make the best ramen in the world, Naruto stated. Then let's go, little blonde, lead the way, B shouted with his fist up in the air. After eating, Naruto figured B might light the shops around the village, perhaps buy a souvenir or something, or purchase extra weird glasses. Both Naruto and B spent the entire day together. Naruto was busy telling him about his life. By half of the day, B started teaching him the art of rapping. At first, Naruto was skeptical but decided to listen to him. At the end of the day, Naruto could sing something. B called it progress and promised to teach more in the future. Tell me, young sunshine, have you thought to start training and controlling Kyuubi's chakra? B asked with a low tone. Not yet, Kurama says I will start once I'm ready. According to him, Naruto replied. In that case, let me give you a few tips. First, the hardest tail to control will always be the first, in your case, the fourth and the ninth tail. Once you control the first tail, you can easily go up to 3 tails, but 4 tails are where it gets tricky. Going from 3 to 4 tails is much harder than going from 0 to 3. Second advice, since Kurama is your friend, we'll make it a bit easier not to go berserk, but don't think that won't happen, so don't go overboard. Third, only try in a secured environment. Fourth, think of good memories whenever you try to use an extra tail. B finished, and they bumped their fists. Thank you, B-sensei, Naruto said smiling. Naruto remembered the day with a smile, and B promised to meet again as soon as possible. Raikage had taken a week to make a deal with the Hokage, whatever that meant. The blonde just hoped that the Hokage wouldn't force him into anything. Now soon, the academy would start. Naruto wasn't that much looking forward to it, but he figured he could make new friends. To save Hinata Hyuga, her mother and father visited his home one day. They were both surprised to see an actual clear home with nothing on the carpet or just in a mess. Both had personally thanked him and told him that Hyuga clan would always be there for him if he ever needed anything. Naruto said that it had been nothing and he just protected someone when they needed help. Hiyashi also told him that Hinata would be in the same year as him in the academy. Naruto just nodded his head at that, and they soon left home. Just like that, a year passed away. Naruto slowly reached 7 years old and 1 year spent in the academy. After 1 year, a 7-year-old Naruto was making his way to the academy. He looked forward to spending time with the brains of the school, Shikamaru. With a smile on his face, he turned around and saw trees with red leaves in the Uchiha compound. The leaves were falling in the ground. He couldn't help but feel dread suddenly. Almost as if something will soon happen, deciding to ignore it, he kept walking towards the academy. From a tree, one Uchiha Shisui looked down at his little brother with concern. This is why I'm doing this. A reincarnation arc is completed. He made his way towards the academy. He still remembered the first day. Thankfully Shikamaru and Choji were there. He thought back to the first day of the academy a year ago. Inside, Naruto found that he was the third person to arrive. Looking over towards the back, he saw a boy with an oversized green jacket and sunglasses. He must be shy or something to hide in a jacket like that, Naruto thought. By the window, he looked over the other occupant, a raven-haired boy in a navy blue shirt and tan shorts with a fan symbol on his back, so the emo had decided to grace us with his presence. Taking a seat in the middle of the classroom, he waited for everyone else to arrive. Meanwhile, he went through his backpack to make sure he had all of his books and utensils. Kids started to rush in, not wanting to be late for the first day. Sitting in the same booth as him to his right was a dark-haired boy with a ponytail that oddly resembled a pineapple, looking like he just woke up for the first time in his life. Next to him and further down in the rightmost spot was a chubby kid with swirls on his cheeks happily munching on what he guessed was barbecue chips if the smell was anything to go by. Looking up from his row mates, he saw a man in standard Chunin clothing with a horizontal scar along his nose. Iruka cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Welcome to your first day at the academy, My name is Iruka Umino, and I will be your sensei until you graduate. Congratulations on passing the entrance exam and taking the first steps in becoming a leaf shinobi. Note, however, that it only gets harder from here. Today will be an introduction day with several tests. Some of the students started to groan. Iruka shot them all a glare. As I was saying, several tests to see where everyone's at. After explaining the daily schedule for normal academy days and the tests they will be doing today, Iruka starts passing around the written tests to everyone. Iruka looks to see if everyone has a test and nods to himself. Okay, you will have 1 hour to complete this to the best of your knowledge. The test goes over information that was in the textbook you were given 2 weeks ago after the entrance exam. Begin. Naruto picked up his pencil and started on his test. After looking over the questions, he smiled to himself. It seemed as though all that reading paid off. After Iruka called for everyone to hand in their test, Naruto nodded, happy with his answers. Iruka organized the stack of papers before he noticed that it was time for lunch. Now you all are dismissed for lunch, and you have 1 hour to be back here, don't be late. Naruto followed the other students outside to the lunch area. Looking around for a spot to eat, he decided to sit under a tree that didn't have anyone nearby. He opened his bag that had his lunch inside, and he had prepared a homemade sandwich with steak, followed by tomatoes that he didn't like much, but Mikoto-chan told him many times that he needed to eat all kinds of vegetables and fruits. The 2 people Naruto sat next to in the classroom walked up to him as he opened his bag. "Hi, my name is Choji, this is Shikamaru. Can we sit with you?" A smiling Choji asks while gesturing to the bored-looking Shikamaru next to him. "Hello, I'm Naruto. You can sit if you want," Naruto said while internally happy that they wanted to eat with him. "So, what did you two think about the test?" asked Naruto. He was curious if he was the only one to read over the textbook before class. "I thought it was too troublesome, so I just finished as fast as I could and took a nap," Shikamaru said lazily. This caused Naruto to raise an eyebrow. "I have seen old people with more pep in them than this guy." Naruto looks over to a chuckling Choji expectantly. "Well, it was okay. I don't think I failed," Choji said shyly. Lunch turned into a comfortable silence as the 3 boys ate. "Okay, everyone, lunch is over." The shout came from Iruka. Going back to his seat, he looks at his sensei expectantly for whatever is next. "Now, we will spend the rest of the day in the training ground to finish the rest of the tests," Iruka said before leading the students to the academy training ground. The academy training ground wasn't anything special, and it had a variety of targets, a running track and an obstacle course for the older students to do. "Okay, everyone, we will start with shuriken and kunai throwing. You will be graded and ranked, so take this seriously," instructed Iruka, eyeing some of the students that didn't look all that interested. Naruto watched everyone go up and take their test. Naruto noticed that nobody got higher than 1 or 2 hits so far, and those were the clan children. "Uchiha Sasuke," called Iruka. Sasuke walked up and took his stance before he started throwing his shuriken. He surprised everyone by getting 4/10 on shuriken and kunai, causing some of the girls to blush at his coolness when he just turned around and walked off without saying a word. "Uzumaki Naruto," called Iruka, startling him out of his thoughts. He walks up to the post and picks up some shuriken, taking a breath and letting them fly like he has been practicing. Throwing the shuriken like he's been practicing, Naruto had a huge grin, having hit 10/10 shuriken. Looking over at Iruka-sensei, he sees a surprising look as Iruka wrote on his clipboard. Naruto grabs the kunai and hits 10/10 again. Happy at having the best score, he turned to look at the rest of the class. The guys were kind of put off at a kid being so much better than them, and the girls were all looking at him with awe. Beating Sasuke, who is an Uchiha, it was just unbelievable. He must be a prodigy. I know, beating an Uchiha on the first day. Plus, he is kinda cute with the whiskers. Naruto blushed at the last one. He walked over to Shikamaru, who was eyeing him differently than before, and a frowning Sasuke who looked like someone just stole his candy. "What did you think of that, Shikamaru? Not too bad, huh?" Shikamaru just looked at him for another second before turning away, deeming the situation troublesome. Sasuke steps forward not to be shown up by some nobody. "Don't get used to it. I will beat you in taijutsu for sure," challenged Sasuke. He's going to be number 1 like his older brother before him. Naruto, grinning as crazy, looked at Sasuke. "I don't think so, I have been training since I was a kid, and I'm gonna be the best," said Naruto confidently. Sasuke just brushed it off and waited for the taijutsu spars to start, knowing the last names they would be paired with. He would show the nobody then. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow at Naruto's words. They were only 6 years old, and he talked as if he was at least 10 years old. After what Iruka thought was above-average accuracy results for first-day students, he flipped the page on his clipboard. "Now we will start on the paired sparring. When I call your names to come up and get into your stance, all styles are permitted, family or otherwise." Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, you two are up. Iruka called out, and he would never admit to favoring any student over another. But he was excited to see this match. Walking up to the ring, Naruto got into the loose stance for the style he's been practicing. Sasuke got into his stance, which Naruto noticed was like Itachi's style. After hearing Iruka shout "begin," Naruto rushes in at Sasuke. Sasuke was taken off guard at how fast the blonde was. He barely avoided the punch to his face and went for a leg sweep. Naruto vaulted over Sasuke and kicked him in the back, making him stumble forward. Naruto uses the opportunity to rush Sasuke. Sasuke, who was regaining his balance from being kicked, rolled back to get to his feet and charged at Naruto. Both engaged in an impressive bout of taijutsu. Naruto saw an opening and sunk his fist into Sasuke's stomach, making him double over. Naruto follows up with a kick, knocking Sasuke back and onto his back, then rushes over and points a kunai in Sasuke's face. "Enough. Winner Naruto," called out an impressed Iruka. Walking back over to the class and Iruka-sensei, Naruto notices the girls and the guys were surprised that someone could beat Sasuke. The Uchiha are usually the best in taijutsu, and Naruto took him down on the first day of class. Whispers were heard, "Mad Shuriken Jutsu and now taijutsu, this kid has to be some kind of prodigy." "No way he isn't," one civilian boy said to another, both nodding. Wow, he beat Sasuke-kun so easily, what a handsome guy." A blonde-haired girl in purple said to a wide pink-haired girl who just shook her head repeatedly. "Okay, everyone, that is all for today. You can head home, the test results will be given back tomorrow," said Iruka, looking at Naruto a little longer than the others. Hokage's office. Iruka stood in front of the third Hokage going through his report. To be expected from a class with most of the clan heirs, they did better than average. However, one Naruto Uzumaki stood out from the rest. He scored 10 tenths on both Shuriken and kunai and beat Sasuke Uchiha in taijutsu. Also, his test score on the written exam this morning was quite surprising in that he knew most of the material. The only person that came close was a civilian girl by the name of Sakura Haruno. "He has the makings of a genius, we should keep an eye on him, possibly even putting him in a higher grade to give him more of a challenge," reported Iruka. The third nodded to himself. "Where would you put his performance compared to the other years?" The third was curious about the little blonde talent and whether or not he should be moved up yet. "I would say years 2 or 3 possibilities, and we won't know for sure until we cover more material," answered Iruka. Hiruzen nodded. "Okay, dismissed." With a quick "Hokage-sama," Iruka left. Taking out his crystal ball and watching a certain blonde boy read a book while eating dinner, and sighed, "If he continues like this, people will put 2 and 2 together. He is pretty much a clone of his father, and if word spreads of a spiky blonde-haired blue-eyed genius, people will find out who he is." Which is something that would be a big headache should that spread to some other countries like Iwa. "I should classify his info and his parents' info on a much higher level to be safe, a good thing not too many people know anyway." The third took out his pipe and puffed on his glorious tobacco before getting back to work. Naruto went through hand seals. After ending in the snake seal, he called out, "Earth release, Earth-style wall." A massive wall of solid earth shot up from the ground before him. Proud of his now 5th master jutsu, Naruto started reminiscing about his time in the academy so far. Naruto's Shuriken Jutsu has gotten to a level that stationary targets weren't even difficult anymore. He's starting to practice wire techniques, something that only the most skilled in Shuriken Jutsu learn. In taijutsu, Naruto hasn't learned any new styles. He still relies on the Uchiha style form and the unnamed style from the book he was given from Itachi. Naruto has made alterations to both styles to fit his small body, albeit average for his age. He changed the style to focus heavily on speed and counterattacks. Genjutsu Naruto can say he is at the top of his class, but he doesn't know anything other than the Sharingan Genjutsu. Naruto was disappointed to find that in the academy library, only Genjutsu theory was covered. He would have to wait until he was a Genin to make any headway in the illusion department. In ninjutsu, Naruto's most pleased with his progress. After receiving the scroll of jutsu from Itachi, he added 5 new jutsu, which he had just mastered last one. The others include the water release, jet stream. This jutsu has many forms, a wide cone of water to a concentrated stream. The more chakra, the further the range. Fire release, flame bullet. This was a smaller version of the Uchiha's famous fireball jutsu. Wind release, wind bullets, another chakra-dependent jutsu, in that the more chakra fed into the technique, the more bullets produced and the stronger they would be. Lastly is his favorite jutsu so far, lightning release, lightning stream. The user would extend 2 fingers after condensing lightning chakra and release it all at once in a stream. It was mostly a stunning jutsu, but with enough chakra and control, it could pierce or even kill. Right now, Naruto put his hand on his pocket to see the kunai Shisui had gifted him for his birthday, and Mikado made the sweater he was wearing. Just the thought of the last winter put a smile on his face. Naruto knew this was how family felt like, and he would give it all to protect them. The snow had started for 5 weeks now. Naruto stood in his apartment. Thankfully the fire was ablaze in the fireplace, and it was warm despite the minus temperature outside. Naruto couldn't help but just look at the snow as it was falling. He didn't know why, but it was very relaxing. Naruto also knew the new year would be today, therefore, a lot of celebrations will be around the hidden leaf. Thankfully the new year would distract the people, and Naruto found it this day as the only few days when he could go outside without anyone glaring at him. Naruto gently touched the new jacket he was wearing. Mikoto-chan had bought it for him this birthday. Itachi had given him 2 fire jutsu scrolls. As he kept looking at the snow outside, he suddenly felt 2 chakras right outside his door. A huge smile erupted on his face like a volcano. "Guess who it is?" Shisui asked from behind the door. Itachi rolled his eyes and was about to knock when the door opened, and Naruto jumped at him like an arrow and hugged him. "Nii-san," he shouted in joy. Itachi smiled and gave Shisui a look. "I told you so," and the other Uchiha grunted. "So you love him more than me? You wound me, Naruto," Shisui said, whipping away an imaginary tear from his face and his right hand on his heart. Both Itachi and Naruto chuckled. The young blonde pulled away and turned to look at Shisui. "Well, Itachi is my Nii-san, and you're like an uncle," Naruto stated with a smirk on his face. This caused dark clouds to suddenly appear at the top of Shisui's head and started raining only at him despite the cold temperature. "An uncle. An uncle," Shisui repeated, hugging his legs with a low tone of despair. Both Itachi and Naruto sweat dropped at the behavior of the Uchiha prodigy. Naruto thought about where the clouds even came from and could have sworn that he heard a voice inside his head. Just like Hashirama, is he secretly a Senju? Naruto didn't know where the voice came from and decided to ignore it. "Just joking around, Shisui, of course, you're my big brother." This caused Shisui to suddenly stand up and put his hand around his neck and rub his spiky hair with his other hand. "You little brat," Shisui said jokingly, rubbing his hair much to the annoyance of Naruto, who was desperately trying to escape the grasp of Shisui. Itachi smiled and could see a slight smile on Naruto's face despite his mouth saying something else. "Now Naruto, today is a celebration. Mother wants you to celebrate with us," Itachi said, hoping the little blonde would accept despite his little brother having a tendency to talk shit to Naruto for whatever reason. Naruto thought to say no since he didn't want to cause any trouble, but he decided to spend this day with his 2 big brothers despite his better judgment. "Fine," he said before pointing an accusing finger at Shisui. "But if this one throws snowballs at me when I'm not looking, I will kick both of your butts until we reach the Uchiha compound," Naruto said with a half-joking tone. Shisui, when he heard his demand, hit a snowball behind his back and grinned innocently at Naruto. "Naruto, why would I ever do such a thing?" Shisui said, whipping away imaginary tears with his free hands. Before Naruto could respond, a snowball hit his blonde hair with Shisui grinning and immediately ran away. "Good luck Itachi," he said while running. Before the Uchiha prodigy could understand why Shisui said that, he saw Naruto making the biggest snowball. "Haha, bye," Itachi said, running with Naruto hot on his trail. "Come back here, Both of you, Naruto demanded and started a chase of cat and mouse. Naruto found Shisui and hit him behind his back. This blonde ran away with Shisui chasing him holding 2 snowballs in his hand. "Come back here, sunshine, I just wanna play," Shisui demanded playfully. Naruto grinned madly. With his sensor, he quickly found Itachi hiding at the top of a pole. Naruto dodged a snowball that hit Itachi in the face. Itachi glared at both of them before chasing them around like crazy. "Come back, both of you, right now," Itachi demanded as he threw snowballs at both of them. After 1 hour of chasing each other around the village, they stopped playing, with Naruto grinning and raising 9 fingers from his hands. "Only 9 times, you lose Shisui," he said, causing him to pout before he started rubbing his blonde hair. Naruto laughed and tried to move his hand away. Later, around 5 p.m., people had started hanging around the village, visiting restaurants and many different shops. Naruto reached the Uchiha compound, both his brothers standing at his side, but Naruto couldn't help but notice the small glares coming at him, but this time they were different. He had seen hateful eyes his whole life, but these eyes were different. Naruto just couldn't put it together why it felt different. The blonde decided to ignore them and was happy to know Shisui was spending the day with them. Since Shisui was an orphan, he had decided to spend the night with Itachi's family. PSS, Naruto. The blonde turned to his right to see Shisui gesturing for him to walk closer. Itachi ignored them. "Hey Naruto, tonight, our Itachi is inviting a lady friend. You as a little brother should 100% try to support him to make a move." Naruto's eyes widened at his eyes, and he couldn't stop but look at Itachi in surprise. "Her name is Izumi. When she arrives, make sure to tell her how much our innocence Itachi talks about her when she isn't around," Shisui whispered with his arm around the blonde's neck. Naruto had no idea that this Izumi even existed. He just nodded his head despite having no idea what actually to say to her. Shisui grinned and patted his back and started acting as if nothing was said, much to Itachi's annoyance, who had a guess. "Home." "Ka-chan, I'm home," Itachi said, followed closely by Naruto. Shisui had left saying he needed to do something first. "Itachi-kun, oh Naruto-kun, it's good to have you here," Mikoto said, smiling, walking towards them before Naruto could process it. Mikoto hugged him tightly and kissed his cheek. "It's good to have you here, Naruto-kun," she whispered and pulled away and walked back. Naruto smiled. Walking inside, he saw Sasuke was reading a scroll laid on the table in front of him. He turned and saw Itachi. "Itachi, can you show me tomorrow how to do the flower fire jutsu?" Sasuke asked. The smile on Itachi's face faded slightly. The older Uchiha told Sasuke to come with them to play snowballs, but Sasuke had refused, saying that he needed to get stronger to show how much stronger the Uchiha clan was. "Maybe Sasuke, you should enjoy it today and play. You shouldn't see each day you live as a test." Sasuke pouted before his eyes hardened at noticing the blonde, who this time didn't bother with him but just went to the kitchen. After helping Mikoto-chan with the biscuits and other desserts, Naruto was mixing something that he wasn't sure what. "Thank you for helping, Naruto-kun, you are really good at cooking, just like..." She stopped mid-sentence, knowing what she almost had said. The cage had specifically told her and a few others that he would tell Naruto the truth when he thinks that he's ready. Naruto, of course, knew. "Like who?" Like your mother, your face is just like hers but the hair and eyes of your father," Mikoto said, feeling tears developing in her eyes. "Thank you, no one tells me about them, I appreciate it, and I'm thankful for everything that you did for me," Naruto said, smiling. "You can call me Ka-chan when we're alone, Naruto." "I don't mind," Mikoto said, rubbing his blonde hair. Naruto hides his face away from her and whips away the tears. "Thank you for loving me," he mentally said. 9 p.m. Naruto was sitting on the couch chatting with Shisui about something. Fugaku had arrived early today and spoke something with Itachi and Sasuke when a knock was heard on the door. "Come in," Fugaku said, but Itachi stood up immediately to open the door. But the door opened, revealing a girl around Itachi's age, long dark hair. Naruto had to admit that his brother had chosen quite a beautiful one. "Izumi-chan, is good to have you here," Itachi said, smiling and blushing slightly, much to the amusement of both Naruto and Shisui, who were grinning like crazy. "Oh, how are you doing, Izumi-chan?" Mikoto said, winking at Itachi's face, whose face turned red in embarrassment. Mikoto welcomed Izumi inside and made sure that Itachi was sitting right beside her. "Naruto, at this point, was barely holding his laughter. The big brother who he thought was invincible was completely defenseless. Even the stoic Sasuke looked amused by what was happening with his brother. Soon Fugaku brought a gift for Itachi and Sasuke. For Itachi, he gave him a scroll with a rank on the top, while for Sasuke, he gave him several kunai and shurikens that weren't real sharp but mostly for target practice. Naruto was happy when Mikado brought him a little box. Much to his surprise. Open it. Naruto opened it to find a red scarf that was perfect for him. Do you like it? Thank you so much, Naruto said, smiling like never before. While this happened, Shisui looked at his little brother's happy face, and he remembered the most important thing in this world again. Almost 12 a.m. Naruto was outside, standing just looking at the sky, the snow falling on his face. He heard footsteps. He turned his head to see Shisui sitting close to him. Beautiful night. Indeed, I wish this moment would never end, Naruto said, melancholy. Shisui turned to him and put his hand on his shoulder. I know what you go through, Naruto. I lost my parent at a very young age. I don't even remember them anymore, but you have me, Naruto, and I will do anything to protect my little brother. Shisui gave him a side hug. At the other side of the house, Itachi stood with Izumi watching the snow falling. I really liked your family, Itachi, she said, grabbing his hand and intervening her fingers with his. Before Itachi could say anything, Izumi brought her lips to his. Today, as Naruto walked inside the academy, he felt a cold shiver around his whole body. He turned around but didn't see anyone and couldn't feel anyone. Shisui was looking from a far distance, and his eyes became Mangekyo. I will protect my home and family, even if it results to this. Itachi-san. How are you? Not well, Lord Third. The clan is dead set on their plans. I fear within a year at most they'll revolt. Hiruzen lost his smile. This was serious. He didn't want this to happen. He really truly cared for the Uchiha. No doubt about that. One of his best friends had been an Uchiha. This would only spell disaster for everyone. Anything that we can do? At this stage in the game, I'm doubtful. Hiruzen looked down. However, he looked into Itachi's once more. Shisui told me that if all else had failed, he had a plan. I trust him. Bring him in tomorrow. Hi. Next day, Hokage meeting room. The following day, in the room, when Itachi and Shisui both appeared, they noticed Hiruzen and the village elders. Danzo being to Hiruzen's right, with the other two, Homura and Koharu, to the left. Thank you for coming. Before we begin, can you please brief the elders on the situation? Shisui and Itachi gave them a rundown on the situation. They looked shocked and worried, except for Danzo. He seemed to have known all along in some way. He couldn't be behind it all, could he? Hiruzen, I've told you from the beginning. The Uchiha are not to be trusted. It was only a matter of time before a coup took place. Danzo. How dare you? Do you forget that one of our closest friends was Kagami Uchiha? Hiruzen said in defense of the Uchiha clan. They are the few versus the many. They truly valued the village over the clan. However, the Uchiha now can't be trusted. We must strike first and take them all out. Danzo retorted, the Uchiha clan needed to go. They were a danger to the hidden left village. Danzo, enough of this. I will not strike a leaf ally. Hiruzen responded with a slightly higher tone and slammed his fist on the desk in front of him. You're too soft, Hiruzen, Danzo said in disgust. Lord Third, if I may, Shisui said, interjected before things could go south. What is it, Shisui? Please tell me you have a plan. Hiruzen almost pleaded to Shisui. Enough, Hiruzen. Don't listen to this Uchiha, and we must strike. Silence. Go ahead, Shisui. Hiruzen ordered with a glare. Shisui's mind went back to his promise to Naruto, and he knew his little brother would be devastated if anything happened to them. I know what you go through, Naruto. I lost my parent at a very young age. I don't even remember them anymore, but you have me, Naruto, and I will do anything to protect my little brother. Shisui gave him a side hug. I can stop the coup. In 5 days, they will gather the clan. I will use my Kodo Omatsukami on Fugaku-sama, and he will end the revolt. What? How? Danzo asked with narrowed eyes. My Kodo Omatsukami is a special genjutsu, the strongest there is. I can activate on someone and practically control them. I can alter memories or fabricate new ones. I would make him believe that he no longer wants the revolt and plan for peace. He would never know, He would think it's what he always wanted out of his own free will. The entire room gasped in shock. The implications and use of such jutsu were absolutely crazy. This was pretty much the pinnacle of genjutsu. Danzo narrowed his eyes even more as he didn't trust such jutsu in the hands of an Uchiha. Hiruzen gained hope that maybe this could work while the elders were caught in the middle. Itachi looked at Shisui in concern. He knew from what Shisui said what the cost was, and even if that wasn't an issue, it must hurt knowing that you were just controlling somebody to your will. Shisui had his eyes closed as he thought about what he had just suggested, but there was no other choice. This had to be done. Very well, Shisui, I will allow you to do this. Hiruzen agreed with hope in his heart. Perhaps the war could be avoided. Hiruzen, you can't be serious. Enough, Danzo. The third roared, and his ki released, causing uneasy feelings to everyone. Hi. Thank you, Sundaime-sama, Shisui said with a bow from his kneeling position. 5 days, in 5 days, the revolt will be over, and they can be peaceful within the village. Naruto wouldn't have to live through civil war, and he could still have his family. In 5 days, everything could be over, and they can continue being happy together. Itachi, Naruto, Izumi, Hiruzen, they can all be together secured in 5 days. Shisui had thought to take Naruto to live with them once he becomes a Jonin. He's already strong enough to be a Chunin. Shisui and Itachi were walking together and had been silent for a while. They didn't really know how to feel. Things would end in 5 days, but also Shisui would carry the guilt of knowing that he's manipulated someone's mind to his will. Shisui. Are you sure? Yes, Itachi. If I do this, the revolt is over. We can live in peace together within the village. Naruto won't have to live through civil war, and we can all be a family. You, Izumi, Naruto, it's for you guys. Shisui. Listen, friend, don't worry, okay? I got this, Shisui said smiling. I'm going to go see Naruto's progress on the genjutsu. See you around, Itachi. If it's for you too, I'll do anything. No matter the cost. 5 days later. Shisui woke up. These 5 days had been torturous, despite hiding it as much as possible. His favorite blonde somehow knew he was under pressure. Naruto asked him every day why he was sad and leaving out negative emotions. Shisui, of course, knew of his ability to feel the emotions of others. The Uchiha had tried to surpass them as much as possible, but all that seemed pointless when it came to hiding it from the likes of Naruto. Shisui, of course, had just avoided answering his questions or had tried to change the subject. The Uchiha knew that Naruto could see through his lies, and it hurts to lie to him. 1 hour before clan meeting. Lord Danzo, you wanted to meet me? Danzo stood in front of him and nodded. He looked at him impassively and just internally judged the Uchiha in front of him. How do you know this will work? The genjutsu can't just be broken, and it would only end or change on my choice. Even if I died, the jutsu would remain active. Shisui responded with slightly narrowed eyes. Yes, but what of the other Uchiha? Surely there are many that would revolt regardless. How can you be sure of that? How can you be sure that in the future, the same situation won't happen again? What do you mean? Shisui asked back, his chakra on his foot, ready for anything unexpected. Let's say it works out now, what's to stop the clan in the future from following the same path down the road? It got here once, even if you stop Fugaku, the generation has already decided to take action. What stops them? Fugaku-sama will. They'll listen to him. I doubt that. As such, I believe I shall take your eyes and keep them in my safekeeping. Danzo lunged at Shisui, trying to take an eye from him. Forgive me, Koto and Matsukami. Shisui began walking away from Danzo when suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in the gut and kick to the chest out of nowhere. The hell? He saw Danzo appear in front of him, and he was extremely confused at this. He also noticed that he felt strange now, like he was getting weaker and weaker. Danzo came at him again, attempting to get an eye, and Shisui's eyes widened. Danzo came so fast, there was no time. He was about to get his eye when suddenly a green aura came and then threw Danzo back. Susanoo, Shisui said, and the ribcage formed around him, shielding him from Danzo and saving his eyes. He noticed his weakness coming more and more, so he had to flee. He shunsen into the forest. 12 Rudanbu appeared by Danzo. Go get the eyes. Don't kill him. He won't get far with the poison in his system. Shisui blocked a slash aimed for his neck by Foundation members in a bear mask. He shunts away again to gain distance, trying his best to maintain his lead. Just now he noticed blood coming out of his stomach wound. When Shisui thought and remembered when Danzo first attacked. A flurry of kunai flew towards him, and he deflected them all with his kunai. Landing on a branch, he was soon forced to shunsen again as a brace of shuriken thudded into the tree. This can't go on. I'll have to take them out. Shisui thought desperately as he returned fire with his own kunai. Another agent rushed at him, engaging Shisui in a fierce taijutsu match with flashing kunai blades. Shisui unsheathed his tanto in a brief battle opening and decapitated the agent who was battling him. An agent wearing a bird mask ambushed him from the left with another kunai, slashing Shisui across his left arm and throwing down a poison bomb as he went. In another shunsen, Shisui stabbed the masked bird agent through the throat, leaving him choking on his blood as Shisui fled. Landing on another branch, Shisui stumbled and fell to the forest floor below as his vision wavered and his legs weakened. He felt shaky and began coughing violently. Shit. I must have inhaled some of that poison. And who knows what exactly was on that kunai blade. The root agents surrounded him again. The captain gestured to his squad, and one by one, they all raised kunai with explosive tags tied to them. Aim for the legs, don't damage anything above the neck. Came the cold-hearted order. His agents nodded, swiftly sending the kunai flying at Shisui from all directions. Boom! A cloud of dust flew up into the air and settled over the forest. The captain gestured to his subordinates. They nodded and separated to search for Shisui's body parts. Suddenly a shower of bright green projectiles thudded into three agents. The smoke cleared, revealing a standing Shisui who was engulfed by a giant fiery green humanoid figure in a tengu mask. The figure appeared to have its chest cage opened, ribs on stark display, with a bright red matagama in the middle of its chest. Shisui panted as his Susanoo slowly disappeared from existence, leaving him defenseless once more. One of the agents broke off from the formation and engaged Shisui as the captain, and the last remaining member hung back and started preparing a jutsu together. Unexpectedly the single agent engaging Shisui fell with a kunai through the back of his neck. One fireball blasted into the remaining root agents, charring them alive, not even leaving time to shout. "Shisui! Are you okay?" A worried shout came from the other side of the clearing. Itachi came running out of the forest towards Shisui, and he hurried to support Shisui as he collapsed. "Thanks, man. How did you know I needed help? And sorry for the trouble. You didn't show up in the gathering. I left and sensed that your chakra signature was in distress. I arrived to see your technique disappear," Itachi replied as he hovered over Shisui with a basic diagnostic jutsu. He frowned in worry. Shisui had been poisoned with a fast-acting agent that Itachi doubted anyone aside from Tsunade had the skill to remove. "Shisui, you don't have much longer left. But we can go to the hospital." Shisui shook his head. "We're going to our spot at the Naka River. There's something I must tell you urgently." He then disappeared in a shunsen. The Naka River was indeed a spectacular sight in the setting sun. The beautiful pink rays of light played off the tops of the trees surrounding the valley of the Naka River, and the water was a beautiful blue that rushed cheerfully along. The river looked like a painting rendered masterfully by a professional artist. Unfortunately, this beautiful sight was lost upon the two shinobi that had just arrived. Itachi appeared at the Naka River to a coughing Shisui. Itachi started a basic healing technique on his friend to at least ease the pain. Shisui panted as he looked at Itachi with worried and drawn expressions. He laughed. "Don't make these worried faces at me. I believe in you to carry on for me in my place." "Itachi, the Koto Amatsukami plan has failed. Danzo's root interfered. He doesn't trust me, and he wants my eyes for himself. He will resort to anything to protect the hidden leaf. They'll probably be coming for my eyes again." Itachi stoically watched Shisui remove his own eyes. Holding out a hand to them, "Please, keep my eyes safe. I believe in you. Itachi, I will be giving you great power, you'll need it in the coming days. Please protect Konoha in my stead." Itachi gasped, "Shisui. You can." Shisui patted Itachi on the shoulder. "I'm not going to last much longer anyway, take it as my dying wish." As he started coughing blood, his palm on his mouth filled with blood and dripping on the grass. Speechless, Itachi could only gaze at his friend with a stricken expression on his face. Shisui smiled at them blindly. "Come on, even like this, I can tell the face you're making. Don't look so worried, Itachi, Everything will be fine. Itachi sadly took the eyes in his hand, drawing a seal on his arm with Shisui's blood and sealing it away immediately. Itachi summoned a crow and implanted Shisui's eyes into it, and he lowered his head respectfully to Shisui. I will carry on your will for the Uchiha. Shisui grasped Itachi on the shoulder again. From now on, you may be forced to walk down a long, dark path. One that is filled with pain and suffering. I have to apologize. Shisui's grip on Itachi's shoulder tightened, that I can't be there with you through it all. Still, I hope you don't falter from your path. And keep moving forwards as a leaf ninja. I believe in you. In you and Naruto. That is why I'm able to ask you to carry on my will. Itachi had silent tears trailing down his face as Shisui patted his shoulder. Itachi grit his teeth tightly. Promise me to take care of Naruto. He will be alone. I know he's only a child, but I believe in him. He shall be the one to unite this world. He's special, and he will need love now more than ever. Shisui coughed even more blood, and his color skin slowly turned pale. I will, Shisui. Naruto is my little brother just as much as Sasuke, Itachi promised and thought of how he could ever tell Naruto. Shisui laughed loudly, despite his lungs screaming in pain. He ignored it to have the last laugh with his friend and brother. Last actions complete, Shisui was relieved. He let out a short sigh. Don't stop me. With those final damning words, Shisui smiled and stepped backwards off the cliff, disappearing into the raging waters of the Naka River silently. Shisui, Itachi shouted, reaching for Shisui's hands, only to fall short by inches. The figure of Shisui disappeared in the darkness. Itachi's Sharingan changed, taking the form of a three-blade shuriken. Naruto. Smiling, he had just finished the academy for today. Naruto rushed outside, the courtyard buzzing with people. The parents had come to take their children home. At the same time, Naruto waited for either Shisui or Itachi to come. Naruto felt the wind blowing against his face as a hand touched his shoulder. Turning around, he smiled, seeing Shisui in front of him smiling. Naruto was surprised that he hadn't felt his chakra coming. Naruto is time. Naruto looked confused. His eyes glanced, but he couldn't see Itachi anywhere. Time for what? He stopped mid-sentence as Shisui kneeled and hugged him. Naruto immediately returned the hug but couldn't help but feel cold. Shisui, are you Naruto? Promise you will live a long life. I never said it, but you're like a little brother, and you're family to me. I have come to say goodbye. Take care of Itachi, Shisui whispered in his ear. Naruto felt his body start breathing heavily. He wanted to shout, angry, why he was talking like that. OJ Naruto. The blonde turned his head to see Shikamaru looking at him with raised eyebrows. You alright? Naruto turned his head to look at Shisui but saw no one there, and his senses couldn't detect him anywhere, his eyes desperately trying to see him anywhere. The wind blew again from behind his back as leaves flew high in the sky. The blonde felt a pain on his chest, his heart beating on his chest, almost popping out, unshed tears on his eyes, his hands shaking. He kept trying to catch his breath, his hands in front of him, not feeling the warmth. I know what you go through, Naruto. I lost my parent at a very young age. I don't even remember them anymore, but you have me, Naruto, and I will do anything to protect my little brother. Shisui, Itachi, tomorrow. Itachi walked inside the secret meeting of the Uchiha clan, his eyes roaming around the large room where the hidden stone of the Uchiha clan stood. His father stood in front of the stone, looking down at it. No one else was in the room. Itachi knew what the stone said. His mangekyo allowed him to read the secret text, and it sounded too good to be true. His thoughts were interrupted when his father turned to look at his son with a fully matured Sharingan. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly, his muscles tensed, almost like preparing for a fight. He never believed his father would fight him, but one can never be too prepared. Itachi, I thought you were training Naruto? His father asked with a neutral tone, and he didn't look angry with him, much to Itachi's surprise. He said he didn't feel good, Itachi replied, knowing Naruto's true reason for not training this time. The next thing that happened shocked Itachi to his core. His father's Sharingan changed into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Suddenly everything around him changed. He saw Kurama with Sharingan destroying the village. His tails were destroying the Hokage Tower. Itachi fell on his knees, breathing heavily, cold sweat running down his forehead. Will his father truly do something like that? No, he would not allow it. Raising his head slowly, His own Mangekyo Sharingan was on full display, but to Itachi's surprise, his father didn't even flinch from his new Sharingan, almost like he was expecting it. "I didn't know you had it, father," Itachi said, still breathless. "During the war, I lost my closest friend. And is better this way, Itachi. If people of our clan knew of my Mangekyo, they would force me to use it on Naruto. I had him in my house, at my table. I could have easily used it on him, but that's not what I want," Fugaku stated with a cold tone. "Itachi, with you inside, we can take over without killing anyone. The only ones that need to die are the Hokage, and Danzo. With you we can do it without any bloodshed," his father said and stretched out his hand for Itachi to grab. Right now, Itachi was happy he hadn't told anyone about Naruto's Sharingan. He looked at his father's hand in front of him, he wanted to accept it. Uchiha clan was his family, but he closed his eyes and remembered her words. "Itachi, I love you, and I know we will be together and live in a just world," Izumi said in his ear. Standing up, Itachi closed his eyes and looked at his father with a neutral look on his face. Itachi opened his mouth to respond. He ran as fast as he could, jumping from the tree as he approached the Uchiha compound. Naruto spread his senses as far as possible but couldn't feel Shisui or Itachi. "He's not dead, he's not dead," Naruto told himself repeatedly, sweat rolling down his cheek. He felt cold, his whole body crawling. Naruto reached the compound, his body moved on his own. He found Shisui's house, bursting inside. "Shisui!" Naruto yelled at the top of his lungs, his eyes desperately trying to find him. "Where is he? Here, where?" Naruto understood he wasn't here. He jumped away, making his way towards Itachi's house. Perhaps he's there despite not feeling him or Shisui neither there. The sun shines on his face, red leaves flying towards the sky. He shielded his face from the leaves flying on his face. Reaching the door, he opened it. "Itachi, Shisui!" Naruto cried out, his eyes looking around when he heard footsteps, almost breathed in relief only to see Mikado walking downstairs. She noticed his pale face, his breathing quickening and not stopping. "Where's Shisui and Itachi?" Naruto asked immediately as she tried to approach and ask what was wrong. "I don't know, Naruto, but what's wrong?" Naruto didn't stay and immediately jumped away. He activated his Sharingan as he jumped at the top of a pole, his eyes trying to find them. Naruto swallowed a huge breath. Where? Please, where are you?" "Take care of Itachi." No, you're not dead." "Where?" "Naki River." Naruto immediately rushed towards the river, knowing Shisui and Itachi had trained there many times. Reaching it, he looked around for any sign of Shisui, the trees everywhere around him, the sound of the river rushing in his ears. Shisui. No sign as he kept his Sharingan activated. Inside, Kurama was silent, knowing what Naruto wanted to refuse. "Naruto, he's..." "Shut up!" Naruto yelled at his friend. Kurama always supported him. "No, Shisui can't be dead." Naruto ran to the top. From there, he could see very far, his eyes searching around, nothing but trees and rocks. "Shisui." Naruto turned his head downwards at the bottom, where the waterfall ended. He noticed something, jumping down, the tiny bits of water hitting his face as he reached the bottom. There he saw a body lying at the shore. Naruto swallowed, he felt his body freeze, he closed his eyes tightly, enough to hurt, his breathing rate increasing, his heart hitting his chest like a hammer, his hands and legs shaking. Naruto didn't know how, but he found himself walking towards it. Soon he reached the body lying on his belly, his right hand on the mud and his left hand still beneath the water. His hand moved on its own, rolling the body to face him. No. Itachi, Ni-san, help. "Kurama, you can help him," Naruto shouted, his hand touching his neck, desperately trying to find a pulse. "Naruto, I'm really sore." "No, shut up. He can't be," he promised. "He can't be." Naruto fell on his knees, he closed and opened his eyes. "Shisui still there?" "Big brother, please. Naruto suddenly felt lightheaded, his entire body numb, everything covered in darkness. The last thing he heard, "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun." Itachi, after 2 days, night. It was just past dinner time when Izumi heard a quiet but firm knock at her door. A pretty smile immediately graced the young girl's features as she sensed a familiar chakra signature. For a moment, she had an internal freakout. This was so sudden. She certainly hadn't expected Itachi to show up out of the blue, not that she was complaining. What if she looked like a hot mess? Untying her apron and tossing it aside, she quickly made her way to the living room mirror. She examined herself thoroughly, ensuring that there was nothing in her teeth and that she looked presentable. Deciding she shouldn't keep Itachi waiting any longer, she ran her fingers through her long hair and smoothed out her clothes before going to answer the door. "Itachi-kun. What brings you? Wait, are you okay?" The smile that previously graced her features disappeared as she took in the object of her affection's appearance. Itachi was in full Anbu gear, katana and all. She hadn't been aware that he'd been assigned to a mission. What was even weirder was the fact that he'd stopped by to see her before leaving. The raven-haired man quietly stepped into her apartment and removed his mask, donning a carefully controlled and blank expression. However, Izumi had known Itachi for a long time. She studied him carefully, looking into his eyes. She saw the pain in those onyx orbs of his, and her chest constricted painfully. Something was terribly wrong. Shutting her door and taking a calming breath, Izumi offered what she hoped was a comforting smile. "I can tell something is wrong, Itachi-kun. Talk to me," she said. He stood there for a few moments, still as a statue. Inwardly, two parts of himself were at war with one another. He had a mission to carry out. Tonight was the night that the Uchiha clan, except for his younger brother, were to be exterminated. Why did his father and his fellow clansmen have to be so damn foolish? As he gazed into Izumi's innocent and hopeful eyes, he was almost tempted to take her, Sasuke and Naruto and run someplace far away. Nobody had to die tonight. He could take his two little brothers and his lover. They could be happy together, the village and the clan be damned. You know that can never happen, Itachi thought bitterly. The Anbu captain had decided to begin his onslaught with Izumi, the woman he was well aware of harbored deep feelings for him. She was so sweet and innocent, completely unfit for shinobi life. Yet, she felt that she had something to prove and insisted on continuing to push herself. As twisted as it sounded even in his own mind, he had to kill her first to spare her. If nothing else, he wanted her last moments in the world to be painless and for her to never be traumatized. He almost released a bitter laugh, disgusted with himself. Trying to protect her while killing her, how noble. Truthfully, Itachi wanted to tell her everything. He knew he could tell her anything, and she would never judge him, she would simply understand. Unfortunately for both of them, their fate was sealed. He knew that he couldn't put things off any longer, and he activated his Sharingan, his expression blank. "There's nothing to talk about," he said coldly, his voice wavering ever so slightly. Izumi's eyes widened in alarm as realization washed over her like a tidal wave. She thought back to the hushed conversations that Itachi and Shisui had when they thought she was out of earshot. Had things truly gotten that bad? Had communications between the village and the Uchiha broken down that much? She took a shaky breath, more out of shock than fear. "You're here to kill me, aren't you?" she asked calmly, no hint of accusation in her tone. Itachi swallowed thickly, trying to maintain his composure. "I don't expect you to understand, and I'm sorry." Tears stung at the back of her eyes, and she cursed herself for being so weak. She knew that there was no way she could fight him. Even if she could, she wouldn't. It was clear even to civilians that there had been tension between the village and the Uchiha for years. The optimistic side of her always believed that things would be resolved peacefully. As she took in Itachi's pained expression that he was so desperately trying to hide, she found that she couldn't be angry with him if she tried. She'd known him for years and knew that he despised the shinobi lifestyle and only wished for peace. She knew he had his reasons if he was standing in front of her like this to take her out. Her heart broke for him as she realized the pain and suffering he would endure for the rest of his days. Izumi released a breath she wasn't aware she'd been holding and bravely looked into Itachi's eyes. "I know that you wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't your last resort. I want you to know that I'm not angry with you. And that I love you," she whispered, unable to stop the tears from falling. Upon hearing her confession, Itachi closed his eyes as the weight of her words washed over him. Of course, he'd known that she loved him. It was evident in the way that she looked at him when she thought he wasn't looking and in her actions. Why she loved him, he had no idea. Yes, he was a skilled shinobi. However, he could never be what she needed. Izumi deserved someone who would fawn over her and treat her like a queen. He was a trained killing machine and faced death and destruction daily. She was simply too sweet and kind to live that kind of life. Itachi realized that he wished he could be that man for her. The girl standing in front of him had wormed her way into his heart, and now he was seconds away from killing her. "I know," was all that Itachi said before opening his eyes and unleashing his Tsukuyomi upon her. Izumi looked around the grand ballroom and quickly realized that she was in an illusion. However, this genjutsu felt so real, so unlike anything she'd experienced before. She gasped as she felt a warm hand grasp her own, and she turned to find Itachi standing beside her with a gentle smile on his face. He was dressed in a tuxedo, and he looked as handsome as ever. She glanced down and discovered she was wearing a beautiful strapless white dress with intricate beading. Izumi felt tears well up in her eyes upon realizing that this was her wedding and nearly fainted as Itachi leaned in close to her and whispered "I love you" in her ear. Suddenly she found herself in a huge room with a lovely view of the ocean. The room had an indoor jacuzzi bath and rose petals leading up to the most comfortable-looking king-sized bed she had ever laid eyes upon. "Is this my honeymoon?" Izumi thought with a blush. Her question was quickly answered as Itachi embraced her from behind. He leaned down and peppered soft kisses along her neck, and she shivered at the contact. She knew this was just a powerful illusion, but she never wanted it to end. She would embrace it for as long as she could. Turning in his arms and wrapping her arms around his neck, Izumi caught his lips in a fiery kiss. He backed her up toward the bed and made quick work of removing their clothing, his lips never leaving hers. He overwhelmed her senses, and she began to feel dizzy with desire. Just how long had she been dreaming of this moment? She'd dreamt of giving herself to him for longer than she'd like to admit. For a moment, she almost forgot it was an illusion. As he caressed every inch of her skin and brought her to euphoria, she let all thoughts and worries leave her mind. Time suddenly moved forward, and Izumi found herself sitting on a familiar park bench. It didn't take her long to realize that she was sitting in the park where she and Itachi played as children. Scanning the park for any sign of Itachi, she gasped as she took in the sight before her. The raven-haired man was holding a little girl in his arms, spinning her around as she squealed happily. A little boy that appeared to be a couple of years older than the girl spotted Izumi and ran towards her with a smile on his face. "Mama, come play with us." Izumi couldn't stop the tears of joy from falling. Once again, time moved forward, and she found herself sitting in a rocking chair on a front porch, a cup of tea in hand. Glancing next to her, she found an elderly Itachi right by her side. She gave him a smile, which he returned, and they talked about their lives and grandchildren. She knew that she was witnessing what were to be her final moments, and she couldn't have been more content. Growing old and passing on beside Itachi would be the perfect ending to her story. Later in the following hours, silent screams echoed throughout the Uchiha compound. As he ran another one of his kin through, as he felt their blood splatter against his sword and clothes, he couldn't help but think that the stains would never come off his soul. No matter how spotless his clothes looked when he finished purging them of the blood of his comrades, his conscience could never be cleaned. It was on this matter of thought where he found his father, alone. It was as if he was being waited for. "Itachi. What lies behind this slaughter?" He waited before speaking again, but his twisted eyes spoke to him in the way his father never could. "The Mangekyou Sharingan. Are you going to show me a different future from the one I showed you?" Itachi's eyes were dead as he faced the man who raised him, knowing only one of them would walk out alive. Masked Uchiha. Elsewhere, while father and son faced a dangerous confrontation, the shadowy figure in the orange mask known as Uchiha Madara had his own part in eradicating the Uchiha. He was walking out of the now corpse-filled Uchiha police building, so easy, he thought when he felt a rush of cold around him. The masked man looked around when he immediately turned his head, looking at the moon. I could have sworn I felt someone up there." The figure disappeared, leaving Itachi to deal with his little brother. Itachi stared at the numerous bodies strewn around the streets. "This is the future I see for the Uchiha." Fugaku's warped Mangekyou eyes narrowed dangerously. "I see." Fugaku's calm demeanor belied what he was thinking on the inside, his mind racing. And he disappeared in a puff of smoke. "Cage Bunshine." Itachi narrowed his eyes and thought. "This isn't good. Kosan was the worst possible enemy for me. This is going to be a battle of Mangekyou Sharingan." He pushed the thought out of his mind as he traveled to his home, where he knew his father would be, along with his mother. A quick sunshine got him outside of the house, where he walked toward the door cautiously, watching for any traps or surprises. He was trying to discreetly check their bedroom for them when he heard a voice from the living room. His father's voice resonated throughout the dead silent compound. "Come inside, there are no traps. I will not participate in a death match with my own son." Itachi obeyed but kept his guard up. He walked in to have his mind blown. His parents were kneeling on the living room floor with their back to him. No fighting positions, no weapon in hand, not even a clenched fist. They were truly prepared to die. That's when the gravity of the situation hit him. Could he truly end their lives, the very people who fed him, clothed him, and were even prepared to die for him? For a cause they didn't believe in, just because he supported it? Itachi couldn't keep the sword from trembling in his hands as he stood behind his mother and father, tears rolling down his cheeks. His father's strong, commanding voice he would never see again cut through him sharper than any blade. "You've aligned with the other side," he responded, his eyes getting watery. "Kosan, Kosan." He was cut off by his mother's voice that held his heart in a vice grip. "We know, Itachi." His father spoke again. "Itachi, promise me one thing. Take care of Sasuke and Naruto." Itachi felt like he was being given his own personal type of torture as he couldn't hold back the tears anymore. His heart constricted tighter than he thought possible as his teary voice stuttered. "I will." Itachi readied his katana with a heavy heart he thought would simply give out because of how much pain he felt. His father spoke for the last time. "Do not fear. This is the path you have chosen. Compared to your pain, ours will be gone in an instant. Even if our philosophies differ, I am proud of you. You truly are a kind child." His silent sobs heard only by him increased as he drove his katana through their chests. While witnessing the aftermath of what he had done, he heard footsteps approaching the door. He recognized them as his little brother, Sasuke. He forced himself to look strong. The only way to escape this pain weighing him down like an anchor. He forced himself to stay silent after hearing Sasuke's yell, and as he heard, "Tosan, Kasan," yelled in fear, he stepped out of the shadows. "Itachi. You have to help, Kasan and Tosan are." When he heard no reply from the older boy, he repeated again, shakily. "Itachi? Who could do this?" The raven-haired Anbu watched as horrifying comprehension settled into his brother's eyes as he saw the blood-stained katana held in Itachi's hands. As soon as those words left his throat, Sasuke felt a sting on his shoulder, and a shuriken embedded in the wall behind him. He looked down to see a thin line of blood under his ripped clothing and looked up in fear. "Wait a second, no." Despite their teary state almost in an instant, Itachi's eyes were now as motionless as a stone. He spoke in the cruelest voice he could. "Foolish little brother. I almost pity you. So weak." Sasuke's tortured voice ripped Itachi apart. Why did you do this?" Itachi spoke. "To test the limits of my ability." Sasuke was gripped with the fiercest anger he had ever been in his life at those words. "To test your ability? That's the reason you butchered every member of our clan. Of our family." Sasuke charged at Itachi as fast as he could, screaming, "You're out of your mind." As he went to strike Itachi, a swift punch to the stomach stopped him cold in his tracks. Saliva was forcibly ejected from his mouth as he stood, suspended on his older brother's fist. Removing that support sent Sasuke careening to the floor, face to face with his dead mother and father. It was then Sasuke started to sob uncontrollably. The volume is only matched by the booming sound of Itachi stepping toward him. He looked up in fear before realizing what he earlier had not. "I'm scared." He repeated again, audibly. "I'm scared." The younger Uchiha turned and ran out the door as fast as possible. His sobs echoed throughout the night as he screamed, "I don't want to die." He kept running through the streets of the Uchiha district, hoping it wasn't empty for the reason he knew it to be. He kept running until the sound of Itachi's ninja sandal hitting the floor in front of him struck fear into every cell in his body. Please. Don't kill me." Itachi's hard voice answered him. "You're not even worth killing. Foolish little brother. If you wish to kill me one day, foster your hatred and despise me. By all means, run. Cling to your wretched life. And when you have the same eyes as me." His warped Mangekyou Sharingan spun menacingly. "Seek me out." In the following 2 words, Itachi had to gather up more resolve than he ever had to in his life. Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke yelled in agony as Itachi used his Tsukuyomi to force him to fall asleep. Only when he fell to the ground did Itachi release him from the clutches of Tsukuyomi. With that, Itachi disappeared and decided to visit Naruto one last time. However, he turned as he heard the sounds of two kunai racing toward him. After seeing it was Naruto? Naruto was silent, his breath stuck on his throat like a lump, frozen like ice, piercing his flesh. His eyes saw Itachi in front of him, but at the same time, he couldn't believe his own eyes. Why? Why? Itachi? Why? Naruto finally managed to ask, his Sharingan shining in his eyes. He focused on his answers. He would know the truth, and he would not let him leave until he knew it. Itachi looked at Naruto with pain behind his eyes. He didn't know why he was here and how. He made sure that he would be in the apartment this night. I did it to test my abilities. Itachi spoke with a nice tone. He needed to lie and hide the truth. But don't lie to me, Ne-chan. Naruto screams in return, tears streaming down his cheek. Itachi didn't know how Naruto could know he was lying. He knew Naruto could tell lies from the truth, but that wasn't what caught his attention. No. Itachi saw as the Sharingan in Naruto's eyes changed, his Tomoe started spinning until finally, they created his Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto, I need you to leave now, Itachi spoke with a commanding tone, his Mangekyo in his eyes. He prepared to use Tsukuyomi on him. Naruto suddenly spread his arms, his hands open, before Itachi could do anything. Kontararu no Tensei. Suddenly Itachi felt a wave of cold wash over his whole body. He felt pain spread everywhere when suddenly it disappeared. Itachi's hand moved at his katana's pommel tightened to his back. What's this? He asked himself, unable to stop himself, as his body suddenly rushed towards Naruto. His katana pointed at his chest. No. Naruto closed his eyes, waiting for his fate as a single tear fell on the ground as a scream of despair echoed through the night. Naruto opened his eyes, feeling no pain. He saw the blade just inches away from his chest where the heart was. He saw Itachi's right eye bleeding. Suddenly, before anything could be said, the sky turned red, the moon changed color to black, the bodies of everyone disappeared, including Itachi, who turned into crows. What happened here? Naruto asked, knowing he was in Tsukuyomi. The crows suddenly came together in a single point. Itachi looked at his little brother, who was still waiting for his answer. I'm really sorry, Naruto. My clan wanted to take over the village. It was my decision, Itachi answered honestly. Naruto closed his eyes, trying to take it all in. A flash of Shisui's body hit him. What? What happened to Shisui? Naruto asked, his Mangekyo shining. Itachi gulped slightly. The last thing he needed was for Naruto to dedicate his life to killing Danzo, but he knew Naruto wasn't an ordinary child. Please, just tell me, Naruto pleaded. Itachi sighed, knowing his brother could tell if he was lying and his Mangekyo wasn't something he had accounted for. Opening his eyes, he told Naruto everything about that day, how Shisui had tried to use Koto Amatsukami, and Danzo trying to steal his eyes. When he was done, Naruto's facial expression didn't change outside, not even in the slightest, but inside he felt a burning fire. Later, Itachi returned back, gasping for air. Naruto suddenly fell on his knees. Naruto felt dizzy. He still wasn't sure what jutsu he used to do that to Nisan, but his chakra had dropped to almost zero. Itachi said something but Naruto could hardly hear anything at this point. Itachi left him alone as Naruto fell unconscious. Naruto. He didn't know how long he had been lying on the ground. His body slowly rose up, his legs shaking. He used a bit of Kurama's chakra to fully stand up and walk towards the house. Reaching the house, he walked inside. His eyes found her figure lying dead close to Fugaku. Naruto walked and reached her. His shaking hand touched her now cold cheek, his forehead touching hers. Her smile had disappeared. Ka-chan, please wake up, Naruto pleaded, moving her shoulder, but her body was as cold as a grave. Her skin had turned pale like snow, blood all over the floor. You can call me Ka-chan. Naruto started sobbing, his forehead touching her shoulder. He kept moving her shoulder hoping that she would wake up. Naruto's Mangekyo started expanding before turning metallic color. I failed, I failed, I failed.